Hello, YouTube. This is me live reacting to this document. I didn't know this thing existed, but apparently it's a neutral take. So there's going to be plenty of caveats here. From what I understand, I only watched the first couple of minutes, but obviously I made the video about mental health, and then I was the victim of a mental health assault, essentially. So I take this very seriously, but I have never covered this, and I've waited long enough, and I do need to understand more about this community. And this is a big part of it, apparently. So I am going to react to this, and apparently it's going to be neutral, hopefully. And as a disclaimer, mental health is a serious issue, and it should not be taken lightly. But as someone who is part of this community at this rate, I am going to. Everybody else is doing it. I'm going to do it as well. And whatever that says about me, that's fine. I accept it, I guess, at this rate. But apparently, this is a neutral take. This is not something from somebody that is has a invested interest in it or is part of it. So, and I have no idea who Mujin is or Mojin. I don't know how to say his name specifically. So hopefully it's good. Hopefully it's really fair, and I will try to chime in when I can. But I am gonna react to this, and we're gonna do that right now.
On June 8th, 2024, this tweet by Asian Guy Stream, otherwise known as Atsu, was posted. I'm quitting. I lost absolutely everything. My marriage, my career, my livelihood, my will to live. Keeping these secrets to protect others has felt so lonely. I don't want to live like this anymore. This document is for my closure. I want to move on. Linking a Google Doc, 34 pages long. This tweet, at the time of recording, has 20 million views. How the hell did a drama that originated in the Genshin community almost 3 years ago end up with 20 million views on Twitter? Something that can rival.
I'll tell you how. Because there's a lot of drama in that community. And a lot of things that people did, and I don't know what they did, but I guess we're going to find out, were not good. They did it for a lot of reasons, which I don't even know, but I guess it's going to be inferred here. That's how. A lot of people are invested in this. The community is very tight-knit in many ways.
Tweets made during the Kendrick and Drake beef, a phenomenon that took over the world overnight. If you scroll down, there are many content creators, big and small, from other niches and from this niche, all commenting on this, bringing their communities forward here as well. The truth of the matter is, millions of people who saw this document have no idea what's happening. Only a few content creators commenting on this post can grasp the insane depth and context needed to really.
That's why I'm coming into this video, because I'm like Mujin. I don't know anything about it, and I hopefully that through his eyes, I can learn more about this as well.
Fully understand what led to this. This post carries behind it 3 years worth of context, and this isn't the first time it happened. Now, my channel is known for two things. First off, the laughs, and second off, the ability to talk about extremely niche topics to just about anyone. In all my videos, whether it be about VTubers or Genshin, someone who has never heard about these things can watch them, fully understand and grasp the situation, and laugh about how ridiculous it is. Now, unfortunately, in this case, there is no laughing, because the main people involved at different periods of this drama tried to off themselves.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the most unfortunate part of this whole entire thing, was all the attempts. And that's why I didn't think this was worth covering, but it still continues to come up. Tectone is currently reacting to this on his Twitch. Mujin posted this 4 hours ago. This is not stopping. And as someone who is in the gacha world, I'm not leaving Honkai anytime soon. And I didn't know this existed. I didn't know anything about the community at all. And I want to know, because I think it informs me on my particular topics that I've discussed the last 2.5 weeks, and it's brought up some things that I need to know, I think, personally.
But this drama does involve the second point of what my channel is, explaining to someone what this is about.
Yeah, okay, and that's fair. You don't have to do that, Sash. You can comment as much as you want. It's fine. This is an open discussion. We can take as long or as short. This is a 2-hour document. It's a 2.5-hour document. I'm not going anywhere.
There are people part of the Genshin community. There are people who know who Atsu is, who know who Tectone is, who's also involved in this.
I don't know who Atsu is. I'm learning who Tectone is slowly.
Who also have no clue what's happening. So the main question today is, how can you make a video about something with 3 years worth of context and explain it to someone that has no idea what started this?
Thank you, because that's exactly the position I'm coming in. So if you can do it, and I can be informed through you, Mujin, let's do it.
And who any of these people are. And this video aims to answer that question, even though some might see it as an impossible task. To give you an idea,
I mean, I think it is an impossible task, and I may be thoroughly disappointed, but I think if you're going to come through it the way you intend, I'm here for it.
Tectone's video just about this document was 3 hours long. I don't aim to make it this long, but I'll do something I don't often do.
2.5 hours.
I usually give you my take on videos. Here I won't. I'll stay completely and utterly neutral. Listen, I have no interest.
That's fine, and I will do the same for the most part.
In taking any sides in this. It's a very nasty situation. What I truly want is to explain it to the millions of people who have no clue what it's about, and have them make up their own opinion. That way they can move on from this. That way we can all collectively move on from this. Because I don't think it benefits anyone to stay talking about it for years to come.
Well, I mean, you bringing it up now feels very convenient. And you prolonging it as well when it has already been farmed for almost a week and a half. But yeah.
Before I begin though, I want to make a disclaimer. The first one is this. As I mentioned, I want you to move on from this after understanding it and making up your own opinion. Please don't go harass anyone after making up your own
Yeah, that's fair. Don't do that.
opinion. It'll only drag this out further. The second point is this. There are a few people who were concerned about me making a video about this because they don't want
I am. But the fact that it's out and the fact that Tectone is, again, going to cover it.
me to be the final nail in the coffin to make Atsu, who had already tried to take his life 3 times as referenced in his document, to actually end up doing it successfully. I assure you, this is not my intention.
Yeah, it's never your intention. But unfortunately, it's just a reality in many cases as well. Obviously, it's not my intention by reacting to this that anything happens to any party or that any of the, problems or troubles or trauma that they've experienced continues to, become an issue for them. But I mean, at some point, I think if it's out there, if it's continuing to be out there, then I need to react to it. I need to talk about it.
At all here. As I said, I'm being neutral. Also, since no one bothered reading the document, I might as well say it here. On page 16, Atsu says that he's doing way better and asks everyone not to worry, he won't be making another attempt. Alright?
Right, which is good. Like, it's the video that I made as far as my mental health. Tectone has said it as well, that he's fine, even though there are multiple insinuations to him having past issues with, the S word. And I don't know, obviously it's there, right there, the word. So yeah.
Right, so no need to worry. So my role here, or at least the role I want to have, is just someone
Hi, Nathan.
Who will explain to you what's going on. Nothing more, nothing less. So let's...
Oh no, we have commercials.
What does appear?
I don't have premium yet.
Let's do this. First, I'm going to give you foundational context over the entire environment we were in, different mentality, different mindsets back in 2021. So I have to put you there in the most immersive way possible. Then this
I need that. So I'm glad that this is going to cover that.
Drama is split into 3 phases. Phase
That's perfect. I like that.
1, phase 2, phase 3. We'll go by each and every one. And in the middle of every single one, we'll take a little breather as I prepare you for the next phase.
I have my notes.
Then in the end, there's a small conclusion. And after that conclusion, I'll explain why my name is in the document. Don't worry, it's just a very small...
I didn't know that. Interesting.
relevant paragraph, and I'll give my response. That's pretty much how it'll go.
Okay, that's
also,
fair.
this video is not sponsored, so if you leave a like, I'll really
But it is monetized.
appreciate it. Anyway, let's do this. To really understand what's going on, we need to go back to the absolute roots of everything, and that's the release of Genshin Impact on September 28th, 2020, in the midst of the COVID-19
Oh, you've already watched this, Nathan?
pandemic, arguably during the worst time, where everyone was confined
That's true. Everyone's confined.
and no one was going out. This played a huge hand in getting Genshin Impact one of the biggest audiences ever conceivable.
Yep.
You had people who never ever played a gacha game play this game because not many other games were even coming out during that time. This inflated player count also resulted in a ridiculous, incomparable inflated viewer count on
What is this? Genshin Impact player detailed. This is for Twitch. Average monthly players, 62 million. It even got more and more and more and more and more. Yeah, no wonder why. Wow.
YouTube. I'm going to give you an example.
Why would he? Well, I'm just saying. Guy, I get that. Bazookas, please do more Tectone videos. Couple more and you're going to yeah. Well, I'm trying to hold off on that right now, Patrick. I've made it known that if he doesn't mention me on stream, unless he does something very interesting, I'm not gonna go out of my way to cover him. I might have a short video on Tectone before the end of the day or maybe in the morning. Yeah, I watched it already. Excited to see your take on things. Okay.
Of the two main people involved in this drama, both Tectone and Asian Guy Stream, who I'm going to refer to as Atsu from now on. Tectone has 820,000 subscribers. He's been doing this for a while, but even to this day, his most viewed videos, look, these are in the millions,
Yep.
were all during Genshin's heyday,
Interesting. Yeah, I knew that about Tectone after I've done research now.
3 to 2 years ago, during its peak.
Yeah.
Not a single video today can ever compare because it was just that much of an inflation. Atsu falls in that same category, all right? His most viewed video at 2.5 million views is literally him just spending $3,000 on a character.
Yeah, and this is, I'm telling you, and this is what I've alluded to. This used to be what was popular about gachas back then. These pay-to-win players doing this would draw people's attention, and then it shifted recently.
That's just how insane this was, right? You had people who were playing a gacha game for the first time ever thinking there's no way you could spend that much money on a game. You could make a video where you spent $100 on a character.
Yeah, but it was happening well before that. It was just this game made it more mainstream.
And you'll get way more views than you could ever imagine. It was that crazy. And this is what made their careers. Both Atsu and Tectone were making content way before Genshin, but this was their big break. It made so many careers at the time. In 2021, the game was still fresh, and it resulted in many of these up-and-coming content creators to collab.
So they're all there. We have Mtashed. That looks like Atsu. I don't know who the other I've maybe seen that VTuber before. Enviosity in real life? Okay, interesting.
Together. For example, this is a game show where Tectone is with many big content creators participating with him. But all these collaborations,
Oh, Tonto. Is that Tonto? The one below Mtashed?
while they helped everyone grow, also started to create some misunderstandings, and the first aspects of drama started forming. Whether it be disagreements about guides or the fact that chests respawn, many people saw this like a competition at the time. And the worst side of this was on Twitch. I want to give you an idea of the numbers going on back then on Twitch because I gave you a number on YouTube.
Okay, that was...
Tectone's peak viewership because of Genshin was around 60.
Oh, come on. I really do need premium. This is going to be horrible.
2,000 people. To compare, back then, XQC was the biggest stream on the platform.
Yeah, that's a lot back then because the views have increased each year. So 62,000 back then is insane.
This was higher than XQC's average.
Yep.
Genshin content creators were getting hundreds of thousands and sometimes millions of views on YouTube while getting thousands of viewers on Twitch. Everyone was blowing up from every direction. But as I said, competitiveness was very high. Tectone lived with two roommates, Goose Egg, who was another Genshin content creator at the time,
Okay, Goose Egg.
and his wife at the time, Frame. His content revolved around spending money on the game, reviewing accounts, and farming
Yeah, spending money, of course. Yeah, obviously, we knew that.
drama with randoms on Twitter with takes
Okay, so he was doing the drama farming even back then.
he found crazy in relation to Genshin Impact. He also had this thing where he teased free-to-play players, thinking that they really had nothing to do in the game
Okay, interesting.
other than just pick mint, which is the
Oh, that's the mint picker thing? Oh, I understand it, everybody. I am so old. Mint picker. Full context unlocked. I got it.
most common plant you find in Genshin. You'll find it just
I never played Genshin. Didn't know that.
walking around. This caused one of the first major dramas between him and another content creator by the name of Enviosity, who was adamant on staying free to play.
Adamant on staying. Wait, Tectone sounds like me back then, huh? Staying free to play, and he had a problem with that.
They squashed the beef fairly quickly, and both agreed that it was
My man learned in the
exaggerated,
I
partly
am,
because
Nathan.
people were trying to ignite drama, hopping in both of their chats, trying to steer things up. And this is where things start to shift. Around mid to end of 2021, the content in Genshin was starting to get stale and people were running out of things to do because Genshin Impact's developer was having a very hard time keeping up with the insane demand they had on their shoulders.
Sure.
After the Enviosity and Tectone drama,
Yep.
things somewhat calmed down. There wasn't anything drastic until one thing in particular happened, and that was the release of a Genshin Impact character by the name of Yunjin. This is a character that was made by Genshin Impact's developer, and she was very purposefully made to show off Chinese culture. Everything from her
Interesting. Okay.
outfit to the songs she sings. She sang Chinese opera. There have been many Genshin character trailers before, right? And usually when you watch one in English, you expect English. When you watch one in Japanese, you expect Japanese. But here, since they really wanted to show you their culture, Genshin Impact insisted on including her singing traditional Chinese
I think that's fantastic. You know, don't lose your culture if you're the developer for that country. I think that's a really inspired thing.
opera, to which many people weren't expecting. This was Tectone's reaction to it when he first saw
I can only imagine because he just reacted to something today about what is it? Zelda and Link being the star. Or no, yeah, he just he reacted to Zelda being the star in that Nintendo Direct. So it was very misogynist.
it live on stream. Watch.
Like, it might be fine for a little bit, but then after a while, it's just gonna sound like a fucking fire truck.
So this reaction made people both on Twitter and TikTok start calling him racist and not respectful to Chinese culture. This prompted him to make a video on his YouTube channel called Addressing Those Clips, Drama Warning, where he sat down with his roommate Goose and his then wife, Frame, to talk about the TikToks made about him, to talk about those clips in particular, and to also make fun of some things he was being called like xenophobic, which means that he's racist against Chinese culture in particular, to which he says it's not true.
Interesting. I know the Chinese government does not like anybody doing that, and therefore they will. I think you have to There's been so many celebrities that have had to apologize to China. They don't play this game.
But why was this such a big deal to begin with? Well, because Yunjin's singing actually became a global sensation. It was huge in China, and it was actually surprisingly popular in the West as well. This was on the news in China, right? About how viral this song went, about how
Wow.
successful Yunjin was as a character. So, of course,
Yeah, and Chinese culture does not permeate to the West.
Tectone got into trouble for that on Twitter and TikTok.
Sure.
Look, overall, this was a culture shock for a lot of Westerners because it was their first time hearing something like this.
Yeah.
Here's another big Genshin
Yeah, all we get is, the talking points from politicians, and those tend not to be favorable or positive.
content creator at the time called Mtash who got completely caught off guard by her singing.
I will admit, I'm caught off guard by her singing. I'm not going to lie.
What the?
Oh yes! Hell
Hell yes! Do that in my ear.
So as you can see,
That's very unique. I've never heard. I've never known this character, and I've never seen anything like that in a trailer produced by any gacha game. So that's very unique.
completely caught off guard, but tried his best to recover it by the end there. But for
Yeah.
Tectone, everything was always on another level. I mean, there was a Kotaku article talking about the controversy surrounding her singing, and
Come on, I gotta get premium here. This can't happen. Oh, this one's a long one. We are so screwed, chat. We are done for. I'm gonna have to edit all this out. That's annoying. Okay, we get it. Can we not? No, we can't do this.
The first thing we learn when we want to go faster is to look.
Tectone was used as the prime example for the negative reactions. All these things surrounding this controversy would build up this foundation, this very shaky, dangerous foundation that will serve as ground zero for Tectone's biggest drama of his career.
Okay.
Phase 1, where Atsu steps in the ring.
I'm just lazy, Nathan. I have another account. I have my review before release account that has premium, and I just choose not to log in on my computer. I have it on my phone. I have 2 phones. I have it on one of my phones, and I just choose not to log in. I'm just lazy. I have it. I have premium. This is my Paloozuka's account. I don't want to have to go back and forth. It's ugh.
Congratulations on making it through the context. We're about to
That was the context? I don't know if that was a lot. That doesn't seem like a lot. Okay, go ahead.
step into phase 1, and this is when you'll start to have to make your own decisions.
Okay.
Whenever something major happens, and when applicable, I'll be giving you the perspective and points of view of the people involved. Bear in mind, these aren't things we knew at the time necessarily, but we might have discovered them in later phases of this drama when that person maybe clarified something.
Sure.
So in phase 1, if I tell you this was Tectone's perspective during this event, we probably didn't know that until phase 3 when he had talked
Okay, so you're just compiling it all to be very clear as far as their perspective, which is very good actually. It's very helpful. And it clears the record, and it makes for, like, you know, hearsay, it makes hearsay less possible, which is actually a good thing.
about it more in depth, right?
Yep.
This is to give you all the tools you need to make up your
I
own
like it.
opinions. Because the decisions you'll have to make, man,
The
I
lot.
would not want to be in your shoes
All right,
now.
let's go.
Anyway, let's get right into it. On January 7th, 2022, shortly after all this
January
controversy with
7th.
Yunjin had happened, Atsu, on his alt account, and if you don't know what that is, it's an account that content creators will make that is
Wow.
separate from their main account. Where
Okay,
they
Mujin, I think most people know what an alt account is. Even 42-year-olds like me. Let's go.
will be more honest and vent about certain things that they feel like they can't do on their main.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, I can't say that I have not done that in my life as well.
Atsu will tweet multiple subtweets on this account. A subtweet's pretty much vaguely referencing someone negatively without saying who that is. The first tweet is this. There's a lot of creators that come across as genuinely nice people on stream/video, but are actually like parasites behind the
Wow.
scenes. If you don't bend to their will, they'll make a big deal out of it publicly or drag your name through the mud behind your back
Wow, this is sounding very similar to today's standards. Okay.
to other creators. The second tweet was, there are many creators in the Genshin circle and wider connected circles I'd like to befriend or get to know better, but they're already in so deep with many people who are awful people off stream, and it makes me skeptical if they're just naive or also awful behind the scenes.
Well, here's the problem. There are many good people in the world who are taken advantage of by really bad and manipulative people. And they don't know any better. And they feel like they're in a good relationship, and yet they are being mistreated and used. So, yeah, I mean, this happens a lot. And I'm sure it happens in every community, including apparently the gacha community and Twitch community, whatever.
And the final subtweet out of the 3 is, I feel very bad when I can see someone is trying to make an effort, but I cannot get a clear judgment of their character, so I just keep them at arm's length to avoid risk of getting mixed in with people who have ill intentions or are just horrible to talk to behind the scenes. Now, why are these subtweets such a big deal? Well, for you to understand that, we have to talk about who Atsu is. Atsu is someone who's been making content for a long time. By the time Genshin came out, he had already been making content for a while, like Tectone.
Okay. that's cool. What was the games that he was playing? I don't think we need to know
When
that.
Genshin content creators were still up and coming, he found a group of friends, and they happened to be some of the biggest in the entire space. In fact, in terms of sub count and during Genshin's heyday, they were way bigger than Tectone combined. I'm of course talking about Dish, Tuanto, and Anthony Chen. With Tuanto
Okay, I know Dish. I know Dish just from Name Drop, and I think I know the other person that he mentioned at the very tail end of it. Twanto I'd never heard of.
being the biggest Genshin Impact channel ever.
I knew Dish
It wasn't
though.
just limited to these three people, but they were the biggest, right? And everyone in that circle would refer to him as the grandpa, as the mature guy, as the guy who always organizes things,
Interesting.
always gets things done. They showed massive respect to him on stream, and they always collabed with him. So Atsu in the Genshin Impact community was seen like this smart, mature grandfather, right? This role meant that he was wise and that he was guiding these content creators who were in their early 20s, sometimes 18, 19, fresh out of high school, and giving them proper advice. So
Yeah, this dynamic is very interesting. It can be definitely beneficial. And if you wield it wrong, you can definitely hurt some people's feelings and worse.
him making 3 subtweets like this held so much weight in the Genshin Impact community because of where he stood. This caused Goose Egg, who was Tectone's roommate at the time, to make this video called "These Type of People Are Ruining Genshin Impact." Now look, this video is
That was 2 years ago. Got it. That's not even that long ago. Got it.
16 minutes long. As a content creator, I have 2 choices here. I can either watch this entire thing with you, or I can sum it up. For this
All right, let's go. Come on, BB. Tell me you're gonna sum it up. Come on, Mujin. Why I'm watching this video and I haven't watched any other video and I don't know any context and I don't know anything. Let's go.
sake of this video not being 6 hours, I will sum it up to you to the best of my ability and give you the main points. You can always watch this by yourself
Okay.
because it's
So far, I'm gonna take you at your word.
on his channel. I'm just going to give you a neutral summary. In this video, Goose Egg comes off as angry, aggressive,
Angry, aggressive.
The promise of better work wasn't just something we dreamed about.
and pretty much goes into Atsu's subtweets directly. The first 3 minutes
So they knew Atsu had a secondary account. Apparently, everybody knew that Atsu had a secondary account. That's what I'm getting at, because they all kind of could direct the anger at him because of it.
are him talking about the subtweets Atsu made on his alt account and how they're very similar to something you'd find in petty high school drama.
Well, yeah. Sure.
That if you have a problem with someone, let them know directly. There's no need to do stuff like this. He even went out of his way to reply to the subtweet and said, "Like who?"
Okay, that's fair. Yep. Okay, engaged. Got it.
Because from Goose's perspective, Atsu was directly talking about him and Tectone. This is what happened.
Well, maybe. Right? And Tectone always thinks everybody's talking about him when they may not be directly talking about anybody. Which maybe I'm not saying that Atsu wasn't talking about Tectone. Obviously, we're probably going to figure out that he was. But in my case, I wasn't. But I don't know.
For the first 3.5 minutes of the video. This video is 16 minutes.
I know.
He then goes on for the rest of the video complaining about certain things on Twitter and TikTok, taking examples of comments made towards him and Tectone about how they're racist, about how they don't respect cultures, because they
Interesting. Races don't respect culture. Got it.
disliked Yoonjin's song. So, from a very neutral
Oh, because they don't like the character's voiceover and choice of song. Okay, or its presentation.
point of view, right?
I mean, I'll admit it. I'm not very familiar with Chinese culture, and just the way it was sung was very awkward to me. I would be taken back by that, and no matter what timeline, 2 years ago, 4 years ago.
Right? I do recommend you watch the video by yourself, but from a very neutral point of view, this video is a mess.
But you don't have to, like, I think for me, my reaction was very normal, and I laughed because it was surprising and funny to me, which is insensitive to some degree. I can understand if somebody perceives it like that, but it's not. The problem is Tectone went further with it and made a comment, which is something you shouldn't do, and you wouldn't do unless there is potential undertones. Potentially. Presumably. Possibly.
It goes on tangents and it's him rambling. It wasn't very well prepared, and you can tell that he's emotional and that the
Yeah, that happens. I totally understand. Been there, done that, my friend.
comments are getting to him. It wasn't handled in the best way, unfortunately, and you can tell that by the dislike ratio. And the comments are just out here roasting him.
Listen, been there, done that too, my friend.
For example, look at this. Listen, man, I like both you and Techie, but why was this a video to begin with, bro? There was no reason to make a fuss about a subtweet. If it really bothered you, you should have reached out to the creator in DMs and called them out there. Now, this is really interesting to me because I know for a fact that if today I were to subtweet someone, I don't think anyone would side with me. In fact, I've already spoken about VTuber dramas where someone subtweets someone else, and even though that person's very popular, everyone can agree that subtweeting is extremely immature. But there's something you have to understand here. The Genshin community is not a community you're used to. This was very different. Even though Atsu was subtweeting, this was not seen as immature. This was not enough of a reason for people to turn on him. Goose Egg, unfortunately for him, heavily misjudged the situation, thinking that because a subtweet is naturally immature, people are going to naturally side with me. But that clearly was not the case. He was going up against the content creator who at the time was seen as mature and wise. This video lacked preparation.
Yeah, and it was obviously, you know, Chinese culture, and it's a Chinese company. Yeah, so it's a very difficult thing to navigate.
And went on too many tangents with him being too emotional while talking, and it didn't reflect well on him. Regardless, Goose Egg's video was the catalyst to the phase 1
catalyst
of this drama. Very shortly after the video was published, Atsu went live on Twitch to react to it. According to him, he spent 2.5 hours of his stream reacting to this video and talking about it.
16-minute? That's bad. That's a lot of commentary for a 16-minute video. I mean, I'm bad, but that's really bad. I make 4-part videos, but they're long as well. Like, the videos are like 50 minutes long, so...
Now, the VOD itself is lost to time, of course.
Okay, interesting. So what are we going to do with that then? Rely on the documents? Secondhand information? What do you got, Mujin?
VODs on Twitch don't stay there permanently, and I couldn't really find anything on YouTube either. But Goose Egg did preserve a couple of clips, and these clips are very important in the grand scheme of things.
All right, let's watch them in full context.
Goose is just your little fucking minion. He's your yes man. Nobody gives a shit about Goose. He's just the discount version of you.
Interesting. Well, that's not very nice either.
It's so ironic because Goose's whole career is just built off leech.
Come on, just please, YouTube. Give me a minute. I have a long ways to go here, my friend.
Work for you.
Don't make me go purchase premium while I'm on this.
And
I might just purchase premium.
Nodding. And it's like, are you not embarrassed for yourself? Are you just not embarrassed? How are you insulting someone else's numbers when yours is born from leeching of this guy?
So it's important to note here that up until this point, Tectone had no idea any of this was happening, right? Goose Egg had published the first video independently by himself, but when Atsu reacted to it, he made it seem like it was as much about Tectone as it is about Goose Egg with those 2 clips you just watched. Tectone then went live in a VOD that no longer exists, of course, where he exposed every single message that was ever sent between him and Atsu. And on January 22nd, 3 days after Goose Egg's initial video that kind of served as a catalyst to all this, Atsu made this video called Goose Egg and Tectone Drama. And on that same day, Tectone released a video called No More Drama, This Is the End.
You
So
like
they
to put
both
no
made
more
their
drama,
statements on
Tectone.
the same day.
Dude, you like, this is like deja vu. What are we doing? Just to make the same videos, you know, every month? You start drama, then you say no more drama? This is the end? Like, it's the same stuff with you. I mean, seriously. Copy and paste, huh? Hold on one second. I'm trying to buy premium, okay?
So yes, same situation. This video is 26 minutes. We can either watch the whole thing or I can sum it up. I choose to sum it up and give you the main points. But you're free to watch it. I'll leave a link to all the videos in the description. Atsu starts off by saying that he had completely lost hope when it came to Tectone, but he recently regained it once he saw Mtashed, another Genshin content creator's intervention when he spoke to Tectone on stream. He then argues that Goose is hypocritical because his friend Tectone also subtweeted frequently, and he gives examples. I'm not involved with this issue, therefore I will not seek to solve it even though I have the power to do so. Some content creator on Twitter. Supporting privately is more so insulting when you had the chance to do something about it and correct it publicly. And fake disingenuous overly positive Genshin Impact tweet to farm Twitter likes from delusional minors on the shitty platform. This is quote tweeting Tenha, another content creator, saying reason why I'm taking a break on Twitch stream.
That Asian guy. I already talked to Tao. What are you referencing? Why should I talk to Tao? I've talked to Tao for an hour. I already had a conversation with Tao recently. What's up? And by the way, chat, I just bought premium because I'm too lazy to log into my other account, which I think is off its free trial soon anyway. But either way, so we shouldn't get ads anymore. I fixed this issue. I can't do it. I couldn't do it to anybody, including myself. I'll look at the chat when you answer that question, Agent Guy. Why should I talk to Tao? I already talked to him. We had like an hour conversation. I tried to touch base with him and see what was up.
Tectone says, yeah, I can imagine it probably feels really shitty getting bodied on analytics from mint collecting streams and the chosen ones
Whoa. Bodied on analytics from mint collecting because he's rubbing it in about the free-to-play stuff. See. Right, because there was a time, and I knew this, that gachas were predominantly pay to win, and that there was a lot of whales, and they were getting a lot of views because of it. And someone like, oh wait, chose one cherries, pick by okay,
get free money. So this goes to show.
Oh, they get money from me. That's how they're able to stay free to play. Essentially, is the allegations. Which is interesting because, oh man, it's so ironic. It really is.
That both Tectone and Atsu participated in the subtweeting culture. Then Atsu reveals that him and Tectone had this private agreement to never mention each other on their respective streams anymore.
Interesting. There are many creators in the Genshin circle and wider connected circle. I'd like to. Oh, right. Okay.
Atsu argues that Tectone broke that promise by reacting to Goose's video live on stream.
Indirectly. You indirectly talk about Atsu by talking about him through Goose. That makes sense. It's a very shady way to do it. The fact that they even had this agreement in the first place is so fucking like backroom shady shit.
Which to him felt like, okay, he could start talking about him again. All right, so.
I think that's fair. Because, I mean, it was either Tectone was like too dumb to understand the logic behind not talking about Atsu directly or indirectly, or he did it on purpose, potentially. And he thought he could get away with it because it's not directly talking about Atsu, it's just reacting to his friend's video, which he would normally do anyway, but because it involves Atsu and they had a agreement not to.
Remember how I said that Tectone read every single line of his DMs with Atsu live on stream?
Okay.
You're probably wondering what prompted that. This is where the idea of perspective is extremely important.
Okay, extremely. And guess what? I have premium, so I can understand everything you're going to say now, Mujin. Come on.
And this is where you, as a viewer, have to make a choice. You have to make a decision.
Okay, I will hold my decision, but I might make a choice.
Here. I'm going to let Atsu explain his perspective a little bit.
Okay.
And then I'm going to talk about Tectone's perspective.
Okay.
And then you'll have to make up your mind.
Okay.
Was someone in the right here? Were they both wrong, maybe?
Okay.
Completely up to you.
Okay.
Watch.
Here we
the
go.
next lie, which is the biggest one, and also what I want to believe. I want to believe this just came from an extremely, extremely unfortunate misunderstanding and a lack of comprehension on behalf of Goosegg, because as I mentioned earlier, Tectone was in the mall shopping for like Pokemon cards. He came back and he had to be filled in on what was happening via Goosegg. Now Goosegg, his comprehension was very poor, maybe not permanently, but on the day, at least for this, and I broke this down in my second VOD, how bad his comprehension of what I was saying was. He did not understand why I was mentioning DMs. The reason why I mentioned DMs and whether Tectone would want to show the DMs or not, I didn't force him to mention DMs. I said if Tectone wants to show the DMs, he can. And the reason why I was talking about DMs is because I wanted to emphasize that I tried to talk to him in private. I tried to talk to him in public and private, and I failed. I failed miserably. And we'll talk about the DMs and the actual context of the DMs in a moment.
Okay.
But I failed. Because people were like, why don't you just resolve this privately? Why don't you take this to the DMs? I tried.
You tried.
I failed.
Right.
And that's why, if Tectone wanted to show them, he could show them. And the reason why I said Tectone can show them if he wants to, because I know there was private stuff in there. I know there was personal stuff in there. And that's why if he wants to show them, he can show them. Goose did not relay that information to Tectone. Tectone came back and asked, is Atsu going to threaten to leak DMs? Because I have them as well. And Goose is like, yes. That's all he said.
Oh. Hold on.
He didn't emphasize on anything. He didn't say anything other than that, and that set Tectone off. And he went to the DMs, and he ended up doing a whole stream showing literally from start to finish our DMs. So much chatter in there as well, which just showed how close we were as friends as well in those DMs. And Tectone says that himself as well, and I agree with that. And again, I'll talk about the context in a moment, but this lie that I supposedly forced Tectone to show them, first of all, doesn't make any sense. Because if I had any malicious intention with the DMs, rather than to back up my point of I was trying to talk to him in private, why would I have not just shown the DMs? Why would I have said, oh, I'm going to leak the DMs, here you go, here's plenty of time for you guys to decide whether or not you want to leak it? I would have just shown the DMs myself. It doesn't make any sense. And this is why it's so frustrating, because the logic with all this drama seems to have just gone out of the window. So that is unfortunately the next big lie, and it's one of the biggest ones, and it's very.
So Atsu brought this publicly, right? He was talking about his issues with Tectone publicly. He wanted to tell everyone that, yes, I did try to resolve things in private. I did try to be the bigger man here, but I unfortunately failed. But the thing is, due to his subtweets, he also was kind of insinuating that Tectone was shit-talking content creators behind their back in the DMs. Now, there are some very sensitive things in these DMs that Tectone had mentioned.
Right.
Look, for context, Atsu clarifies this here now, but by this time, Tectone had already leaked his DMs.
The next lie that was told was regarding the two-facedness and talking of other content creators from Tectone. Now, I made the statement that one of the things that really turned me off from Tectone was that he would talk people and he would be two-faced. So he would talk behind their backs, content creators, and then play nice in public. And
Very interesting. Okay.
he did this with a lot of content creators, and I don't want to name any names, but I will have to name one for context's sake, because I specifically specified the example.
Tectone shows all the DMs because he thinks that's the implication, because Goose Egg said that to Tectone. Apparently, that's the narrative that is being spun, and apparently it's the narrative that is lasted, because there would have been, I think, Mujin would have provided the context, for any of the stuff in the document potentially. So yeah, I think that's what happened.
Of Tenha. Tectone would talk Tenha and say he was creepy, and that Tenha would weird him out because Tenha was way too attached to Tectone, and Tectone didn't like that and didn't like him. They might be friends now, but the reality, at the very least coming from my mouth, is that's what happened. Now, there was no way for me to verify this.
Yeah.
There was no way for me to put this other than a he said, she said situation, because all of this was done in the voice calls.
Atsu had admitted that he had no proof that Tectone was shit-talking people behind their backs, that it happened in a voice call, that it was a he said, she said situation. He clarified.
Which is normally how this works in high school, and this is why you just don't talk about this kind of stuff unless you have proof. But then we all do. Like, we're all guilty of this to some extent.
Clarified that. But again, this was only clarified now, not around the time Tectone showed the DMs. So here are the two perspectives. Are you ready? On one hand, you have Atsu. He genuinely thinks he's doing the right thing here by saying that I tried my best to talk to him in private, but it didn't work. I would love to show you the DMs, but I'm not going to because I don't want to impede on Tectone's privacy, since he admitted to me and confided in me some very serious things. Now,
The pattern as well. Okay.
on the other hand, Tectone's perspective is that he has been absolutely cornered. Atsu mentions that this was because Goose Egg explained it badly. No, according
Yeah, okay.
To Tectone, from his perspective, Gusak didn't explain anything badly. Tectone felt himself cornered after seeing exactly what Atsu had said. Why? From his point of view, he felt like Atsu trapped him by saying, oh, he can show the DMs if he wants. Because if he doesn't show them, this is him, in his mind, admitting to his audience that he's wrong. Because then his audience is going to be like, well, listen, dude, if you truly didn't talk shit behind creators' backs, then show us, right? Like, what are you going to lose if you do? Unless you're hiding something, unless you're guilty. So Tectone felt like Atsu was actually manipulating everyone and forcing him to be the one to show DMs. That way, he can then talk about the DMs without having any guilt associated with spilling the beans on Tectone's very sensitive information in there. Yeah, see what I mean?
Yeah, and I think the way this is positioned is obviously Atsu's fault. Because a lot of times you do an action and you don't understand all the implications of the action. And while admittedly, Atsu did not know that Tectone was talking behind people's back, and the implication of his DM implied that. Yeah, this is definitely, I think, Atsu's fault. And I feel for Tectone in this particular, instance, because yeah, you will feel trapped. And he was very public face in person at that time, and he is right. His stream, his chat, his community would have definitely had questions and always had things in the back of their mind, I'm sure. And like, we already know that Genshin's community is very young. Hold on. This is why I don't stream that often.
Two perspectives, extremely different from each other, but they exist.
Yeah, and I think in this case it's Atsu's fault, because you will make a decision sometimes in your life and you don't understand all the ramifications of that decision, and then once they are fully realized, you're like, oh, I did not mean it that way. And that's probably true, but at the same time, those actions have consequences. And although Tectone could have handled it differently, he chose the way he did, which is, it sucks either way.
How are you going to process this information? How will you come to your own conclusions?
I already did. Let's go. Let's go, Mujin. Ready to move on.
That's completely...
I have premium! Listen to me! That's it. We're refreshing this right now. I have premium. You will not ever interrupt me again.
Talk about the DMs without having any guilt associated with spilling the beans on Tectone's very sensitive information in there. Yeah.
YouTube. I have more problem with you right now than I do anybody else. Let's go.
See what I mean?
I have
Two
premium.
perspectives, extremely different from each other, but they exist. How are you going to process this information? How will you come to your own conclusions? That's completely up to you.
Okay.
And that's the whole point of this video. At the end of Atsu's video, he brings up past dramas that Tectone has been a part of, contributing to the idea that his behavior has always been problematic.
Well, Atsu, I mean, I know this is, previous Atsu. This is timeline specific Atsu, but, Tectone has not changed much.
But also does concede and say that a lot of times he is taken out of context and that he...
Sure, I'm certain that happens. You don't know anything about everybody. There's a lot of things you don't know about people. So you may assume, you may presume, but you don't really know.
He receives a lot of hate daily.
Yeah, sure.
Attached to this video is an unlisted video called Explaining DMs, Atsu and Tectone's DMs, Atsu's POV. This is a 37-minute video where he goes...
Yo, Techie, are you going to talk about the gaslighting topic on stream today? I'm getting several people demanding I address it via Discord, Twitter, IG, DMs, and it's not something I can just ignore, but it's something I wanted to ask you about. Yeah, I'm going to briefly touch on it today's stream. Did you want the full context of the clip before you address it? Me on stream again. If you have the full context, it would be good. Here's the full context. Okay.
Goes through every single line of the DMs. Now that Tectone has gone through it on stream, To him, this means that it's fair play. Now, what made these DMs so crazy? What made it so crazy to the point where even Atsu didn't want to reveal it before Tectone did? Well, it's simple. Tectone confided in him two things. The first one, his sister tried to end her life, and second, Tectone was raped as a kid.
Okay. Pretty public. Yeah, see, this is why I don't want to know about this stuff. This is just like way too personal, right? That's hard. Difficult.
When Tectone read these DMs for the first time on his stream, this was genuinely the first time his community found out that he was raped as a child.
Yeah, and nobody wants that to come out at all. Oof. That's bad. It's even worse than I thought it was. And that's more than high school drama. That is life-altering shit. That's trauma being out there that you do everything you can to fight and move on from, and then it's just brought out in the public, and I can't imagine how that feels. That's difficult.
Child. So as you can see, this went from content creator drama in an anime game and is starting to really delve into the very tragic, real, and serious side of life. And we're still in phase 1.
Okay, well, I can't imagine it getting worse, but apparently it's going to.
These DMs, a lot of them were back in September 2021, so we're talking months before this drama was happening. As a reminder, we're in January 2022 right now. Now, depending on your perspective here, these DMs can mean two different things. From Atsu's point of view, he was trying his best to help Tectone in private. Anytime there was any sort of controversy, anytime a creator would be offended, they would pretty much message Atsu so that he could talk to Tectone because they were under the impression that they were friends. And to Atsu, at the time, yes, they were. It's like, hey, Tectone, are you going to talk about the gaslighting topic on stream today? I'm getting several people demanding I address it because, you know, I'm your friend. This is in regards to Tectone saying that he hates when people use the word gaslight incorrectly. And did it
Yeah, so far, Nathan, I agree with you. 100%.
in a way that was offensive to some content creators in the space. So again, from Atsu's POV, he's doing his absolute best to help a friend, he's trying as hard as he can, and he's not really able to come across to Tectone. Now from Tectone's perspective, Atsu is being overbearing and pushing it a bit too much sometimes. His logic stems from the fact that many times there was controversy with Tectone, Atsu would choose to speak about it on stream at length instead of just talking privately. He would do a mix of talking about it privately and also talking about it on stream, which pissed Tectone off because in his mind, if you have something to say to me, say it in private. Now there's one more part to these DMs that's fairly important. Atsu was telling Tectone his reasoning as to why he was so insistent on him addressing certain things, saying, as I mentioned earlier, I got bombarded with people demanding I address the situation in relation
right.
to Tectone drama. Tectone argues, yeah, so did other content creators. But do you know what they did? They said things like, hey man, don't get why you get all this hate. Hope you're alright, stay strong.
I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, that's a very mature take. I cannot deny that. Yeah, and if you have no ulterior motives, you wouldn't think anything of people saying anything about your friend. You would just immediately come to their support. Yeah, it does show bad faith on Atsu's part in this case. Yeah, and there's a lot of that going on right now, so.
Atsu says that this is called a yes man because he doesn't think that Tectone is 100% in the right. Tectone then says, would you like to know the content creators in particular that he just called yes men? Atsu says, go for it. Now, back then in 2022, Atsu blurred the names of the people in order to protect them. Due to Phase 3 happening in 2024, just this month of June, we now know that the names that he blurred were Tuwanto and Dish. Now yes, technically
those two big ones, the big ones that were talking to Tectone back then, okay.
Tectone had shown this on stream, but the VOD had been lost to time, while this stayed on YouTube since then. This was Atsu calling some of his closest friends yes men because they were checking up on Tectone. This had massive implications, we'll get to those later. Atsu insisted that these DMs did nothing but benefit him because it showed that they were very good friends. Tectone disagrees with that statement. But regardless, they clearly had some big disagreements. And this won't be the last time we'll reference these DMs. We'll get back to them most notably in Phase 3.
Okay.
But surprisingly to many, even though these DMs showed that they had a rocky relationship, Tectone's video called No More Drama, This Is the End had him pretty much concede to everything that was being said about him back then. He apologizes and says that, hey, listen, you're right. It was my bad that I laughed at Yoonjin's song. I screwed up by calling Genshin free-to-play players mint collectors.
Okay. I mean, it seems so superficial now that all the personal stuff was leaked about him and him having to apologize. I'm sure that was difficult because so much had happened after that.
Emphasizing that this wasn't really to insult them, but it was more of a dig towards Hoyoverse for not being able to update the game often enough. And he also
Interesting.
points out that in his experience, the Genshin community is very different from other communities because they expect their content creators to be perfect.
Yeah, I mean, well, they're mostly kids, it seemed, back then, potentially, possibly. And it would make sense because everybody was home from school. Kids predominantly play video games. And a lot of kids play in the same communities. Call of Duty has been successful for so many years because, I mean, literally generations have grown playing together on teams and stuff. So Genshin would do the same thing for communities as well. And kids do perceive people as innocent, especially those that they perceive to be or somebody they look up to, like a sports, an athlete, or some other prominent person. And in this case, content creators have become that in the last few years.
Almost like idol culture. He says that he cannot do that. And he ends his video by saying that if anyone at any point in time ever felt wronged by him, then they have the ability to message him immediately and he will apologize. And if
Okay, I mean, that's a very strong, yeah, it's very good.
you scroll down,
As in, not saying, oh, right, but it's still, yeah, okay, I get your point. Not necessarily their personal life, but yeah.
the comments, you can see Tuanto, Dish, Xlice, all close friends of Atsu cheering him on over his decision to apologize. People were hopeful that this is it, the drama was going to end and it wasn't going to get brought up again. But unfortunately, as you already know, since we're here today, this was not the case at all. You see, a day before January...
So Xlace is here. Xlace still does content. I know him very, very like, I only saw him from the Honkai Star Rail stuff that he does.
2022. A day before Atsu and Tectone released their video, Goose Egg released his video called My Side of the Story.
Oh no.
He pretty much...
Oh no, Goose Egg. Oh no, man. Your name's not even known to history, so I don't even know what happened to you, friend. I don't even know who you are.
argues that Atsu dehumanized him, almost discredited everything that he's ever done on YouTube when he said that he was a discount Tectone, something that only comes with negative connotation.
Yeah, and I listen, these content creators can have an ego, and apparently Goose Egg might have one. And so, yeah, he felt offended.
He also argues that he's not a Tectone leech because even before meeting Tectone, he had so many videos made that had nothing to do with Tectone.
Okay, and I don't know that, but I do know that there are people that exist right now that seem to be what Goose Egg was, you know, implied to be. So I don't know.
Right here.
What happened? Hey, come on. You got to give me context, Mujin, because I'm getting lost here.
All these videos that he has made had nothing to do with Tectone. They were made before he even lived with Tectone, according to him.
Okay, that's fair. So he was already covering Genshin before he met Tectone. Okay, good evidence.
He also denies the accusations of drama baiting and that it was him simply wanting closure on these subtweets where he felt targeted.
I think that is a fair conclusion.
He then ends his video by saying that he wants nothing to do with Atsu ever again, and that he doesn't want to be associated with him in any way, shape, or form. After the drama video right here, Atsu continued doing what he did best, whale content and collabs with his friends. Tectone also continued doing his content, but Goose Egg was in a rough spot. His views plummeted. Now, was that a direct correlation to
Oh man, yeah, because he was perceived to be this Tectone adjacent person, therefore his credibility was, and it was all about cred probably back then, right? Um, that's hard. That's difficult because he was posting. He had these many views, and then yeah, that's not, and that's like a direct result after it seems. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. But you shouldn't love any content creator, by the way.
To the drama? I can't prove that, but things weren't looking too good. And according to Tectone, they only got worse. From Tectone's point of view, he was having many issues that he wasn't revealing on stream. Atsu's words held a lot of weight in the Genshin community. I've already explained to you why. So him saying that he was surrounded only by yes men, and that the people around him will only do his bidding, made it seem like he manipulated Goose Egg to make.
I mean, come on. I mean, okay. So there's this clear undertone that currently this exists. Gotcha Smack is perceived to be Tectone's yes man. Hex Juice is perceived to be Tectone's yes man. Am I wrong? Is this going to open up everything and I'm going to then, understand Tectone more than I've ever understood him, and in my assumptions potentially, because I don't know him, will then be, because you know what? Assume it makes an ass out of you and me, and it may make an ass out of me at this rate, because I perceive Hexus and Gotcha Smack as Tectone's yes men, women or theys, whatever.
Make that drama video. In fact, in his now deleted Twitch.
Wait 1 second. What are we talking about, Nathan?
VOD where he was reacting to Goose's initial video, that's exactly what he said, that Tectone had manipulated him to make that video. Goose Egg was essentially truly reduced into discount Tectone.
Yeah.
No one really took him seriously anymore. This caused the friends that Tectone had met through Genshin Impact to start having second thoughts about being associated with him.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. Okay, good, thanks. I just wanted to make sure.
Because then they started asking themselves, wait, am I actually being a yes man to him? Am I doing his bidding right now?
I mean,
this caused Tectone to lose almost every friend he's made in Genshin. And as you saw earlier, in 2021, while he was doing a lot of collab content, in 2022, he almost stopped completely. And again, from Tectone's perspective, Goose Egg started blaming himself for all the issues and grief and harassment and all sorts of things that were happening to Tectone because he had decided to make that video. So he locked himself in his room days at a time in the dark.
I got you, Nathan. Understand. We can agree to disagree, or we can disagree to disagree. It's up to you.
And all of a sudden, Tectone's best friend was becoming unstable and was distancing himself from him. The straw that broke the camel's back was when Goose Egg was streaming and leaked the address of the house he lived in with Tectone and Frame to the public, which is
oh boy,
one of the worst things that can happen to you as a public content creator, as someone who is known online to many people. While Tectone was very angry, he demanded that Goose Egg pay for security cameras so that they can ensure their security. But Goose Egg's reply was that he was making no more money from his YouTube channel. He couldn't afford security cameras even if he wanted to buy them. This was the beginning of the end of their friendship. Even though Tectone considered him his best friend, Goose Egg left the house shortly after. And it was at that point that Tectone...
I think the problem would be that sometimes there seems to be a great lack of nuance in discussions concerning Tectone. Yeah, that may be the case, Nether. And I may, after this, have a lot more context and information. So, yeah, I mean, my videos could change. There could be something else after this video. We'll see. Which is why I like the videos that add context and nuance. Yeah, and to be honest, Nether, I would have not have done this. I would have not have talked about this or even reacted to the Atsu stuff. But when I saw this video on Tectone's stream, I was like, okay. And then he opened up with saying that he's going to be neutral and he's going to provide context. I was like, this is probably the way to get into this conversation. So that's why I'm here.
Tectone has admitted that he felt suicidal. He said that this was the closest he was to taking his own life.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I mean, at this rate, you know, you have DMs leaked of you about your sibling and about your past trauma. your whole entire friend group is unraveling because they don't know if the perception of you as a person is manipulative. I could see someone having definitely some deep thoughts and some dark yeah.
life, but the only thing that kept him going was his cat, Eggy.
Oh, okay, so Eggy has context here. Very sad. Gonna make me like Tectone a little bit more than I did. I did not like this guy.
This drama also heavily impacted his marriage, as Frame was getting daily harassment, as you can see from this tweet here on January 20th, during the drama with Atsu. Just because I'm married to someone doesn't mean I'm a yes man. I love Tectone, but I'm my own person and have my own thoughts and opinions, lol. Crazy, right? Why do y'all constantly have to bring our marriage into this shit?
That's really fair, though. Really difficult. This is why you cannot let it get personal. This is why you cannot let it get personal. Because this stupid shit happens after that.
So now she was seen as a yes man, she was seen as an enabler, and she was getting daily DMs telling her that she's a horrible person for having married Tectone and that she should divorce him. And a little while after Tectone had moved down from Canada to the US because of him joining OTK, they had officially filed for divorce. And this was
recent, December.
yet again a way for people to make fun of Tectone, that he couldn't even hold his marriage together, that even his wife got tired of him. This is when Tectone would start to shift his content. And during this whole
Listen, I'm not saying that yet, TV. I'm not saying that. But I will say the revelations that I've already heard from Mugen in providing context, I can see a clearer picture now. I can understand some of Tectone's motivations. And although I still don't agree with some of the things, and I'm still pretty firm in my actual stance. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. There's still 2 hours of this video left, and I'm on premium, so I won't get any commercials anymore. Fuck you, YouTube.
whole process, started to distance himself from the Genshin community and started holding more animosity towards its developer MiHoYo and its community.
Okay, and you know what? Oh, so he did Poker, Smite. Oh, that was Genshin though. But he was doing other videos at that rate. Okay.
For the most part,
But it wasn't the game that did it. It was the people. It was the community. It wasn't even that, it was the content creator. Potentially Atsu in this case.
Tectone was blacklisted from the Genshin community. He had
Whoa. What happened? I lost it. What?
And she was getting daily DMs telling her that she's a horrible person for having married Tectone and that she should divorce him. And a little while after Tectone had moved down from Canada to the US, Tectone was blacklisted from the Genshin community.
Wait, go back.
From the Genshin community and to divorce.
Son
And
of
this
a-
was yet again
this happened so
a way
quickly,
for people to
Mugen.
make fun of
Mugen,
Tectone,
help
that he
me!
couldn't even hold his marriage together. That even his
Mugen, help me. Don't be like me. Actually explain things, okay? Because I get comments all the time that I'm not a very good person at explaining things. Come on, help me. I want to know how he got blacklisted. Let's go.
wife got tired of him. This is when Tectone would start to shift
Okay, you shifted Fall Guys. Good game. Just chatting. Reactionary content. Good choice for a content creator to do.
his content.
Tower of Fantasy. Yeah, it was a new big hit game at that time. A good pivot. More reactionary content. Got it. This was in December, as he was finalizing his divorce.
And during
League of Legends. Okay. That's a good game for a content creator as well.
this whole process, started to distance himself from the Genshin community and started holding more animosity towards its developer MiHoYo
Dark Souls, Fortnite. Wow, you went retro with Super Mario 64.
and
Sekiro. The real gamer's game right
its
there.
community. For the most part, Tectone was blacklisted from the Genshin community.
Okay, so he was just blacklisted from the community because he left. And therefore, they didn't want him back, essentially. And this was this was that whole year, basically, 2023, which was just last year. This is so recent. already hated how it was working with in Genshin. But yeah, okay.
He had completely separated himself from everyone, and Atsu was still in that community, carrying on as usual with his
Okay, interesting. So there's bitter animosity here, potentially.
friends, with his collaborations, with his videos, with his streams, and as far as we knew, both of them had nothing to do with each other anymore, and everyone was hoping that it would stay like this for forever.
Okay, but we know there's 2 other phases, so that's not going to happen, which is crazy to think about because that was a lot to begin with. And Atsu does not look good in this particular light, I have to admit. Atsu looks like a really opportunistic person that took advantage of that situation potentially. And Goose Egg did not help this situation at all either. And it seems like Tectone was the most innocent.
Really. From the Genshin community's perspective, Atsu had come out victorious, and the bully Tectone was completely kicked
Yeah, the persona of the bully Tectone. That's interesting.
out of the community. From Tectone's perspective, he was wronged. He had lost everything that mattered to him. And even though in his mind he had lost the battle, he wasn't going to lose the war. Which is why, during the period of January to February
It sounds like somebody else I know. I think their name is Plazukas. Okay.
2024, Phase 2 had officially begun.
January 2024? That's not that long ago. Those are those videos I seen 4 months ago that I never watched, that I just looked at. Oh my god, the music gotten dark.
I'm impressed you made it this far.
Okay, good. Lighten it up. Phew. Let's shake it off. We're only 30 minutes in. This is not even... This is 1/5 of the friggin' documentary. Oh, God. My math's not very good, but I think I got it right.
Because Phase 1 does have a lot of information.
Okay,
the reason
good.
why we had
Okay, good. So, that's good to know.
to go through so much was because this phase is going to be referenced and will be used as the baseline for the next phases. Phase 2 is completely different though, because for the first time we'll be heading into the mainstream.
Oh, man. Asmin frickin' man, I don't know. I have a lot of videos about this guy as well. I'm going to have to make soon. I've been waiting, trying to pile up some stuff, but it's not easy. I have to figure out a way to talk about Asmongold in an effective way, and I haven't figured that out yet.
And it's when things start to get very spicy, to the point where it's not a content creator war anymore. We're talking about careers, money, contracts, relationships, backstabbings, etc. You might already have an opinion after Phase 1, but let's see if it stays intact.
Well, right now, I'm going right. If right is who I would side with and say was wronged. If I'm the person in the backpack, I'm walking right, and I'm leaving the other person on the left side to their misery because they're opportunistic. Please back. All right, let's go, Mujin.
Or if it changes. I hope you're ready.
I'm definitely not ready because you already threw something I had no idea existed even in my wildest dreams. I couldn't even have figured out that was something that was leaked publicly.
Find out. So, we are now in January 2024, 2 full years after the events of Phase 1.
Okay.
Now, every year around Chinese New Year, Genshin Impact comes out with the biggest...
Oh, I heard about this. And I think I was watching Asmongold regularly at this time as well. I definitely saw this controversy.
update of the year celebrating it. And 2024 was going to be Genshin Impact's third...
I was definitely playing Honkai, so I was aware of Hoyoverse at this point in time. And I don't think I was playing Honkai. I took a break after it released, but I was familiar with the game and the company for the most part.
Lunar New Year. Now, for every version update, Genshin Impact will have a developer live stream where they talk to you about what you're going to see in that upcoming update. Players were expecting a big reward because 3 years for a gacha game is kind of a big deal, and there was huge controversy over how meager the rewards were going to be, resulting in them losing over 1 million followers on their Chinese social media accounts. I made a video about it if you're interested in
They lost 1 million, but they probably had like what, 100, 200 million?
knowing more about that situation, but for the sake of this video, you don't really need to know the details. Now, typically, Genshin content creators will react to those live streams and then upload their reactions on YouTube. This prompted Ziox, a well-known guide maker in the Genshin community, to post this tweet saying, "The duality of man."
Uh-oh. And he uses Tectone and Duro. Underwhelming, but as a certified fence sitter, I was just having fun watching it unfold.
In it, you see two different reactions
another.
to the live stream. The first one is from Doro44 with a smile saying that the update is insane, and the
Oh, wow. Okay, so like a positive spin on something that was perceived to be negative.
second one is Tectone, clearly not happy, saying it looks underwhelming. This is meant
But he said but. He said dot, 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 but. He used one more dot than he should have, but.
to highlight how Doro is always positive about the game and how Tectone is always negative about the game even though he doesn't play it anymore. From Doro's perspective,
I think that's a fair criticism. Just reacting for reacting's sake without playing the game. Sure.
he's a half glass full type of guy, which means he's just optimistic. He doesn't like to be negative. And from
I mean, yeah, that's probably true to some extent, but there's most likely motivations behind that, right? And I know that's implied because of the opening segment about contracts and stuff, and I've heard whiffs of this, but I don't know the exact full context, and you know, I don't know all the details.
Tectone's perspective, he is someone who loved the game when it released, grew to hate it because of the changes they made to it, and only does what he does to keep the developers accountable.
I mean, he does have an invested interest. He was there in the beginning. He will know. The game hasn't changed so much that he doesn't know what it's about. So I'm sure he is knowledgeable enough to talk about it, even though he doesn't play it. Unless it's changed drastically, which I don't think it has.
And hope that one day the game can become fun for him again.
Interesting.
But while Ziox posted this fully intending it to be a meme, as you can see, it blew up.
That's a lot of
way
views.
Above
That's 4.6 million. Ultimate Glazer versus Ultimate Hater.
Everyone's expectations. At 4.6 million views, 26,000 likes. This actually, believe it or not, was the trigger to phase 2.
This is so
and it wasted no time to get
stupid.
things rolling. From Tectone's point of view, he was getting people coming to his chat to harass him over
Okay, so he's been at this apartment or place for at least this long. Okay, now I know.
this because of his negativity towards Genshin Impact. Now look, harassment is bad no matter what happens, but from
True.
a neutral point of view, Tectone does get it all the time. So someone like
True.
him does have thick skin. However, the people who don't have thick skin, the people who aren't used to it, are the people who make content about Genshin and try their best to stay positive, like Doro
True.
and like many others. Some of these content creators have been making content for years and have never dealt with any sort of harassment or hate. At least not on this level. Same with how Tectone was getting people in his chat. They were getting dislikes on their videos, harassment in messages, and all sorts of other things. This was turning nasty very quickly. And people started taking sides. People who were positive about the game started blaming Tectone for inciting negativity and encouraging harassment. And from Tectone's perspective, he was saying that the people who were overly positive about the game were contributing towards its decline.
And every side has two stories, and ultimately there's probably, you know, I don't think there is any right answer in this case.
They should speak up more about their criticism and feedback. This made a well-known Genshin and gacha game creator by the name of Fob.
Oh, we know Fob. Fob is still friends with Tectone. If you enjoy the game, enjoy it. Or just faking enjoyment. Oh, sounds like somebody else I know. Okay. I get more for some people. This is their livelihood, but makes videos calling hypocrites for continuing their livelihood. Oh my gosh. Okay. Interesting. To be fair, Tectone does tend to be quite polarized in the way he puts his words. I agree. Part of his appeal. Let's be very clear. And I don't think that's changed.
Master to make a tweet about Tectone, pretty much
Chat is the worst thing about Tectone. He weaponizes it. Yeah, he definitely does that. 100%. 120%. I do not need context or any additional information to know that.
calling him out for putting people's livelihoods at risk, and that just because he's an OTK and is a millionaire doesn't give him the right to be so inconsiderate of other people's feelings.
Okay.
Now, Fob at the time was known to be more of a friend to Atsu than Tectone. They were known to hang out together and they had the same circle of friends. The
But that obviously changed after phase 2, probably.
tweet was pretty big and I think at its height had reached
He went along the lines of, if you don't contribute to his proposed, then you're part of the problem. Yeah.
hundreds of thousands of views, I think closer to 1 million. But it has since been deleted, and both him and Tectone solved things in private messages, right? So that's why I'm not going to be really talking about it too much. But
Yeah, and they are cordial now. They have a cordial relationship. I don't know if it's friendly, but it's definitely cordial.
just so you know, that happened. Fobmaster's tweet
Yeah, right. Alienation is bad either way.
emboldened Atsu, and he came out with his own criticism.
Atsu's back again? Atsu, please, my friend. You've already botched it so bad in phase 1. You don't ever need to get in anybody else's drama ever. Regardless of who's right or wrong, regardless of your intentions, and you didn't know that this was going to result in what it did in phase 1, you just needed to not do anything your entire life. Stay in your corner. Don't get involved. What did you do? Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I'm actually getting triggered.
Of Tectone. Someone completely
No. Genshin's community's experience with Tectone, and they referenced the far having a guy you don't like be obsessed with you. Top 10 most horrible experiences in my life. Oh my god. So you're still trying to get him out of this community, Atsu. That was, and this is going to show your intentions potentially to begin with. I don't know if he goes into this, but to reiterate here, I thought it was unfair how Tectone and Duro, amongst others, got absolutely blasted by Twitter following Cyak's tweet. It was unprovoked, and I think it's bad if we act like people can't have their own opinions. Okay, what is this? Is this good? Whether overly positive or overly negative, especially when they're not enforcing it on you. Okay, well, let's see. Maybe you can help me.
irrelevant to all this, tweeted, having a guy you don't like be obsessed with you, top 10 most horrible.
Yeah, but I don't, they contradict each other. I don't understand it. It's unclear messaging.
Experiences. And
I've been following along with this stuff nearly, but I'm always fascinated by the discussion surrounding it. Your commentary on it is especially refreshing. Okay, thank you, Sass. I appreciate that.
Life, and he quote tweeted that saying, Genshin community's experience with Tectone.
Yeah, and then underneath that, you say that, and then underneath that, which you don't, okay, what the fuck? Because that makes it look like you're referencing Tectone being obsessed, and that it's negative. And then you say, oh, well, you shouldn't. Okay, let's see what Mujin says.
As you can see, this was posted 9 hours ago in Tectone's video, already at 500,000 views. It got a lot of traction because, as I said, this really took over the Genshin community and the wider anime and gacha community by storm. And then he followed up that initial quote tweet with this wall of text. We're going to go through this quickly because it is important for you to know what he said. And by the way, on a side note, just so you know, many of the tweets and things that were posted in Phase 2 were deleted after the fact. So I had to come up with some creative ways to find them again, which is why I'm telling you about this tweet through Tectone's video. I said this already on stream, but to reiterate here, I thought it was unfair how Tectone and Doro, amongst others, got absolutely blasted by Twitter following Xyox's tweet. It was unprovoked, and I think it's bad if we act like people can't have their opinions, whether overly positive or overly negative, especially when they're not enforcing it on you. Having said that, the way Tectone has reacted to this by diverging the conversation, name dropping, throwing shots, and spreading misinformation about content creators, including myself and parts of the community he is bitter towards, just comes across as extremely insecure. I think it's
the way Tectone has reacted to this by diverging conversation, name dropping, throwing shots, and spreading misinformation about content creators.
It's clear to most that he's just milking content and viewership while parading himself to be some sort of noble advocate for change. This is the narrative he wants, and naturally his fans are going to eat it up. There's really not much you can do about that. It would be amazing if he could take his own attitude of assuming the worst of others and apply it to himself, because from the looks of it, he loathes this game and community, and he always looks miserable when referencing Genshin. So why do we find him repeatedly inserting himself in Genshin?
Yeah, but this is a multiple. Atsu's doing this on multiple levels. And that's just very shady, because on phase 1, there was implications that he potentially did that stuff on purpose. And even though Goose Egg was apparently the one that said Atsu was going to leak it, and Atsu said he wasn't going to leak it, I'm not looking at Atsu as a good person here, because this is just him trying to get Tectone out of the community like he tried to do it. And like that has been, I think, Atsu's goal from the beginning. He doesn't want Tectone to be in the community because it takes away from his views, takes away from his popularity. Which is why, and I'm not sure if Muji is going to talk about this, and this is the part that I did see when they were talking about the drama, when Atsu was making his last stream, apparently Tectone increased Atsu's numbers and was sitting there waiting, and then when Tectone basically requested it, he would drop his numbers. It was like a fabricated thing. It was like a game they were playing, and I guess that may have been like some kind of symbolic representation of all the things that he went through over the years with Atsu trying to get him out of the community and making it difficult. I just see two extremely toxic persons lashing out at each other. Yes, but there is one clear so what's being lost in this currently with Mujin's perspective is that we don't get to see the interactions that Tectone is having with his stream, and I can already tell that Tectone is a very abrasive person, and he most likely riled a lot of this stuff up. His hatred for Genshin was most likely apparent from December all the way until whatever this was. So I'm sure there was plenty of animosity and drama and stuff already kind of like shifting around in the community, because I don't think Tectone has changed that much in a year and a half.
Related things. Almost 20 drama-related videos in the past week is astounding levels of obsession, especially
Okay, yeah, that's true. Right. Okay, interesting.
for something that doesn't bring you joy. People will point to it and say he's making money from all this, and you're not wrong. It is definitely helping to pay the bills, but Tectone is a large content creator. He does not need this drama to pay the bills. In my experience, when I used to be friends with Tectone, he wanted to be loved and respected by his peers and the communities he was in. Deep down, I don't think his intentions are in the wrong place, but my God, is the way he goes about things completely off.
Yeah, but Atsu, I mean, listen, you're not making it any better for you as well, because ultimately, you're the one that created this bad persona of Tectone, being somebody that's manipulative. Not to mention, you outed him about his trauma, which means that even if he were able to reconcile his image, he would always have to have faced that as well, which is embarrassing. And I mean, I have to give Tectone a lot of credit. Like, I don't know how he's even online, to be honest, because many people would have succumbed just to that alone. So I will say that Tectone's a very strong-minded, strong-willed individual. That must have taken so much, and like obviously it did. I'm not here suggesting it didn't. Yeah, Atsu looks really bad in this case, and like he's only butting his head because he doesn't want Tectone to be involved in Genshin's community at all. It's clear, like that is clear. I can see it clearly, regardless of what Tectone's doing on his stream, during this whole thing. Atsu's intentions are very clear as well.
Awful and obnoxious. Many of you know he and I had a very public falling out because he did
Hi, Tao.
not like what I had to say to him about walking towards self-destruction by repeatedly getting involved with drama and surrounding himself with yes men. This is a direct reference to what we just saw previously in phase 1. Let's continue. For him, he thought this comment about self-destruction was about clout. I remember him bragging about getting into OTK as a rebuttal to my statement, but it was more so about his emotional and mental well-being, because every drama would just make him and others so miserable.
I'm so confused. For him, he thought this comment about self-destruction was about clout. As a rebuttal to my statement, but it was more so about his emotional and mental well-being, because every drama would just make him and others so miserable.
Sometimes the drama was unprovoked and people would target him, but most times it was self-inflicted. It genuinely does make me sad to see he has not emotionally matured or grown at all from his past.
Okay, you don't, I mean, let's be very clear. You don't have any real I mean, Atsu just looks like a fucking asshole, in my honest opinion. Like, this is just asshole levels of fucking debauchery and villainy.
Actions and experiences, repeatedly farming drama for content even though it makes him upset and bitter. Sadly, he'll continue to deflect, misconstrue, and spin narratives to suit himself until a person he deems as hierarchically above him actually confronts.
Okay. You know, I could break this down from a, you know, a psychological level based on my past trauma and stuff like that. I'm not going to, but this gives Atsu, like, he's such a fucking asshole. Like, he has no business saying that about someone that he basically exposed, you know, and not in a good way. Like, this trauma is like, and I'm glad Tectone's rose above it. It doesn't feel like it affects him or the community that he's in. And the fact that this drama got brought up and now people are talking about it again is pretty sad.
Him. People think I dislike or hate Tectone, but I'm genuinely...
No, you definitely do hate him. You definitely hate him, Atsu. That is, I think, very clear at this point in time.
Indifferent. My last message to him was asking him if he wanted to play crab game.
You are fucking... I mean, Tectone calls me insane. I might just have to call you a borderline insane, Atsu, because this is deep level manipulation, debauchery. Like, this is bad. And it's not even fucking intelligent. It's so fucking stupid. I wish I was in this community a year ago, because I would have been Tectone's biggest defender. I would have been. I wasn't, though, so I wish I would have been, because I would have got involved.
Which understandably he ignored. I wish he would just be able to find some peace within himself by severing ties with the communities and content creators that bring him unhappiness. This would be a win-win for everyone, but he just cannot let go and always ends up putting other people's names.
Well, I mean, so I think there is this underlying issue with potentially Tectone's personality. And that may be something that is often criticized by his friends, potentially. I mean, maybe there is some validity here that Atsu's talking about, but let's be very clear. Based on everything that happened leading up to this, it still doesn't give Atsu any, in my opinion, any ability to talk like this, because he's no better than anybody else. He's far worse, in my opinion, right now than most people.
Names in his mouth. Initial tweet was low-hanging fruit, of course, but as he'd say, it's just banter and don't be such a pussy, right?
Yeah, he might say that. And I understand maybe why he says that. And it shouldn't be something that you bring up like that as well. Like, it seems like you've always... And I know this was talked about, because I heard reference to this when they were having this drama, you know, a week ago or whatever it was. And it was like, Atsu constantly does this. Oh, yeah, it's just, I understand it more clearly
So here,
now.
in that last sentence, he was talking about the quote tweet. Now, here's
Yeah, it is like that in many ways, Nether. Yeah.
something that you need to understand. Atsu had effectively reincarnated his drama between Tectone, bringing Phase 1 into Phase 2.
Yeah, I mean, yes, because there's like obviously anger and stuff, you know? In Tectone, although obviously disgruntled, making videos about Genshin and you know, being drama. But he was trying to move on, you know, it seemed. I don't know. I mean, unfortunately, I hope Mugen is being accurate with the representation here, so.
Ziox's tweet was the trigger. This was the official
Yeah.
declaration of war. And from
That's fair. I mean, yeah, I mean, yeah.
a completely neutral and objective point of view, this would have changed nothing. Phase 2 would have concluded exactly like Phase 1. This tweet from Atsu is enough to completely obliterate Tectone and the Genshin community. There was nothing Tectone could do to change anyone's mind.
I don't see that. Like, I don't know how anybody could be deceived by this. Like, how... So, Tectone's perception at that time was so bad. It was so borderline... I don't get it. Like, how can... Like, how old were these fucking people in the community to think that this was an effective way to take down anybody? I mean, I don't like Tectone's drama fireman, and I still have sympathy. And like, up until this point, we knew, I mean, some of the stuff I guess we didn't know because we didn't know it until he released a document, and so there's context being delivered here that wasn't potentially available in Phase 1 and Phase 2, but at the same time, like, we knew a lot, like, even knowing his past trauma being exposed, regardless of if Tectone is manipulative, if Tectone does potentially use his relationships and kind of like distorts them and manipulates them, whatever the case may be, it still doesn't give anybody the reason to go after them, especially not Atsu, of all people.
And there was nothing Atsu could
people in Genshin hated Tectone so much. In love, yeah, that seems like it's apparent because they were blinded by that, apparently, Nathan. They would drink the Kool-Aid from Atsu. Yeah, it seems like that because there is no other way to look at this and not have questions. And I don't know how you just reach conclusions that Tectone is like this bad person. Like, I don't get that. I don't understand that. It's just it just doesn't make any reasonable, logical sense to me. I remember all these people invested money in Genshin in the gacha system. Yeah, you know, there's many people that were not particularly addicted to gachas before Genshin, and Genshin was their first real addictive game. No one likes the game to put in money to be shit on. That's true in many ways, especially by Tech. Yeah, well, Tectone was the yeah, he was basically the person that everybody beat up on.
do to change anyone supporting Tectone's mind. The result of Phase 2 would have been the exact same as Phase 1. Atsu would have gained support from the Genshin community, Tectone would have gained support from his community, none of them would have won over anyone else, and we would just move on. What makes Phase 2 so significant is that in this tweet, Atsu made a massive miscalculation. And it's the final paragraph that I haven't read to you yet.
Yeah, I see it's blurred out. You're building the drama. I don't even want to know what this is about. Okay.
Where it single-handedly makes Phase 2 so much more.
So much more better or worse?
Of a nuclear war.
Oh shit.
Warhead than Phase 1 and completely changes the status quo. Let's read it.
Oh my god. Oh no. Alright, you gonna read it for me, would you? Go ahead.
P.S. If you're reading this Tectone and your source for some of these claims you are making happens to be a guide maker that bears a personal grudge against me, please beware. You are likely being manipulated. Maybe it's not who I think it is, but I'm certain you know who I'm referring to, so stay vigilant. My Discord DMs are still open if you ever wish for a private discussion.
Oh my god, how dare him? Who would ever talk to Atsu privately after he leaked one of the most personal fucking details you can leak about anybody in the entire fucking known existence of humanity? Are you out of your mind, Atsu? Are you fucking absolutely... No, it's not. You're not out of your mind. It's calculated as fuck is what it is.
So when it comes to the claims he's talking about, it actually goes back to the
Okay, yeah, I can imagine it probably. You gonna read this, Wujin?
subtweet that was in Atsu's initial drama video, where Tectone claimed that only a select few favored by MiHoYo were getting sponsorships for Genshin Impact. One of his claims as to why some content creators are overly positive about Genshin
Okay, this is in reference to the tweet that we looked at previously on analytics. Yeah, I can imagine it probably feels really shitty getting bodied on analytics from Mint collecting streams. So he's referring to Atsu indirectly, and chosen one cherry picked by MiHoYo to get free money. Reason why? Oh, so Tenya was getting was getting affected by this as well from their analytics. Okay.
and are scared to criticize it was because they wanted to be in that circle and not get blacklisted by Genshin Impact so that they can keep getting contract.
Yeah, and this is the whole other side of content creation that exists, which is so shady. And to be honest, probably everybody's guilty of this, unfortunately.
With them because some of them can be very lucrative.
I've already said this. I mean, and it was only a couple years ago. Content creation is going to eclipse basically all forms of entertainment as far as marketing goes. Content creators are one of the easiest ways to sell anything at this rate. They're so, like, social media influencers as well are included in this. TikTok and Instagram and Twitter users, like it's so effective now. It's so good.
But what was insane about this last paragraph and the way it was written is that Atsu was implying that someone was whispering information in Tectone's ears and manipulating him, and that it was a guide maker, the last person you'd ever expect to be a part of any drama. This
Would be a guide maker, essentially, right? Because they mind their own business, they stay in their lane.
Paragraph was such a bombshell that it took away attention from the entire post. People only focused on this.
Yeah, because they fixate on fucking drama. This fucking community is in love with it. My channel my channel has no business getting the views that it does, and it's only because of the drama. That's the only reason I know this. I'm obviously playing into it. I'm not denying that. And it's pretty sad.
And it made people wonder, who the hell is this mega mind insane genius who can manipulate someone as proud as Tectone? Everyone naturally...
I don't actually think that it's the case anymore. Knowing a little bit more of his backstory, I can understand part of Tectone's personality and behavior. And I think Tectone can be manipulated. Most anybody can be manipulated, to be honest.
Wanted to know, and things only got crazier from this point on. And what
I can only imagine, we're gonna zoom on Tectone. We're gonna go nuclear.
Ended up happening is that for the first time in recorded history...
What? Recorded history? That's a law. As a precedent, Mujin. Hey, chat, aren't we happy we got premium? Because we would have had 16 ads by now.
Tone would gain the upper hand in...
I can see that. He definitely has gained the upper hand. He has catapulted to the top.
A drama.
And this is not that long ago. Uh-oh. Please? Okay, let's see. Braxophone. Uh-oh. Braxophone. We know him. We know Braxophone. We know this person's name.
After 2 days from that post, Braxophone, a well-known guide maker in the Genshin...
Oh, he's a guide maker. He's also part of OTK or Mythic Talent, or both.
Okay, Starrail and just gacha communities that is known for his informative and humorous videos and has never been involved in any sort of drama ever, tweeted this out with 10 million views, saying, about Asian guy stream, who is Atsu, please tell me what I did or move on.
Okay, so the implication was that it was him because he's friends with Tectone, and I've only ever seen the bold letters of this. I've never actually seen more of this, so but now I understand the full context of why this is brought in for now with Braxophone's document. Okay.
Now this document has since been deleted, but Braxophone gave me
What?
access to it, so thank you. The first thing you see when you open this document that is
I didn't know that.
13 pages long is TLDR. Atsu hates me. I don't know why. Atsu spreads hate of me to other creators and industry professionals. I don't know why. Atsu uses people to climb the social ladder while calling everyone who's not in his circle ladder climbers. And Atsu is coming after me and my friends in the open now, and I'm tired of it. I just want to be left alone and not have my career tampered with.
Yeah, I mean, right. And that's fair. No doubt. And based on what happened in phase 1, I don't think anybody would want anything to be, further exasperated, because the last time it happened, fucking somebody's personal information got leaked, and that was horrible. And just and we listen, we've talked about this already, chat. No one's innocent. No one's perfect. So I'm sure Braxophone has dirt. I'm sure Atsu has dirt. I'm sure Tectone has dirt. I'm sure everybody. I have dirt. Everybody has dirt. Everybody has things, mistakes, regrets, traumas they don't want known publicly. Nor should they. They're a fucking guide maker. They're a content creator. And obviously some content creators leverage their personal stuff to gain, stuff over their. It's complicated, is what I'm trying to say. But regardless.
So Braxophone is who Atsu was referencing, the guide maker whispering
Apparently, yes, because he felt like, right,
in Tectone's ear. And Braxophone didn't even know that.
Hi, Jeremy. Yeah, I could have done that. Hyus, but instead I just bought the premium. I just did it. It's better for me in a way. It's my fault. I'm lazy. I have another account that has premium. I was just lazy to sign into it for the past week. But I appreciate it. And I don't use ad blocker. I have never used ad blocker.
That this tweet was made because Atsu had blocked him. He found out from a viewer.
Oh.
According to him. Here's a summary of the main points made in these 13 pages. This story
I haven't spoke to him in over a year, okay?
Starts in Anime NYC, an anime convention that was held in November 19th, 2021 to November 21, 2021. Braxophone goes into detail about his interactions with Atsu in real life. So this is where they first met, and at this point, Braxophone was making Genshin guides for around.
You know what? Why this might have been deleted? Apparently, there's some legal stuff going on with this particular matter. So, and I don't know what it is. So I don't feel like I don't think I'm gonna, have any issues talking about stuff, because I don't know anything about any legal matter. I just know that something in these documents are going to be disputed or something.
Year, but admits that he was very socially anxious because of the COVID lockdowns. He hadn't really interacted with many people IRL for a while. So Brax met up with Atsu, they took a picture together, and even though he felt really awkward, Atsu made him feel comfortable. He then posted the image on Twitter, and that was it. Fast forward next year in Anime Expo 2022, he seemed to be somewhat avoidant of Braxophone. Regardless, he managed to speak to him and admits that he had started the conversation in one of the worst ways ever. Basically, a voice actress for Genshin had told Braxophone to warn other content creators of another voice actor that was being a creep around women. So
yeah, okay, yep. They are definitely creepy people.
Braxophone thought he should warn him about it. The conversation was very short, and the next time they met was during an Anime Expo party. Atsu kept avoiding him, and he thought maybe it was just his social anxiety playing tricks on him. Then at some point, all the Genshin creators wanted
Oh, okay. Is that the reason, Nathan? All right. That makes sense as well.
to take a picture together. It was one of Atsu's friends, Dish, who is another big Genshin content
Right, which we've established early on.
creator, who invited him to take a picture with them. Here's the picture. Brax then says that right after taking this picture, as he was leaving, Atsu brought everyone back together so that they can take a picture without him. In any case, Braxophone took this picture and posted it on his Twitter saying, hey, we hung out, hell yeah. But he got a few angry DMs from a bunch of different creators telling him to take down the picture immediately. Because apparently this person right here, who is censored with this emoji, was a VTuber and she didn't want her identity to
I mean, that is fair.
be online. Braxophone wasn't told this though, because as he was meeting everyone, when he asked her who she was, what she does, she said, I'm nobody. He wasn't warned by anyone that she was a VTuber. He had
That's fair.
no idea. So this of course played more into his mind about that maybe he's a bad person. Maybe this is why people don't like him. In September of that same year, Braxophone DMs Atsu on Twitter and asks, hey man, like, is everything okay? Maybe I'm heavily misreading stuff, but I get the impression that you're avoiding me and don't want to interact with me. You're not forced to be my friend, but I want to make sure that we're not on bad terms. Atsu says, hey Brax, I don't consider to be on bad terms with you, but I do keep you at arm's length simply because I don't really know you that well and I found it a bit uncomfortable how eager you came across in trying to befriend me. It almost felt forceful. After both anime expos, certain tweets and actions I saw over time continued to reaffirm to me that it was probably indeed in my best interest to keep you at arm's length. While I would like to elaborate more, I can't say in good faith that I trust you to respect certain degrees of privacy or to keep things truly confidential.
I mean, this is coming from a person that definitely didn't do their due diligence, keep things personal.
I don't think you're a bad person, but I also don't think I can really vibe with you on a friend level.
I don't know if you can vibe. I mean, I'm getting the impression that Atsu can't vibe with anybody on a friend level, period. And I know there's a narrative because I heard of it at the very tail end of the drama, is that Atsu is essentially a person that just has relationships to get favors and to boost his own popularity, and that's the only reason. Otherwise, he could care less about anything that is considered a friend or whatever else.
Brax thanks him for the honesty and says, hey man, listen, sorry for making you uncomfortable. I'm not trying to...
And like even Brax said he's pretty awkward. And so Atsu was considered this big person still at this point in time, huh? That's really unfortunate.
Clout chase. I was just excited to finally...
Right. He's new in the community. He wanted to get to know Atsu. He looked up to Atsu probably at some point in time. I don't know what the age range here is, if there's that much difference. He is older though, right? Because that was implied by Dish. That Atsu's a little bit older.
Meet other creators and, sorry for being awkward. Braxophone says, so basically, I'm not on bad terms with you, but I don't want to be friends with you, and I can't tell you why because I don't trust you. Where the hell did that come from? Braxophone specifies, I don't mind you being honest about not vibing with me on a friend level, but where did this trust thing come from? So now from Braxophone's perspective, he was cornered. If he talked to people and confided in them about how weird he found this, he would be playing into Atsu's hands, proving that he is indeed...
Which is how Atsu writes everything, apparently. Which is some bullshit.
Not someone you can trust. And if he stays silent about it, then he has to suffer alone. And that's exactly what happened until he released this document. So this is where things get...
Right. And they got his side of the story, which was 4 months ago. Which I remember when I was going to look up this stuff, which I didn't, Asmongold talked about this.
Very spicy because from 2021 up until 2024, Braxophone argues that there were many meetups, events, expos where Hoyoverse and Genshin Impact were present. He would always get there somehow because one of the friends he had, whether it be a voice actor or another content creator, would get him there. But he was never directly invited. So he wonders why he's not ever invited. He does some digging and comes to the conclusion that Atsu managed to talk to Hoyoverse into sponsoring a lot of creators to go to the events, and that he took a pay cut for this to happen, which he deems kind. But the idea that he can get Hoyoverse, a company that notoriously does whatever the hell it wants, whenever it wants, to sponsor more people is concerning to him, and it plays right into what Tectone was saying about the favored circle of content creators who can get lucrative contracts with Genshin Impact while the others don't.
Yeah, but this is like such a slippery slope because if the foot was on, the other shoe, most likely everybody else would have benefited from this as well. This was just access for access sake. Which, if you're asking me personally, I think this is bullshit. I don't think any content creator should capitulate to a company, period. I think that expressly implies that you don't care about your community or the game at that rate. You are just doing it for the money or for the popularity. And then if you're just doing it for those things, and I've already said this in my other video, then I have to question your entire fucking intentionality of why you're on this space, including the worst kind of scenarios as well, alluding to the creepy behavior of some individuals at these conventions, which does happen.
He did some more digging and then found out that he was actually explicitly blacklisted from these creator events. Again, his Genshin content creator friends would go there and they would be told to specifically not let him know that they're happening, and he wondered what the hell did he do? Why couldn't anyone tell him why he was blacklisted and excluded from everything?
Sure.
He found it very weird that the same friend circle that always hangs out with Atsu, the people he befriended initially when the game came out, were always present in Genshin events. And
But
he
not
was
him.
never invited.
But not him.
To put this into
That's fair. That's a fair conclusion. That's a fair yeah.
perspective, guys,
Ultimately, to create a healthy environment. Well, I mean, to some extent, Nathan, it's not entirely their responsibility. Like, they cannot control an individual's actions. Obviously, they have the ability to create a safe space and higher security, to not, perpetuate toxic culture, like those kind of things, sure. But outside of that, only a company can only do so much. Individual actions are also, individual.
Genshin Impact's developer made more money than PlayStation 2022, right? So
Oh yeah. Oh, I know. There was a lot of money to be had.
the idea here that one person has so much influence over who gets invited.
Well, Atsu was considered the friggin' primo god. He was the person apparently that everybody looked up to. So it's not that hard to believe that he would be in contact with Hoyoverse and have connections, if this is to be believed. It's not that much of a stretch if people looked up to him that much and he could just say things even though they were like the stupidest things and people just believed it. Like, that's just, and like, in the fact that Braxophone had to make this document implies that Atsu's credibility was like intact. Like, he was trusted and he was a very big prominent member of this community, and most likely Hoyoverse saw that and then wanted to use that relationship as well. I'd rather say a company is responsible to make an environment that will stimulate consumers. Well, that's all true too. Like, there's many aspects to a corporation's existence and their functions. And like, there are terrible companies. Don't get me wrong. There are companies who do nefarious things and do have illicit illegal actions as well.
And who
But I can't say that Hoyoverse is one of them, although they could be.
doesn't, made a big dent in the community. Braxophone then goes on to say that without the friends that Atsu made, he would get significantly less viewers than when
I mean, this is implied. I get that, but that's like, it's not even fair to compare. Like,
he collaborates with them, using these videos as
yeah,
examples.
that's just people being upset that they want to have access as well. This is just people wanting access for access sake. And to be honest, the only one that really deserves any apology or potential like special treatment is Tectone in this particular case so far.
Here, as you can see,
Because his shit was leaked. I mean, obviously, eventually, I get that Atsu has some shit happen to him too, but still.
he doesn't breach 300,000 views. Here, he's breaching 1 million every single time.
Well, collaborations, are popular in YouTube. Period. They do generally have more views than just a regular content creator doing videos. That's normally how it works.
Braxophone asked directly the biggest Genshin Impact content creator, Tuanto, who is a known friend of Atsu, if
Okay.
he had any problems with him. He said, "I don't really have any problems with you personally, but Atsu."
Oh, well, there you go. I mean, this is the ringleader. Atsu's the ringleader. That's basically been spelled out so far, 53 minutes in. Atsu is a ringleader. And I'll be honest, he acts like a fucking ringleader.
This is what made Braxophone believe that the manipulator here wasn't him, like Atsu was making it out to be, wasn't Tectone, but it was actually Atsu.
I have to agree with you.
He expresses that because of
I gotcha.
these interactions, he thought that there was something genuinely wrong with him for almost 2 years. He was too afraid to speak up about it. He still is. He doesn't want to lose friends, burn bridges, and
Yeah, sure. Maybe we'll talk about that at the tail end if you're still here. But I'm not going away from Gotcha. Gotcha is where I exist.
potentially endanger his career. But he does want to know what he has allegedly done wrong. And he said he tried to resolve things privately with Atsu multiple times, but he was blocked everywhere and could not get to him in any way, shape, or form. He then ends this document by saying, I would have never said a word about it again if Atsu hadn't brought it up again. I genuinely can't believe he thinks I'm that evil, scheming to destroy the Genshin community and its creators via Tectone. Absolute insanity. You've already destroyed my mental health and relationships with plenty of people. I haven't talked about this with anyone in months. Leave me alone. Yeah, this wasn't just about content creator drama anymore. This was about huge implications in terms of careers, in terms of business. This document forced everyone in the Genshin community to be concerned about this, because in phase 1, many people avoided the drama completely. In phase 2, they were all forced to somewhat care because their careers could have potentially been in jeopardy. And there were also allegations of a voice actor being a complete creep. And this wasn't the first time this happened in Genshin history. It had already happened before, and that
This is the person that they referencing went offline a day before the allegations came out to seek therapy. Abusive behavior, denies sexual involvement with underage fans. I mean, you hear it all the time. There it is.
that voice actor was replaced. But we're not even
Yeah, that's exactly the case, Nathan. And yeah.
halfway through phase 2. So as you can imagine, things get even crazier. But before we move on, I do have to give you an important detail. Right, so remember this photo? Okay, this is what Atsu posted on his account. He used it to advertise the fact that they'll be at an event in the Philippines. And he completely hid Braxophone, never posting the original.
Oh, he is such a fucking... Atsu, you're something else, man. You're on another level, is what you are.
From Atsu's perspective, this was just him using the picture for promotional material. From Braxophone's perspective, this was his second attempt at making friends in the Genshin content creator sphere, and he got photoshopped off of it. This
I think that's fair. I think that's a fair... Oh, wow.
photo will be an extremely important aspect of this phase 2 drama. This is why I'm mentioning this. Keep that in mind. On Braxophone's post linking his Google document, one of Atsu's closest friends and someone who is one of the biggest Genshin content creators that he befriended early on, Dish, had this to say. I cannot speak to all the claims in this doc and I'm processing it all, but I will tell you I was very confused by Atsu's distrust for you and said so in the car after the Anime Expo party where we all met. This is where they took the group photo. And unfortunately, that is where my investment stopped. I heard passing comments about you here and there, but never bothered to ask questions or make up my own mind about the issue. I need to apologize to you and take accountability for not paying more mind to the growing divide between Atsu and our friend circle and you. For not actually getting to know you myself, I have been focused with my own career and happiness, happy to have friends in this content creator space, apathetic and unconcerned with how this ousting must have felt to you. Reading this now, I can see how much it has hurt. I will leave it to Atsu to explain where the distress stems from. I am looking forward to hearing it as well, but no matter what, I owe you an apology. I am sorry it's so late.
Yeah, and this happens all the time. This is very common in friends circles and stuff, and you know, they're not going to question it because they're living their life and they're happy, and why would they? And it's just some random guy, you know, it's obviously Braxophone, and like Atsu is creating this narrative that he's whatever he is or doesn't matter, insignificant, and therefore he's brushed off, and that hurts, you know, because Braxophone's trying to keep up with appearances, trying to become, you know, friendly with people because he wants to get access. He wants to be part of this. He likes the game. He likes the content. So yeah, I mean, it's natural that this would be the process that goes down.
Late. Brax
I've set a hard line of spending on entertainment as I am aware how much it can cost, being very easy to stay at zero spent. Yeah, Nether, it's very, like, gacha is predatory. Gacha is an issue, obviously. I spoke to that before. And like, for me personally, I play like 10 other gachas. So I never feel like I have to be pigeonholed into one to spend money anymore. I do still spend money. But I don't feel as confined or as you know, yeah. So that's how I do it. But I don't know how anybody else does it, and I don't recommend people play gacha if they have a problem, because a lot of times you're just gonna unfortunately give in to your addictions or your or the system itself. It's bad.
Success for what it's worth.
But I mean, I play gacha for many reasons. Because I was playing consoles like no more than a couple months ago. I was having a great time, and then I switched back to gacha again.
I've never felt like you didn't accept me, and this means a lot. I'm sorry people are dogpiling you. Thank you. This tweet, coming from one of Atsu's closest friends, only served to cement Braxophone's position even further. Not gonna
Yeah, it gave Braxophone credibility that his allegations and his side of the story was accurate.
lie, this isn't making Atsu look any better, and I'm
Yeah, and I don't know how Atsu got along this far with the perception that he was a good person. So this is crazy to me.
not even in the Tectone camp. So already this was
Not even in the Tectone camp, right? Tectone haters. This is why Atsu was able to perpetrate his, I guess. Yeah.
changing people's opinions before Atsu could respond. In fact, many people on this post, both his friends and people who just know him, came out to say good things about him, about their interactions, and about how they're glad to have known him. All of a sudden, things were not as simple and straightforward as they were in Phase 1 for Atsu, and he was starting to realize this.
For the first time, the narrative shifted. The ringleader, the person that's been orchestrating this the whole time to try to get people that he deemed a threat out of the community, he decided to go on the defensive. I think Tectone took a little bit of flack for the China opera thing, and it gave people like Atsu a lot of dirt to bury. Yeah, it did, obviously. Gotcha is a way, which is why I've noticed I play a lot less of them whenever I have more stuff going on.
So Atsu wakes up, sees what Braxophone had posted, and comes up with his own response to it. This tweet, of course, has since been deleted, which is why I'm using this video to show it off instead. He starts it off by saying that he just woke up, read it, wrote his response, says that it's going to be a long thread, it'll get extremely heated because this man, aka Braxophone, has been obsessed with me for years.
So he spins it as obsession again.
Now. He says that he's glad Braxophone has come public about this because he can finally talk about it himself, and that he kept trying to force his friendship onto him for years, even messaging Hoyover's staff to speak on his behalf. He then references the DMs he had with him, saying that he's keeping him at arm's length and that he doesn't trust him, and of course that he doesn't vibe with him. He argues that even though Braxophone is awkward, it doesn't mean that he's forced to be his friend, and that after their DMs where he clarified he doesn't want to be his friend, Braxophone subtweeted him in a twit longer on his alt account. He sums it up by saying that Braxophone talks about himself, the passing of his dog, and other things that are bothering him, including him not wanting to be his friend, and how Braxophone feels that ultimately this locks him out of opportunities to grow. Here's the twit longer itself, so if you want to read it, please go ahead and pause whenever you'd like. Atsu then said that when he first met Braxophone, he walked up to him with a bunch of cosplayers. He then started talking to him as if they were friends, and he didn't know who Braxophone was at the time. He said it was weird, very uncomfortable, and borderline creepy. They took a picture, and then Atsu followed him back on Twitter, which in his opinion was a mistake. This was the picture they took. Atsu says that this was a very uncomfortable interaction, and then argues that Braxophone's tweets would incessantly talk about growth, numbers, financial status, friendships, and how he's perceived and wants to be perceived, which made him not want to be friends with him because in his opinion it made him seem like he was obsessed.
Yeah, okay. And you know what? Maybe you can believe that, Atsu, but at the same time, we've just had phase 1 where you ousted somebody, intentionally or not. There's a lot of, in just the way you talk and how you talk around things. Like, it indicates, it implies your motives, and it's not good. And you always have an answer. But it's not a very good answer, because unless Braxophone is a creep, which I don't think is being implied here, and he was just somebody that was trying to get like notoriety, and you're the person that potentially was, the biggest creator in the platform. I don't think that's, and he was a guide maker, like he was part of the community. It's not like he was just some random guy. He had a reason to be there. he had an invested interest, and you just distance yourself from him, just like you did Tectone, because you don't want competition. It could have more implications than just that as well.
With climbing
Because
the
his friends groups are of a certain ilk. Like a picking and choosing, like it was implied.
ladder, which means befriending people more successful than him so that he can become successful as well. He recounts the awkward interaction 2022's Anime Expo and
I wonder what made Atsu even imply that Braxophone was pulling Tectone's strings in the first place. It's all manipulative. It's all very calculated on. As far as I'm concerned, and now we're into this, Atsu has tried to like manipulate and calculate all of this. This is something that he's done as a way to garner his popularity and his position in the space, in the Genshin Impact space.
Braxophone just walks up to him and says, X, the voice actor for X in Genshin, is a sexual predator. And he was like, what? Then Atsu references the part in which Braxophone published a picture with the VTuber in there, exposing their identity. After taking down the picture, the VTuber, Saki, told him to explicitly never bring it up again, and Atsu finds it gross and so self-centered that he brought it up again in his document. Now, when Braxophone apologized, from his point of view, he was trying to reassure Saki into thinking that, hey, listen, I don't think a lot of my audience aligns with yours and Tuanto's anyway, so you're probably safe. By the way,
yeah, and there's always two sides, man. You know, clearly, even though Atsu, I don't give any credit to or believe at this point, I'm sure there's two sides. I'm sure it's not as clear cut. And maybe Braxophone was being a little bit weird, and like didn't know how to talk to people. But that's normal if you're talking to a celebrity or somebody that's, you know, that you're intimidated by. You know, and there's a lot of content creators that are super young that don't even have any world experience with how to like have a conversation. Period. And it's not like it's Atsu's responsibility to know that either, or to, you know, have to like accommodate that. Obviously, he didn't have to, or doesn't have to. So there's probably two sides of the story, but either way, I just don't believe Atsu, regardless at this point.
By the way, the reason why he's mentioning Tuanto here is because it turns out Saki is his girlfriend, but that's something we only.
Well, I mean, Nathan, that's not. You know, I don't listen. I don't like all these contracts. I don't like all these backroom deals because like I already said, I think it implies a lot. Growing naturally, growing holistically, I think that's normal. But growing, while also, you know, doing things on the back end or trying to manipulate things, I don't think that's necessary.
We found out in phase.
I think that is what happened. I think that's what's happened in this space, which is sad.
Phase 3. To Atsu, this reinforces his point about numbers, audience growth, bigger creators climbing the ladder. That's all he cares about, and that he just glosses over it like it's nothing.
That may be true. That could be all well and true. I'm not disputing that. There's possibilities that Braxophone is just trying to climb the ladder, and he'll do or say anything to get to that level. I mean, the biggest issue is when the YouTubers try to mislead their audience. Yeah, that's true. And Tectone has come out and said that he doesn't do that. Maybe he's right.
Atsu then says that he made it very clear to the people around him that he does not want to be in a shared space with Braxophone, and that he does not want to be associated with him. He then says, I'm sure this meant Braxophone was excluded for my sake at gatherings or parties, and for that I feel sorry for him. However, this does not stop him from contacting other people like a grown-ass man and just talking to them and befriending them without having it to be about me. But no, what does he do? He does contact them and he does make it all about me. So this is yet again where perspectives come into play. As a viewer, what would you do if...
Yeah, I mean, he was friends with Tectone before he met up with Atsu. I mean, there's implications here that are not as like innocent as they initially appear with Braxophone as well. Like, there's two sides to this.
If you were in Atsu's shoes, what would you do if you were in Braxophone's shoes? You have two different perspectives here, with each thinking that they're completely...
Yeah, and Atsu makes a clear case as to why. I just don't believe it based on the other previous conversations, and how he wrote it when he was talking about Tectone. So
in the
And that was more clear cut.
right. What would you have done? Atsu then brings up another twit longer Braxophone wrote where he said, I'm not going to drop any names in relation to this because I don't want to implicate the or share the stories before they are ready to come out themselves, but at one of the parties that involved Genshin creators, a specific creator that he may or may not want to protect, he being Atsu, caused a lot of trouble for both Atsu and some of the girls at the party. Everyone is told to shut the f up about it and not talk about what happened. Maybe that's what Atsu meant when he said I couldn't keep things confidential, that I couldn't keep secrets about harassment, peer pressure, and more. But what do I know? I wasn't there. I just heard the same story from two people who were there. Why does Atsu have a problem with it? Maybe Atsu does, but he wouldn't want it to come out, because this late, that would implicate him as someone who let it slide. Now, this wasn't really written in the most concise way. Let me explain what he was talking about. Braxophone thinks that Atsu doesn't trust him because he's trying to hide one thing in particular. A Genshin content creator getting in trouble at a party with a bunch of girls. And yes, that sounds pretty damn bad, doesn't it? Atsu was furious about this, and you can see that by how much he starts to use caps lock in the thread, because then he argued that even though something did actually happen, it's the victim's place to talk about this, not yours and not his. So get this, right? This isn't a content creator spat anymore. There are businesses, careers, money involved, and now we have two different cases in which one is a voice actor who's a creep to women and another creator who apparently had a spat with women in a party is involved. We were starting to step.
But this is not uncommon. This is so normal. It's why these events should not happen. Now that's like to say, well, we shouldn't have freedom and stuff like that. I get it. It's going to happen regardless. There's always bad actors and bad characters in these environments. And that's why I always say that if you're not here for the games and you're here for the money or something else, then I don't think you should be in this space at all. I don't want you to be a content creator if you're not here for the games. Because if you're not here for the games, you're here for something else. And that usually means that you're going to do other things that are bad, including be creepy around women or men or whatever else. Because you're not here for the video game. Which is still something I question Tectone. Like, I question that about Tectone. I'm not sure if he's here for the games. I still have an issue with that.
Step into the criminal territory. And yeah, I know, it's very ridiculous that it's stemming from a game like Genshin Impact out of all things. Atsu then says that when he referenced Braxophone in the tweet to Tectone, he was only 90% sure that he was whispering things in his ear. Now, after
Hey, cacao. I'm sorry.
After seeing the document that Braxophone wrote, he is 99% sure that he is the one leaking things to Tectone. Because his paragraph talking about how Atsu picks who gets to work with Hoyoverse and who doesn't aligned perfectly with what Tectone was saying. So from Atsu's perspective, Tectone was only saying this because Braxophone was telling him about it. And then finally, he links a message
That could be it as well, gotcha.
that Braxophone had sent him about an opportunity with Genshin, even though Atsu had specifically told him, I don't want to be your friend. He then argues that Tectone is being pressured to reveal his source, to reveal his proof, his evidence, pertaining to the fact that Atsu is the one who controls the contracts. And that Braxophone coming out with this the next day was very weird timing, almost as if they were working together.
I mean, that's possible. Right.
He goes on to double down on the point that Braxophone is the one manipulating Tectone as a way to attack Atsu indirectly, and then says that if he's wrong about this, he apologizes.
I mean, that's also possible.
He then ends this huge tweet with a closing message to Braxophone. I do not want to be your stepping stone or your friend. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm so heated typing this out right now because I have had to deal with your obsessive stalker ass behavior in silence for the last 2 to 3 fucking years.
That is possible. I mean, it's not like it's impossible.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in, right? Shortly after posting his tweet, Atsu went live on his Twitch
Do I believe it coming from Atsu? Not currently, no. I do not.
channel to address any concerns people have about what he said regarding Braxophone and Tectone and the Hoyoverse contracts.
Now, it could be, and this could be the other narrative, that Atsu is such a good person that he perceived Tectone and Braxophone as these bad characters in this community, and he's trying to get them out because of that. That could be like the White Knight hero reason as to why he's orchestrating all this. And does that make it right? No, because you'd have to know that they're bad and that they're doing something wrong. And if you don't, and you're just assuming, then that ain't enough, whether you like it or not. Obviously, you can do things still. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not clear as to the facts of everything that went on with the drama that I created or what I'm involved in. So sure, I've made assumptions that I most likely or will make it. I've already made an ass of myself to some degree. I don't deny that. Not gonna lie though, when he talks about business, it does feel a little bit dystopic. At least the emphasis on Stalin over quality of content. Albeit it probably is also the general way streaming works at the moment. It has helped me take another look at myself and my content consuming habits. Yeah, I think that's important, Nether. Um, content consuming habits. I think that's something that needs to be. It's been an issue. Like, uh, even like back in my day when I was younger, like yeah, cartoons were an issue on Saturday. And we used to watch TV a lot as well because I lived in a very impoverished family. We didn't have a lot of money, so we didn't go a lot of places. So TV was a way to escape. But content creation is a whole nother level. These people stream for 16 hours a day, and some people stand in front of that screen for all that time watching those content creators. It's a whole different level.
Now look, as someone who watched the stream that's not available anymore, I can tell you that it was mostly him talking and
Oh, the stream's gone, the VOD? I didn't know that.
sometimes looking at the chat to answer questions. It lasted for a few hours, I think almost 6, and it was him trying to go more into detail about what happened. But, just like how in his initial tweet, people ignored the entire thing and just focused on the final paragraph of him mentioning Braxophone, the same exact thing happened in his stream. He came on unprepared. He revealed in phase 3 of this drama that he was actually going through a lot of sponsorships and a lot of events, so he wasn't really in the best mindset to address this, but he was caught off guard, which made his entire stream completely useless, and everyone focused on one particular clip involving the photo with Braxophone. The clip where Atsu was caught off guard was made into a meme, and as you can see, this was one day after posting. I'm using the Wayback Machine here because it was deleted. So we're on February 4 right now. This was posted February 3. It had 1 million views and 11,000 likes. That's what I'm really emphasizing here, right? I think a lot of people here didn't even bother watching the stream. This is what a public image war looks like. And this is why companies will hire entire departments to do their public relations for them, because it's so infinitely complex. The moment in which Atsu was caught off guard was simple. He emphasized that he had taken another group photo after Braxophone had left, and that was the picture he posted on his account. But his chat kept insisting that it was the same image he took with—
Yeah, and I didn't want to use that term, but I know, and Hasbin Gold used that in the Steak and Egg podcast recently.
Braxophone that he photoshopped and essentially deleted Braxophone from existence. He kept saying that was false until it wasn't. Watch.
That doesn't explain why you edited Brax of the photo. I didn't edit Brax out of the photo. It's a different photo.
I mean, come on. I mean, Atsu, come on. You know what? You're better off camera, writing a, 30, 40, 68 page document, because this does not look good for you. We can all tell that was the same photo with a different emoji that was blocking Braxophone. It was a bad answer, my friend.
It's a different photo.
Okay. And we're gonna use the new photo.
You did edit him out. What do you mean?
Can we see the new? Come
Can
on,
you
Mo.
guys show me? It's
Come
the same
on.
photo with him cropped out. Which one?
Show me the new photo. Show me the new photo. Show me the photo.
Ow, with her V.
Oh. Okay. Here we go. Exhibit A and Exhibit B. This is what legal documents would reference. Okay. Let's see the positions of. Okay. Listen. This would not take an expert to deduce that this is the same exact photo. Because even let's say Braxophone walked away, and then another photo was taken, which was what was implied. There's no way everyone in this picture would be holding the same damn fucking smile and stance. It's impossible. So you caught, Atsu, you got.
Model. And as you can see, I've even edited Saki out. It's not just Brax, by the way.
What? Well, obviously, because you already did that initially. That was already discussed.
I edited Saki.
What's happening? What's this white? Is this a ghost on the stream? What is this? A cat. Uh-oh, I see a picture appearing. Is this, what's this from? Who are they referencing it from? Tectone? Oh god, here we go.
And Brax out of this photo because neither. I didn't edit Brax
Oh, okay, now we're discoloring things to make a point. Okay.
out of the photo. It's a different photo. It's a different photo.
Bad take. That's not good. Turn around every now and then. I get a little bit crazy and I get caught in a lie.
Apologies. It's not a different photo. It's the
Oh
same
no.
photo. My bad.
You're getting memed hard.
So I think you can understand now from a neutral point of view, you don't have to like him or hate him, how this is bad. The point here is that even if you were to stream for 6 hours and only say accurate information, or write a 40-page document and only say accurate information, as soon as there's one thing that doesn't make sense, that doesn't align, then people will put your entire statement into question. And that's exactly what had happened.
Yeah, it's done. You're done. We've already seen this previously, and you benefited from this, Atsu, and now you're going to be the victim of it. And that's sad.
When he got caught off guard. Just like I mentioned in phase
It's not sad. I think it's probably, you know, karma, but got caught in a lie, finally. Which I don't know how you didn't get caught in it before, but that's how this works in content creations, man. There's some disillusioned people.
phase 1, Atsu was seen as this wise, mature man who had great memory and could remember encounters with people.
Yeah, there you go. Delusion. You said it before me, gotcha.
This clip put everything into question, and as I showed you, it had 1 million views in one day.
Yeah,
It
this
could have been an innocent mistake, but the internet does not work that way.
no.
All of a sudden, this became a war between him and Braxophone, with Tectone watching on the sidelines. And unlike Tectone back in phase 1, phase 2 is proving way harder for Atsu because Braxophone was not an easy opponent. He wasn't someone that was already hated by the Genshin community. In fact, this blew up so much out of proportion.
That's a very good point. This is very good. The eyes were not colored by hate.
That
It's crazy when he thought they were different. I mean, obviously, it's just he had no excuse. That's why he had no other thing to say, and he thought that saying that because he got away with so much before. And listen, all of his other things were not that clever and intelligent. He should have been caught well before this. And the fact that he wasn't gave him the arrogance and ego to think that he wouldn't be caught, regardless of what lies he said, including the stupidest fucking lie that could have been easily provable just by comparing the two images that are exactly the same. I mean, yeah, if you took this to a court, they would ask for an expert, but you don't need one in this case.
Asmongold took an interest in this. Hell, even ordinary gamers made a video about
Oh
this drama,
no,
and
not
it has
him!
600,000
He'll take
views.
down people.
Asmongold's video is
I'll put it this way. Okay, I will admit, if ordinary gamer gets in between me and Tectone, I'm probably gonna lose. Okay, one of us is gonna lose big time. I will admit. I would have if I was here. Gotcha. If I was here, I would have exposed. I wish I was. I feel bad now. If I had ability to turn back time. If I could turn back time.
3 hours long and it has 1 million views. And hell, Moist
Dude, I mean, these are views.
Critical would have probably made a video about it if it wasn't so damn complicated.
I agree. That's why I didn't get involved. And I'm so glad this video exists because I would have never gotten involved.
Phase 1 was locked to the Genshin community. Phase 2 had officially reached the mainstream. Now, Mtashed, who had stepped in as a middleman between Atsu and
Well, I don't particularly like Mtash, but go ahead.
Tectone in phase 1 before, saw what happened during Atsu's stream and hopped on a call with him to clarify things even further, especially about the whole Hoyoverse contract thing and how he can control who gets a Genshin sponsorship and who doesn't. Again, this clip was lost to time, but since Tectone was reacting to literally every single clip known to mankind, his channel kind of works like an archive. So excuse the screaming from him during the whole thing, but this was pretty much Atsu trying his best to clear his name and clarify things.
Oh, God. Should I turn this down? Okay, let's just preemptively turn this down on our side just in case. Okay, here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
further. But MTash took this in a direction that Atsu wasn't expecting, which resulted in a less than favorable conclusion for both MTash and any content creator in the Genshin space. Watch.
Okay.
Like I think I talked to you about maybe the content creator server, and you reached out to Hoyoverse and you tried to patch it up. And I ended up talking with Sunmilk at TwitchCon and stuff, and I said, like, you know, I'd love to just make content on the game, not be blacklisted. Like, I've tried to patch it up, and like,
So
I've
why
had
does
conversations
Atsu
with
have
them.
the ability to patch up those relationships?
All the DM says is I tried to patch up your relationship with Hoyoverse. I have the Discord logs, kind of thing. And
So
I've already
why does he
discussed
have that ability?
And
The guy who has the ability to patch things up also has the ability to ruin things.
It's fine, but did you go to bat for any these other people? Who are like, I don't know, it's hard to.
Okay, so let me just say this. Obviously, it's becoming very apparent that Atsu probably has some involvement with Hoyoverse and inability to like choose and pick people. I think that's pretty clear now. But my problem, okay, this is outside of this drama, is why do you need to make content for a game? Or why is it so important to get within that community? Like, why do you have to have these contracts with Hoyoverse? If you like the game, cover the game. If you don't. Why do you have to have incentivization to do so? And if you do, I question everything about your particular motives and intentions as a content creator. And that's fine. Like, you can choose to do whatever you want, make contracts and make money. Like, obviously they do and they have. But if you know, if you're making such a big deal about it, and obviously this is a whole different other aspect now because Atsu ruined so many people's lives. I understand why they're questioning Atsu about it and why it's such an issue. But I'm just saying, outside of this drama, like, this just shows like how shady content creators are. Like, they want all the money. Period. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about that. You know, you play the game for what it is, not for what the leaks are, so you can use that for your advantage or whatever else. That's for early access. Obviously, it's nice. I'm not denying that. Like, obviously, it's nice to have as a content creator. You can get ahead of videos and you makes your life easier. I get all that stuff. Why they want it. I just don't like it because it just implies so much more. There's so many layers here. It was a strategy from Hoyos to control. Yeah, it's bullshit. I understand that Hoyoverse is not innocent in this. I understand that they're bad as well. They're bad actors, and I wouldn't want to cover a game that has those kind of tactics either. So I understand the issue, but if they weren't blacklisted and they were paid, I don't know. I think both of these people would still be covering Genshin to some extent if they haven't already.
If you can go to bat for me, if you can go to bat, you can also go bat against someone.
True.
That's true. I agree with that. There's both ways here. I totally 100% agree with that. That logic is sound.
You know what I'm saying?
True.
Yeah.
True.
That makes sense.
True. And he doesn't deny.
Yeah.
Your implication here is that
There it is.
I am batting against people in Hoyoverse's ears, and that I am controlling who else works with.
Yep.
I'm just saying if you have the ability to do the opposite, then like that's a lot. Seems to.
I think M-Dash solved it. He's like a Sherlock Holmes in this case.
Be a lot of power, and that's
True.
where these allegations are coming.
True.
And
This is Tectone's his Watson. And Atsu is Moriarty.
I pray that it didn't happen, or else like that's criminal. That is actually.
So what essentially happened here is that MTash had trouble reaching Hoyoverse. He talked to Atsu about it, and Atsu patched things up between him and the partnership's manager. MTash here
Wow. Yeah. So that's why.
argues that if Atsu is able to do that, then he's also able to do the opposite.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a fair conclusion.
If he doesn't like someone, he has the ability to push them away
And it's already made very apparent who he does and does not like.
from Hoyoverse and having them
I'm very sorry. I definitely can. Thank you for letting me know, Nathan. We're back.
essentially
Although I do feel like there's another yell coming from my friend
blacklisted,
Tectone.
giving Tectone and Braxophone exactly the ammunition they need to cement their position. This was not the last time this was brought up because Asmongold, as I mentioned, took a heavy interest in this drama and talked about it for 3 hours, then uploaded.
At this point, Tectone was in OTK. Asmongold had an invested interest to talk about this, to clear Tectone's name. I think this yeah, this was a very strategic, and not to mention it was already at this point, Atsu looked like a fucking, you know.
Get to YouTube, it has 1 million views right now.
Yeah, but he gets a million views regardless. That's not abnormal. That's actually kind of low for Asmongold, especially. Well, was it 4 months ago? Yeah, it's about average.
During the stream, he brought Tectone, Mtashed, and Atsu, sometimes together, sometimes separately, to discuss things.
Oh wow, I didn't know he went that involved, which he usually does. He can get everybody. He's huge.
Here he's talking to Atsu about the Anime Expo and his ability to provide Hoyoverse with people to sponsor.
Sure. Yeah, of course, right? I'm not saying that you had complete control, but you did have a degree of control because you provided them a list of people and then they made decisions off of the people on the list. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so you did provide a list of
Oh, wow. Okay, so there was actual legitimate acknowledgement.
Hoyoverse, and then Hoyoverse did sponsor people or not sponsor people, but Hoyoverse made their own decision off of that, but that decision was informed by your initial list. Is that correct? Partially,
correct,
at least.
Yeah,
okay.
correct.
So you did control it to a degree.
I would say yes, I did control that to a degree in that sense.
Okay.
So this again did not help the narrative, because now Atsu had admitted that yes, he does have some degree of control over who gets a sponsorship and who doesn't with Hoyoverse, because he's being asked directly to provide a list of people who can be potentially
That is certain at this rate. I mean, based on what Atsu said, yeah.
sponsored. Now, from a neutral standpoint, this didn't make him out to be the evil genius mastermind who gets to control exactly who gets sponsored and who doesn't, but it did to some degree prove that what Tectone and Braxophone were saying wasn't that outlandish. It did have some degree of truth. Now, at this point, Atsu had slipped up more than once and told everyone that he'd be writing up a final document clearing
Well, we know how that went down.
everything up as best as he could as soon as he wasn't too busy with sponsors and other obligations. While everyone was waiting for his document to come out, Tectone was yet again brought into the spotlight with another Genshin content creator that he already had issues with before Phase 1, Enviosity, and things got even
Okay, now Enviosity comes into this. Okay.
uglier. He started off his long thread, one of 18, saying my trauma with
Oh, this is the beef with Tectone. Okay, now we're getting somewhere else. Because I know Tectone doesn't like Enviosity.
Tectone. Now, Enviosity is known to be one of Atsu's friends.
Okay, well, there you go. There's connection here. Connection usually means causation.
He says that this will be the first and last time he'll ever make a public statement about his experience with Tectone over the last 3 years.
Okay. This will be the first and last time I'll make a public statement about my experience with Tectone over 3 years. That's a long time. Okay.
And that Tectone has had control over his life.
Well, that's a big statement. Okay. Listening.
He gave him PTSD.
Okay. And not the post-Tectone shock disorder that Tectone self-describes. Okay.
And he's going to sum it all up for us. He also
And this is one of 18. It's a lot of tweets. Come on, baby. I know you can do this. Summarize it for us without going through all of this stuff. Come on. I know you can do it. This is why I chose this video.
adds that he was only able to talk about this due to the recent events that have been happening in the Genshin community.
And that's fair. I think that's fair, to some degree. And obviously, Enviosity was not really involved in this drama previous to that. So that makes sense. Some degree as well.
This tweet gained a lot of traction at 3.6
It all did, man. This drama is popular.
million views, and it was probably one of the
That promote other CCs to Hoyoverse wasn't a big deal, and other CCs could also do it. I don't know if I believe it. I mean, that's an interesting clarification. I mean, that's possible, right? Maybe there was more than one. Unless he just felt like he was a victim and didn't want to stay silent anymore. I wouldn't doubt that if Velocity felt justified. However, it would not be as he wanted.
the ugliest aspects of both phases so far.
Okay,
He said
that's not good. That's not good. We've already had ugly. We've gotten pretty dirty. Are you telling me there's more? And we have a lot more left. This is an insane amount.
Says that this all started with the competitiveness that was going on in the Genshin community at the time that we already brought up in this video. According
That's been made very clear. There was a large amount of competitive nature within that community. There still is.
to him, Tectone badgered him throughout his daily streams because Enviosity had a thing going on where he was streaming every single day and had a streak of over 200 days. Tectone apparently asking him things like, Enviosity, let me know before you stream. Half my viewers always leave to watch you. Can you stream later? Which made Enviosity confused over why he had to cater for him.
I think that's fair. I don't think, and this is something that I've seen from at least my impression of Tectone as being an issue. Yeah, so this is interesting. Okay.
According to him, everything turned into a competition. If he hosted a giveaway, Tectone would host one even bigger.
Yeah, okay.
If he was close to passing Tectone in followers, Tectone would tell everyone not to let him. He shows this chart here talking about concurrent viewers, and at this point he argues that his viewership fell to almost half because Tectone was hosting a bigger giveaway than him. Now in this tweet right here, he claims that his PTSD was going haywire, and this was proof. He was trying to get a particular character called Rosaria, but his heart rate apparently went up because he'd be anxiously waiting for Tectone's community to come to his chat to make fun of him.
I can't.
Oh, this is very, very revealing.
My heart can't take any more chat. My heart rate, I can't.
I believe it. Anxiety is a bitch, man. Anxiety is a fucking bitch. Chat, anybody else experience anxiety in their life yet? If you haven't, you're fucking lucky. Anxiety is a bitch.
My heart rate's at 151, 2.
That's scary. And it's gonna feel like you're gonna die.
For fuck's sake. I can't take any more of this shit. I know you guys keep fucking pressuring me and telling me.
And that feels bad. Like, I felt this too recently with Tectone. It not on this level, obviously.
Envy, keep going. Please.
You do, gotcha? Yeah. Yeah, me too, everybody. I get it. It's hard, it's difficult. It's manageable, right? But it's definitely, you have to know your triggers. Yeah, that's fair. Gotcha. I totally can relate as well. I understand that.
Keep fucking going. Go, get Rosaria. And there's gonna be some fucking talk.
I don't know how much the giveaway point is just perceiving it that way, because don't people usually host giveaways like... Yeah, it could just be a coincidence, Nether, and it may not have had like correlation, right? It may have just been coincidence. But I usually don't go... Well, right, and yeah, I mean, sure, Nathan, right? I'm not suggesting that. And him, I mean, listen, this is stressful, right? There's no doubt that if Tectone's chat comes to your chat or to your replies, it can get pretty toxic. Okay, it can. I've had a small part of this. I can feel it, and they're pretty animated. This Tectone's chat's pretty animated.
Toxic people later today, they're gonna be all like, "Oh, imagine tuning in to watch Envy and he didn't get the Rosaria. Imagine how fucked up that is. Well, welcome here. We'll get Rosaria for you." You know, toxic people fucking saying shit, whatever. Chat, I just can't. I can't.
I think that's fair. You got to know when to stop. You got to know when to walk away. And if you are familiar with anxiety attacks, that is the most important thing.
So for you to understand this clip, other than the fact that he has a high heart rate, there are some other indicators you need to understand. As I mentioned in this video earlier, Tectone had a thing with free-to-play players where he made fun of them because he spent...
This guy, I tell ya. Tectone. He is an enigma. He really is an enigma. And many things I've said are very true.
Money on the game, and they didn't. Enviosity saved up a lot to try and get a character he likes, and Enviosity was notoriously free to play, never spending any dime.
Yeah, but then there's like the speculation or the accusation that he got money another way.
So every single...
And like this is implied from Tectone even wanting or asking for this, like what do they call them? I don't even want to say. It'll probably be referenced here at some point.
Single time he spent more of the in-game currency, he was depleting his reserves that he had earned through gameplay, which made him stress. Enviosity made a video about this that has over 300,000 views, and it caused many people to start talking about how gacha games are naturally addictive. About
Yep, they are.
the harsh reality of being free to play and how you're pressured to spend money to get a character you want.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord Jesus. It don't matter if you're free to play or not.
When you don't get them. Mtashed made a video about it reacting, saying why Enviosity almost made me quit Genshin Impact again.
Oh, is this when he started crying as well? This is that whole period of time in this community where they all had a backlash and they had to come to Jesus moment?
And
I don't believe it.
Due to the fact that he felt that the gacha system was at times so predatory that he couldn't deny it. This was the first time Enviosity had ever mentioned PTSD, and for the most part everyone just thought that he was reacting this way with a high heart rate because he wasn't getting the character he wanted after so much hard work. PTSD
Yeah, the symptom is anxiety, and it can have different symptoms, but yes, I think that's one of them.
Something very serious to claim. Saying that someone made you have PTSD is a massive accusation.
It is.
Whether you want to believe him or not, this is up to you as a viewer.
Well, so far, based on Tectone's community, I have to believe Enviosity right now.
But I just gave you as much context as possible pertaining to this claim. Enviosity complains that Tectone kept building this false narrative that this was friendly banter of him roasting free-to-play players.
Interesting.
All these things led Enviosity to have a panic attack on stream where he cried, and he argues that Tectone has made fun of this more than once.
So what caused this? Because Envy gets one guide a lot and gets riled up real easy, like that one time where people asked him if he was going to join my game show and then he cried on stream. Enviosity's going to cry.
So after all these things had happened, the PTSD, the panic attacks, etc., they had squashed the beef, as I had shown you in this video initially, in the summer of 2021. He claims that even though they made amends, Tectone would still make fun of him later, and links a clip of Atsu pretty much saying that. Now this is arguably the ugliest part of the entirety.
Are you fucking kidding me? How could it possibly get any uglier? On that note, chat, before I piss myself, if it gets any uglier, let me go take a bio break. I'll be right back. I'll be back. I'm back. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go.
Of Phase 2's drama.
Okay, okay.
In his
We're not even. This is not even the climax of Phase 2.
12th tweet out of 19 says, "Unfortunately, I had to isolate myself and block out anything involving him due to the constant stress. Because of this, I ended up missing some pretty big news and disturbing clips involving him, which I just found out about a
couple
of days ago. Inexcusable behavior."
Okay.
This clip is a clip of Tectone and his ex-wife Frame.
Oh, I don't know if I want to watch this.
They were driving, doing an IRL stream during a subathon. And if you don't know what that is,
I do know what that is, and it's annoying.
It's pretty much where people donate subs to you and increase the timer, making you unable to stop the stream for a set duration of time.
We are? I don't believe it.
Or sometimes unlimited.
We're halfway through, and this has been 2.5 hours, so it's about 5 hours will be.
During that subathon, this clip emerged of them in the car, and it's 4 minutes long. Guys, I'm not even kidding. I have never in my life felt more uncomfortable watching anything. Like, I can't. But they pretty much get into a nasty argument.
I thought so. I thought that's usually what these videos imply. I was hoping it was just going to be like bad, you know, bad talking or whatever.
Where Tectone is clearly way more aggressive than Freem, and Freem just takes it. And Viosity was now crossing Tectone's line, which is including either his partner or his roommates or his close friends or just anyone other than him. I'm gonna show you like 10, 20 seconds just so you understand.
You better be neutral. You better show only the best parts and not the most abusive ones.
Understand how crazy this clip is, and then I'm gonna give you context surrounding it. It starts off with Freem reading a message from chat asking her, how do you deal with him? AKA, how do you deal with Tectone?
Interesting. Okay.
How do I deal with him? I love him.
Don't.
I'm patient.
When was this? What's the context here? This was when they were married still, right? And it's just resurfaced?
No, you're f***ing not. You're like the most impatient, moody f***er I've ever met.
I'm patient when it comes to you.
Freem, I carry our marriage, and you know that.
Look, this clip gets nastier, and it's—
What do you mean nastier? How nastier? Like, that is like a fight. That is a bicker, and that's not that bad. So he just found out she cheated. Oh, that's what the reason was? And that was the clarification. Okay, let's see.
It's been used against Tectone before. Even XQC had reacted to that.
Oh no, XQC. This guy can't even talk half the time. This guy is so in tune with the 1.5 speed meta. I think XQC is the reason why people now watch things at 1.5 speed, if I'm being honest with you. Does the chat agree with me or not? Am I being unfounded with this? Is when he found out. Do you think XQC had any effect on people now watching YouTube videos at 1.5 speed? I'm going to do the impossible here. I'm going to be a content creator. Type 1 for yes, 2 for no. I'm so bad. I think Enviosity's biggest issue with Tectone is probably that he doesn't validate his feelings. I didn't think his question was rhetorical. My bad. ADHD generation. Dude, XQC talks so fast. It's insane.
Clip, and it was posted on Livestream Fail with 3,000 upvotes and God knows how many people looking at it. The thread was XQC.
I don't watch it's still okay, good. All right, so that answers the question. But the XQC is like one of the fastest talkers in the world. Yeah, he's so quick. He like a lot of times he doesn't even finish the words that he's talking about. I don't know why. I don't know if it's something else, but it's crazy.
Reacts to a cringe clip.
Thank you, Moth.
People felt very bad for Freem and blamed Tectone for being an asshole.
Yeah, but marriage is complicated, and like, you know, these kind of like things will happen. Did it get physical? Does anybody know? Did anybody watch it? Did it get physical or no?
Tectone commented on this clip and had one of the most downvoted comments in this subreddit's history. He was married to Freem for 10 years and argues that it went—
Dude, you think he's fast? Check out Destiny. Oh, okay. Maybe there's some other content creator that's faster, huh?
Well, the first 8 years, and that the last 2 it was really hard. Content creation put a lot of pressure on—
Sure.
On their mental and their relationship.
Okay, then that's fine. It is what it is. Like, you know, you never want to see a marriage fight in public because it's not good. You know, two people trying to get together and stay together. Marriage is difficult.
Relationship, so they divorce so that they can at least—
Yeah, you're right. I get that. And he's already the bad boy in the community anyway, so this just makes it worse for him.
Try to remain friends. He says he regrets a lot of things, and seeing this makes him feel like shit, which he deserves. No excuses. Even Freem had said on Twitter, we both had our faults, we accepted them, but in the end we didn't work out, that's okay. So please, this is me asking, cut the poor guy some slack. This isn't the end of this clip and its context, but for now it made Tectone look really, really bad. This was one of the most viewed tweets of this entire thread, but it was also a low blow, and this is staying neutral. Bringing someone else's marriage into an argument you have with them is the definition of a low blow. And
Yeah, it very much is. Because this happens all the time in marriages. People fight. And as long as it doesn't get physical, then technically it's relatively normal. Even if things are said are very like upsetting or mean spirited, like it's hard to be in a relationship, and marriage is even harder in some cases.
Enviosity did so, fully knowing this. Enviosity
Yeah, it's definitely a low blow. It's definitely a low form of it's low. It's low.
thought that he could get away with this low blow by asking Freem directly if he could share the clip. Freem gave him permission by saying
I mean, there's levels here, right?
that you can't really escape that clip anyway, so feel free to use it. It doesn't bother me. Then he apologizes for saying a particular sentence during the height of the whole duality of man argument.
To be fair, I almost don't hold it against Enviosity showing that clip of them fighting since it was live streamed. That's true, it was public, but Enviosity didn't know. Tectone wasn't being patient, right? Because of the context of the cheating, right?
Where he was seen as overly positive for the game and not criticizing it. This is what he said.
Why do I have people on Twitter trying to tell me, Envy, why are you not speaking up about it? As if a YouTube video is going to do anything about it. As if 1 star in Google Classroom is going to do anything about it. As if unfollowing Genshin Impact is going to do anything about it. I should be the only motherfucker getting praise in the Genshin community because I don't spend money on Genshin Impact.
Oh boy. Gonna come back to bite him like Atsu? Oh boy. What's gonna happen now? Oh boy.
So the sentence in question,
I've seen that clip before. I didn't have any context though. Funny enough, when it comes to Tectone for how aggressive his image is in the gacha community, are surprisingly mild and normal. Oh yeah, okay, fair.
Apologizing for is that whole I should be the only guy getting praise. He then says he's not the best with words, that he's been under constant harassment, but that there's one common denominator in all his stress, and that this cycle has been repeated multiple times where Tectone will continue to defend, deflect, and villainize.
I mean, I'll be honest, I've definitely seen that pattern in myself. Not gonna lie. And I have no past history with Tectone.
He then says that this is his piece, he is free, and that he only feels pity for Tectone. Now regardless
Okay, well, I don't know about all that, but okay, go ahead.
of what you might think, right, from Enviosity's perspective, a lot of his grief truly did come from Tectone.
It seems, yeah. Yeah.
Look, this is his point of view, it's his opinion. If we're going to look at this from a neutral standpoint, this is the case here. But what about his PTSD? What about including Tectone's ex-marriage in this? What about all the things that he said? This is completely up to you to decide. Regardless, when it came to the Genshin community itself, this did not help Enviosity at all, because while Atsu was coming up with his final statement, all the hate that was being directed towards Atsu completely took a turn and
Yeah, this is gonna be the same thing that happened to Tectone, yeah. Very similar. Now you have connections with these people, almost like Goose Egg connections, right? You know, Goose Egg had connections with Tectone, and his career deteriorated even further than Atsu's. Or yeah, deteriorated even further than Tectone's in that particular situation.
targeted Enviosity. Tectone had expressed multiple times that there is a line he does not cross, which is including friends, partners, roommates, whatever.
And that is inaccurate, because Tectone, my friend, asked me about my family, my kids, trying to get that information. This is the part where I'm going to have a lot of issues, right? This is why I don't think every side has multiple stories. And I cannot fully embrace, you know, this rewrite of history as far as my impression of Tectone. Funny enough, when it comes to Tectone for how aggressive, okay, I honestly would wish Tectone would end to his arguments rather than name calling. It would probably, yeah. And you know what? I'll be honest with you. I'm not gonna get too personal, but there's probably a reason behind why he doesn't, or why he chooses not to, or why he potentially can't. Like, There may be a reason behind it, Nether. I'm not gonna lie. After knowing this, knowing more about his history a little bit more, there may be reasons why. And I may not have been fair with some of my even though I was not controversial, and I was very cordial our first conversation. Um yeah, there may be a reason why. I think you asked that. You have to think when Tectone asked, was he just learning more about you? Yeah, but I know that, but that's not where you go. Like that was the second conversation we ever had in our entire lives. And um if he wanted to get to know me more, he could have just continued to ask me about, video games or whatever else, or about the position itself. No, he went there to get a low blow on me quickly. It's been used on him in the past as well. So I get that, it's a tactic that is effective. It can be, but yeah, it was bad. It was in bad taste in my opinion. I agree. And this is why I can never like fully come around to support Tectone completely, because I think everybody and I was thinking back to my video that I made about this drama when I didn't have any context, and I put all those 4 people on and saying you can't trust this person, this person, this person, this person. I stand by that. I'm not gonna lie. I stand by that still, even after all this so far.
In dramas. With Enviosity including this clip with his ex-wife, for him, this was free game. He revived the term of mint collector that he used to use for free-to-play players in 2021, and this time...
Yep. Okay, interesting. And that's still being used today, by the way.
It was mint picker. Tectone would hereby refer to Enviosity.
Okay, mint picker. Now I know what this is. I've never understood what the chat was saying when they said mint picker.
As mint picker exclusively. The whole I should be the only motherfucker getting praise became a complete meme in his community, and the whole my trauma with Tectone also became a meme that he references.
Yeah, even though it probably had some fucking resonance, just like Tectone got mistreated back then, and he had things that he should have been had sympathy for, and he didn't. It's just like rewriting fucking history, man. It has a way of repeating itself if it's not actually solved. Okay, actually, now that I think about it, we really do have different goals when it comes to communication. For me, at least, it serves a purpose as mental exercise. For Tectone, I'd assume it's driving his point across or winning the argument as efficiently as possible. Could be that way as well, Nether, yeah.
Quite often. And Enviosity started losing a lot of credibility in the community. For example, I'm recording this on June 12th.
June 12th, 6 days ago. Got it.
2024. As you know, this all happened in January to February 2020.
That was 4 months ago or so.
So a while ago.
Let's see it.
His last video on his YouTube was this one, uploaded 3 weeks ago. So end of May. Look at the dislikes.
If I was a good editor, I would zoom into that number, because guess what I get every time I post a video? Downvoted. Get down. I get downvoted. I get down. Can you hear me? I don't know if you could hear me when I was whispering. I get downvoted. It don't matter what video it is, chat. Somebody mysteriously downvotes me, and I'm fine with it. I have not got above 60%, and I appreciate. Like I know that there are people that are currently trying to upvote me, and I appreciate that. I do. I see it. But I don't get positive anythings. And this is indicative of that.
Every single video
because this is probably not indicative of the quality of the video. I mean, Enviosity's been making videos forever, right? He's probably a good video maker, and he probably has a good editor and stuff like that. So it probably has nothing to do with the quality of the video.
That Enviosity uploaded after this incident has a huge amount of dislikes, and the comments are always riddled with, as you can guess, pick more mint.
Oh my gosh, this is like looking at a mirror image of my channel. Minty Mint 008. Interesting username, my friend. Huh. And then 18 ups, 18 thumbs up.
Not gonna lie, I only click on this guy's videos just to read the comments. Where do
Wow.
I mint? I should be the only motherfucker getting praise in this community.
13 days ago. This was 4 months ago. I mean, this fits his narrative about being bullied. Still. And then if you go all the way back to that time with Atsu, and yeah, obviously the DMs were leaked and Tectone had like something exposed about him that nobody ever wants to have to talk about publicly unless they want to. And that's unforgivable. That's unacceptable. But at the same time, how much of this was going on then as well? How much of this stuff was going on? Has Tectone changed? Has his behavior changed? Probably not. People just don't change overnight. I don't get it. The like ratio is indicative of his public image. Yeah, I'd assume. Well, I don't know if it's that clear, in my opinion, Nether. I think there may be some unknown forces that dictate why somebody has downvotes the way they do, and why Mint Picker is the predominant replies in his chat.
Did Enviosity truly make this thread to make his peace? Did he do it to deflect off of Atsu? Or did he just do it because he didn't like Tectone? It's up to you to decide that. But one thing is,
I've decided, okay, I'm going to make a choice now because you're doing so well in this video. I will give you credit. I'm going to credit this when I make my video. I'm going to credit his video, the original one. I'm going to try my best. I do think Enviosity was being bullied. I think that could obviously create an environment to where you could exhibit PTSD symptoms, especially if you're somebody that stayed out of the community for as long as you did, just made videos, was free to play. I don't know how actually true the free to play aspect of his persona is, but regardless of that, that was the perception of it. Yeah, I do feel sympathetic to Enviosity to some degree.
is for certain.
Tectone said he loves to hate people, especially people who bring up his personal life. Yeah, but it's not that simple, Moth, because I didn't bring up his personal life. And he hates me.
This did not help his reputation.
And I've made good points. I know I have. Maybe some of my points are out there, whatever the case may be, but he has never even debated me on my merits, so that's why I get annoyed.
Wasn't mentioned in this drama at all. He decided to come forward with this, insert himself in the drama, and the result was catastrophic. Even Asmongold, to his huge community, reacted to this and pretty much concluded that this person should not even be a content creator because they're clearly too mentally ill.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Asmongold! Why you gotta do it? Why you gotta be like, you know what? This may be the way I get a video on Asmongold. This may be the avenue. This may be the way I find a way to talk about Asmongold. I've been looking for a way in. This may be the way. This may be the entry point. It was out of pocket of him to bring up your family, though. Maybe use his point against him. Yes, I think the same. Also, hello, I've been lurking, and he still does that. Yeah, I agree, Les. Yeah. Well, thank you for not lurking and commenting. I appreciate your participation. Asmongold, can we talk about this, chat? Can we talk about this fucking mental illness excuse? And I know these fucking big streamers love to fucking do this, and I fucking hate it. Do people suffer from mental illness? Yes, they do. Should it be used against them? No, it should not. Debating in bad faith can be indicative that one does not have solid enough argument to disprove the points proposed. I'd find the exact quote Asmongold said about. Oh, okay. Oh, it may not be clearly stated in the video. Okay.
So not only the Tectone's community and the Genshin community somewhat.
That's a good point, Nathan. To Asmongold's point, though, it does seem like streaming is probably too much. Okay, and that listen. But that's not truly fair because guess what? I'm going to be honest with you. Asmongold is a fucking... Asmongold and Tectone are rare in this space, okay? Because they have like I guess, the fucking skin of a rhino. Not everybody's built that way. Some people are a little bit weaker, a little bit softer. That's why I hated when Tectone said, on his stream about weak people. Like, you can't be weak. And I get now. I understand. Like, I'm understanding the multiple layers of Tectone. I understand why he would say that now more than ever. Now than ever, it's not excusable in my opinion. Because guess what? You know, there are vulnerable people out there. There are people that are empathetic, and they perceive conflict differently than other people. And we all have to exist in this world. And there are content creators that are gonna do content that are not as hard skinned as somebody like Asmongold and Tectone. But I would even say even further that Asmongold is not as tough as he appears. He obviously has this exterior to protect himself as well. Like, he's probably very vulnerable as well. He just uses his persona to make it appear as though he's tough. Turn on, look at the same. Yeah, I get that, gotcha. And I used that against him already in that video when I went on my evil arc, and it was not nice, obviously. But he was not nice to me either. He didn't even know me from Adam. I gotcha. To be fair to Enviosity, is he going to do? Yeah, what is he going to do with his life? Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't think he should just leave the space. He's been doing this for years. Obviously, he has a community that likes to watch him.
Let's start turning on him. Asmongold's community, who has nothing to do with Genshin, also saw this guy as a crazy, unstable individual.
Asmongold is just as loyal as Tectone's got. Believe it. But I actually think Asmongold's community is a lot older. I mean, I think it's a mix. I think he has a very broad audience. I think Tectone's audience is a lot younger.
Look, this wasn't just due to the thread Enviosity posted.
And even if, let's say, Tectone's audience is not, you know, as young as I perceive, they've been with him for a very long time. So they started young and they've grown up with him, essentially.
His reputation went down even further in the gutter when Pinkichu, who is Tectone's current roommate, came out with a statement bawling her eyes out during the stream, saying that his ex-wife, Freem, has been ruining her life behind the scenes, telling everyone in the community that she's a terrible person.
There's just a whole lot of fucking drama, man. Holy fuck.
Stalking her, harassing her, and blaming her for her marriage with Tectone not working out because allegedly, according to her, Tectone had cheated with her. Pinkichu then proceeded to show...
Whoa. Last statement. What?
His current roommate came out with a statement bawling her eyes out during a stream, saying that his ex-wife, Freem, has been ruining her life behind the scenes, telling everyone in the community that she's a terrible person, stalking her, harassing her, and blaming her for her marriage with Tectone not working out because allegedly, according to her, Tectone had cheated with her.
Oh, so they spun the narrative the other way. Yeah, there's always two sides to this. Who knows what's the truth? What is the truth and what isn't? You never know, really.
Pinkichu then proceeded to show proof that Tectone didn't cheat on Freem with her.
How do you provide the proof? Let's see.
And provided further context.
So be neutral, and summarize this for me, my friend, and then we can make our own conclusions. Go.
Text on that extremely uncomfortable car clip you just saw earlier, saying that the reason Tectone was so mad at Freem and treating her so badly was because just before getting in the car, he found Freem and his assistant cuddling.
Okay. And this is the context that was provided earlier. Spoiler alert. Got it now. All makes sense. Okay.
Essentially indicating to him that Freem cheated on him. This implied that even though
Okay, but that's like... Yeah, I mean, it definitely implies it. If they're that close and they're cuddling, that would mean that maybe they didn't go all the way, but still even that is considered... That's considered cheating, I guess, in a marriage, I would assume. To some people, not everybody.
Tectone was receiving waves of hate. That thread you just saw in LSF earlier, where it had 3,000 upvotes, with him getting minus 3,000 downvotes. Even though all of this was happening, he never revealed that in an effort to protect her.
I mean, I have one word. Noble. Yeah, that says a lot about his character. That says something. That's a positive.
So this thread revealing the proof only had positive things to say about Tectone. tanked all of that without giving out the context himself for years. That's crazy. And the only reason he didn't end the stream out of frustration was because he was doing the subathon and he really needed the money at the time. On the same day Enviosity posted that marriage clip, Freem tweeted, "I'm free." It gained a lot of traction. Tuanto came in, said, "You are free now." Enviosity reacted with a heart. Everyone thought that she was referencing her marriage with Tectone. She then clarified, "This was a post about my donathon being over, by the way. This has nothing to do with..."
What the fuck is a donathon? Like donors?
The drama going on right now. Tectone says, "Thank you for clarifying." And then Freem says, "I've been free of you for months," with a skull emoji. And she specifies again with another tweet, "Since some think this is playful banter, it's not. We are not on good terms, by the way. But this is between me, him, and our lawyers. Sorry for not wanting to talk about my personal life online. Some things just shouldn't be used for content." So this was a terrible mess. And to many people, it felt like the conclusion. Atsu simply took too long to come up with a final statement and only posted it on February 12th, almost.
How much timing do I have to come into this community right when this whole thing was gonna go into phase 3? Like, because in a world where this didn't happen, I mean, the height of our drama would have eclipsed at some point, and it would have been different, I think. But this came in as a bombshell, and I had no idea it was coming. Everybody else apparently did. Like subathon, but donations make it last longer. Oh, she was doing the same thing. She had a stream as well. She was a streamer.
10 days after that whole altercation Tectone had with Enviosity.
Oh, it was only 10 days. Oh, this is all recent.
The community as a whole,
which was already implied before, yeah. I just didn't connect it. Okay.
Already came up with the conclusion that Enviosity wasn't the best person to back, and that in that case, Tectone was in the right. Atsu's response still.
Wait, whoa, what? Go back. I'm so confused. What just happened there? A long ass video.
And to many people, it felt like the conclusion.
Okay.
Atsu simply took too long to come up with
a
final statement.
Okay.
And only posted it on February 12th, almost 10 days after that whole altercation Tectone had with Enviosity. The community as a whole already came up with the conclusion that Enviosity wasn't the best person to back, and that in that
right. Does it look bad?
case, Tectone was in the right. Atsu's response still got 1 million views anyway, and it was 43 pages. He says that he provides evidence, that it's important, and that he's lost many friends and community members over these allegations and this drama. This document...
Right, the one that happened 4 months ago when it blew up in his face and he lied. Obviously that would happen at that point because things were made clearer and all the deceptive practices were brought out into the open and no one could hide behind their all of their stuff.
Had a problem because even though it was 43 pages, it addressed dramas with people that no one really cared about.
Okay. Braxophone, photo of Braxophone, Mamtash.
And this is no offense to those people, but like for example, the first thing in this document, and let's be real here, most people have the attention span of a frog.
Yes, I do not, but at the same time, I was not going to get involved in all these documents and try to catch up. So, to your statement, I agree. You've helped out quite considerably. So, are you going to summarize some of this for us, or are we going to have to? We have an hour left, so I'm assuming we're going to have to go through some of this. We're going to have to actually dig deep into parts of it, at least.
The first thing he talks about, the first thing people's eyes will see, is an awkward but fairly harmless moment he had with cosplayers from the first Anime Expo where Brax went. He also talks about a smaller streamer begging him to collab and then turning on him. People open up this document just to see what he had to say about Tectone and Braxophone though, that's the problem. However, what comes afterwards was pretty damn important because he states that him and Goose Egg finally spoke in private after—
Oh my god, all those years later. What is going to happen here? Oh my gosh. Is Goose going to turn on Tectone?
After 2 years, referencing the Phase 1 drama. Because during Phase 2, Goose Egg came back after 2 years of silence and DM'd Tectone while he was live, which made Tectone cry on stream. Here's a quick clip.
I haven't heard from him. in over 2 years.
So since that happened, Atsu decided to talk to Goose in private and they solved things. He does admit that he wants to make it clear that he went too hard on him in their initial phase 1 drama, and that seriously messed up Goose's mental well-being. He also specifies that he showed Goose this section to make sure that it was okay with him before publishing it, so if you want to read it, go ahead. But let's be real here, most people wanted to see what he had to say about Tectone and Braxophone, and what was extremely disappointing to many people, both supporters and haters of Tectone, was that he only gave Tectone 1 page out of these 43 pages. And this is what he had to say.
What? The end result will always be the same.
Say, Omega lol. Tectone is Tectone. I could write 1 word, I could write 1 billion words. The end result will always be the same. You can take my word, his word, the public court of opinion's words. None of it matters at this point. His fans will defend him to the death. His haters will also chase him to the death. It doesn't even matter who is right or wrong. My beef with Tectone is well documented and all over the internet now. If you wish to find it, it's all there. I can promise you that Tectone will never stop speaking about other people in a negative manner, whether that's me, my friends, people from his past, or people who are yet to hit his radar. I'm sure he will make content out of this document too. Of course, there will even be times where we cross paths online or even in person, and I intend to just go about my day. You could say that when it comes to drama, Tectone is inevitable.
Like Thanos. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Did you guys watch my Soulstone video? I compared Tectone to Thanos. I promise you. I promise you. I swear to everything you believe in, everything I don't believe in. I'm not religious. So it won't matter. Even if I swear on a Bible, it doesn't matter. But you can't take my word for it because all content creators lie. But I promise you, I had no idea this was in the document. I know. So I think a part of what Atsu is saying about Tectone is absolutely true. And I think Tectone has plenty of blame to bear. I do. I don't think he's innocent of this at all. I think, unfortunately, he's had many personal things that should never have been shared. Outside of that, is he to blame? Absolutely. They're all to blame. You've watched all the Stones? Thanks, Moth. I appreciate that. They were good. I'm very happy with them. I've recently rewatched them. I think they came out extremely well.
Referencing the movie Avengers Endgame.
I cannot believe that happened in this. I can't believe there's an actual image of Thanos. I cannot believe it. I just cannot believe that we both reached basically the same conclusions. And I don't know this man half as well as other people do.
Thanos picture right here snapping his fingers. So the problem here is this. If Atsu had written this about Tectone during their drama back in 2022, back in the phase 1 of his conflict with Tectone, it would have worked. Without a doubt, this would have been enough to completely deflect anything Tectone is saying and making the community rally behind him, because it was just that easy to go up against him. You were either a fan of him or you hated him. There was no in between, and you couldn't really convert anyone from either side to change their minds. The problem is though, this wasn't about the beef he had with Tectone that is well documented. This was about completely new implications. Because Tectone was streaming every single day, almost 10 to 12 hours at a time, bringing up phase 1 again, and talking more about his experiences and why Atsu was actually in the wrong. This was a severe blow to this document, and took away from how serious it was. And as a TLDR, he ends up messaging Brax in private and says, Brax and I are good, we've apologized to one another, and had some long talks to quash any misunderstandings or grievances. We found out there's another party within our overlapping circles gossiping about Brax, and we've also found out some people have been untruthful to both of us. Of course, this exacerbated the situation for both of us, and we both want to find out what's going on. However, we also don't want this to spiral into a public manhunt.
Yeah, that's fair, Nathan. I agree.
Something we both intend to deal with in private. I did not blacklist Brax from events, nor do I have the power to influence or manipulate Hoyoverse to do my bidding or let me select which creators get opportunities. Brax has retracted many of the allegations he initially made against me and also removed the document he wrote from public viewing. He did this out of good faith to stop this issue spiraling even further out of control, and it is not because he has something to hide. So in a nutshell, when it came to Tectone, he had nothing to say. And
the criticism that you had, though, I don't believe are the same. That Tectone, I believe your final conclusion is different. Yeah. No, I agree.
When it came to Braxophone, he had apparently solved everything in private away from the public eye. Braxophone confirms this by quote tweeting his initial tweet about Atsu with his doc, by saying this that he's deleting this for now as they've cleared up some things, including some claims he made. He then posts a final update on this, saying last thoughts on the situation with me and Atsu, and as a TLDR says we're good, I have no enemies. And he also
Listen. I don't know how I was able to navigate this without any of this context. I guess I'm as smart as I think I am sometimes. Because all these people are to blame. Let's be very clear. They all have things that you can look to and say, okay, they are part of the problem.
also echoed the same thing Atsu had said about them clearing up misunderstandings, about there being someone else that didn't like him, etc, etc. But this wasn't the end of phase 2, because shortly after, Atsu posts this tweet saying, "You are welcome to dogpile and shit on me, but can you at least leave my wife alone?" Tectone reads this out on his stream while he was streaming and says, "Tell that to Enviosity." Atsu then
referring to the fact that Enviosity called or pointed out his wife, and that whole thing got involved in that. Okay.
As Freema's not your wife anymore, stop trying to scapegoat her. She made it clear you guys aren't on good terms. You can label it a low blow from Envy so that you can try and drown this clip out, but more people should be seeing that clip, especially during a discussion revolving around your true character. It's extremely telling. To speak to your loved one like that in any context is unforgivable, and the fact you want to make abuse from your community towards my wife about Envy, go fuck yourself.
I mean, like, but literally, I mean, no, it's not fair for you to say that, Atsu. You don't get to say that in this particular instance. Because you're just as involved as everyone else here. Unforgivable in any context is we all fight, you know. I even looked at that from a neutral perspective. Like, marriage is difficult. People fight all the time. Words are exchanged that are bad, and some cases do end marriages, and they're not able to ever be rectified. That is the reality of a marriage. It's sad, and nobody wants to see that publicly because it does look horrible outside looking in. But it's pretty normal in a marriage.
Man. Now again, guys, we only got the full context for the Tectone car clip in March 7th, which of course didn't make Atsu look better at all. But this was still in February, so people were still under the impression that Tectone treated his wife like shit.
Yeah.
However, even with that context in mind, this had 370 replies. Atsu was insinuating that it's okay if it's Tectone, it's not okay if it's me. You have two different perspectives here. It's up to you to decide as a viewer. Atsu makes another tweet after that one saying that he's tired and reiterates what he had said in his reply to Tectone, but in a more calm tone. I'll let you read it and pause the video if you want. But reading the replies gives you the impression that, man, we are tired of this. Just resolve this in DMs if you have to. We don't want to see this drama anymore. This has been going on for like 2 weeks. The final tweet Atsu made about this is that he called...
I know, right? That's crazy that it's March 7th.
Called Braxophone and Goosegg separately to air out any grievances and clear up any misunderstandings. He says that many things were taken out of context with Brax in particular, and that he realizes that he'll be called a manipulator for wanting to take this into private with Goosegg and Braxophone. This is because Tectone at the time made it abundantly clear that he was completely against Atsu taking this out in private.
Yeah, because previously everything was in public, and that's what Atsu wanted, or that was the implications, right? And so now that he had a chance to actually rewrite history, Tectone wanted vindication. Which, I mean, 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Saying that he'll most likely manipulate Braxophone. He says he's already lost friends over this drama and doesn't wish to burn any more bridges. He also says that he's sad that many people who he thought were friends or was on good terms with have judged his character without hearing his side in full, but it is what it is. He then says, my initial response wasn't good enough, it was emotionally charged and also didn't have any receipts, and I owe everyone an apology for that. And here he's referencing his initial response to Braxophone after he had first published his
Yeah, it just looks bad.
document. Finally, on February 15th, Atsu releases this 1 hour 30-minute video on his channel called Atsu Cancelled, addressing allegations with evidence, where he goes through everything again, explaining his side of the story. But as you can see from the views, people were just tired of this, and it was again a bit too late to have any sort of impact. Tectone, on the other hand, was very quick on his feet and had made his own video saying, RE, Atsu is a horrible, manipulative, deranged human being, in direct reference to the thumbnail Atsu has made for his RE, Goose Egg, and Tectone drama.
I mean, yeah.
In the first phase of this, garnering 400,000 views 2 hours long, and using the way Atsu treated Braxophone as a tangent to how he treated him back during Phase 1's drama, which made Atsu, of course, look noticeably more bad than 2022. This goes back to why this response was so disappointing to find on Atsu's document, because there were things that he needed to address that Tectone had brought back up under the context of how he treated Braxophone. The impact in this can be seen on the like to dislike ratio of his Atsu cancelled video, with 8,000 dislikes approximately compared to 2,900. At this point, to many people, Phase 2 was when Tectone successfully redeemed himself and Atsu had revealed who he truly was. But that's not to say that many people didn't side with Atsu, and that's not to say that Tectone wasn't still hated. That's one thing to keep in mind. And that was how Phase 2 ended. On February 15th, 2024, this was the last thing we saw about any of this. Of course, Tectone would still reference it on the stream from time
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely playing fire with fire for sure.
to time. However, everyone thought that it was finally over. But what many people didn't know at the time is that there was going to be a Phase 3, and that it was going to be bigger than both Phase
Oh my God.
1 and 2 combined. Yeah, I know what you're probably thinking. How can you
We're
possibly
taking a break now? We're supposed to take a break 15 minutes ago.
top Phase 2? Well, you're about to find out.
I don't know. I was here for Phase 3. I don't even know how it got topped. How did it get topped? I'm oblivious to this. I promise you. I totally did not want to know anything about it.
You've no doubt had to make some very tough decisions so far, and I wish that I had good news for you, but I don't. Things will only get harder from here on out, and the hard decisions you'll have to make might make you hate this entire thing and not end up siding with anyone.
Okay.
Things are about to get real, so good luck. You're gonna need it.
Don't say it like that, because this whole thing has been pretty bad as it is. You're telling me it's worse? I don't believe you. Is what I'm saying. I don't think it's gonna get any worse.
Let's do this. After Phase 2 had ended in mid-February, the following months had some buildup pertaining to Phase 3 beginning in June. People kept going to Enviosity's chat and calling him a mint picker, and as you saw,
That's true.
even very recently in June, people were still doing so on
That's true.
his YouTube channel, even disliking the videos massively. His role in the Phase 2 drama did not help his public image at all, and this prompted MTashed to make an entire video called "It's Time to Stop Bullying Enviosity."
Oh my gosh. I didn't know this thing existed.
Here's what he had to say in a few seconds.
So someone in chat just came in with the name Mint Picker. Can I explain something here? I don't care if you like Tectone or you like Atsu or
Okay, this is good. All right, let's go. Come on, MTash. You got this.
you like Envy or Ziox or me or whoever it is. And I don't care whose side you took on all the drama, but if you now go into Envy's stream and call him a mint picker and harass him, you are a dick. And
Yeah, that's fair.
Now, MTashed had the purest of intentions making this video, but some people argued that now even more people were aware that Enviosity is very affected by people calling him a mint picker, which
Yeah, and if there's anything that we can discern from Tectone's community, they like to push the button. Push the button, sir!
made more people want to participate, and it's still going on today. Atsu, on the other hand, was still active on Twitter, most notably on his alt account. And on May 10th, he had this to say: "I'm going through the absolute lowest point in my life right now. I am so sad and bitter. I need to be okay for tomorrow's sponsored stream though. I have several sponsored obligations this month and I just want it all to be over." So yes, this meant that Atsu was still streaming, but most of his streams were purely sponsored. And then on May 15th, 5 days after that tweet, he had this to say on his main account: "I have a few more sponsored streams / videos to do, but I've decided I'm going to be quitting content creation, or at least taking an extended break. I'll talk about why I'm quitting and the struggles I've been dealing with over the past 3 months after my sponsors are done. I know I have been really inconsistent the past few months with uploads and streams, so apologies for that. It's been a really difficult time for me, so I hope to make the last few ones as fun as possible." So Atsu was clearly dealing with a fallout ever since the end of Phase 2's drama, struggling with how it ended and making everyone know that he's not really doing okay. At some point on May 22 on his alt account, he even said this: also, for those who have been concerned, don't worry, I'm not trying to unalive. Those thoughts did cross my mind at one point before, but I'm doing better and trying to heal now. Around a week later, on June 2nd, Atsu quote tweets his tweet saying that he's quitting content creation on his alt, and says, I don't know when I intend to do this, as I've been trying to take my time away and enjoy my peace, referencing about him talking about why he's quitting and the struggles he's had to deal with. Then he continues, of course, there's still a bitter feeling there that people lied publicly and privately and I took the fall for it, but is it really worth
I mean, okay, definitively, you did lie as well. I mean, you're not out of, like, this thing is unraveling, but at the same time, you are still guilty. That picture was like a clear distinction of your, you know, bad behavior, which I already knew that beforehand, but that just proved it.
Exposing and rehashing old wounds for? I don't know. So here he's arguing, is it even worth it to make a Phase 3 out of this whole drama?
I'm going to say no, but I'm probably going to be proven wrong.
Then he replies, I do want to do a final stream as I miss our community and I didn't properly get to say farewell or explain anything on my end, but I don't think I'm ready just yet. He had tweeted this out on June 2nd, and it turns out that 6 days after this tweet, he would post the bombshell of a tweet on his main account that we saw in the beginning of this video, and that had overtaken the internet for a little while after he had posted, sitting at almost 25 million views by the time I record this on June 13th. This was, of course, the official start of Phase 3. He said, I'm quitting, I lost absolutely everything, my marriage, my career, my...
For context, Phase 3 was 12 days ago.
My livelihood, my will to live. Keeping these secrets to protect others has felt so lonely, I don't want to live like this anymore. This document is for my closure, I want to move on. This prompted many content creators, both from Genshin and outside of the community, to come in support, saying that, hey, we're glad you're still with us, hope you can heal. This was so big that some, let's say, quote-unquote news outlets like Tectone decided to write on it, with articles such as Genshin Impact streamer quits amid Tectone drama after losing absolutely everything. And Tectone weren't the only ones. This had not really happened during Phase 2 and most definitely did not happen in Phase 1. This is now concerning not just the Genshin community.
Oh, yeah? Oh, sorry, Moth. Yeah, the final boss music? I know. It's crazy.
But it concerned pretty much...
I mean, the thing got 30 million views. It's pretty much final boss form as you can get.
Much the mainstream. The document itself is 34 pages.
And we're not going to go over it, right? All of it? You're going to summarize it for me because you're a good video editor and commentator, and I'm not, right?
Pages long. But the first page is arguably the heaviest.
Okay. All right. I'm liking what I'm hearing. So we're going to go over that slowly, and then the rest we can summarize.
This entire document. In the first paragraph, he says that for the last 4 months, so pretty much ever since Phase 2 ended, he's had to protect the peace of other creators and the communities involved, as well as his own friends, by keeping things to himself that he regrets not sharing sooner. He says that he ended up taking the fall for things that had nothing to do with him or were simply untrue from the drama.
I do not believe you, but go ahead.
Involving Brax, Tectone, and himself in February during Phase 2. He says that since February 11th of 2024, he's attempted to take his own life.
I know this is the worst part, and this is the video that I made about mental health, and I do stand by that. But I know that Tectone was doing this today, and I know this video is out there today, and I knew this was the most neutral take, so I decided to make it. Although I still stand by this. This is such a difficult thing to navigate. And like, yeah, it's so sad. Either way, no matter what you think of people, like, this shit happens every day, and it's serious, and it needs to be taken serious.
Twice, failing to do so on both occasions. And on May 9th, he considered yet another attempt after discovering that his wife and partner of 10 years was having an affair during the darkest period of his life. He goes on to say that he lost his career to defamation, lies, and being thrown under the bus by his own friends, and that he was betrayed by the one person he cherished more than anything, saying that he had absolutely hit rock bottom. but that there is a silver lining and that he had started reconnecting with old friends and trying to rediscover his happiness. He goes on to say that he had discovered evidence about his wife Nekopi having an affair, saying that the 10 years they spent together were beautiful, and that he doesn't want her to get any hate because in his opinion, she's a good person that just made a series of poor choices and mistakes under extremely stressful circumstances, because she was also going through a lot of hate during Phase 2. He then says that his wife actually deleted her entire presence off of social media when he...
Yeah, and this is the same issue that Tectone referenced with his wife. And this is what online pressure can do to families, and why someone like Tectone should never bring families up, even when talking to someone like me. And just so you know, chat, I'm not at all against talking about or being affected by, because I'm not going to be. Regardless, that's never going to happen for me. So I'm not worried about that aspect of it. But the fact that it does happen, and when it does, it can literally ruin lives. And these are two examples of it, and it's unfortunate. Not to say that the marriage wasn't troubled before that, and this is just a catalyst and, you know, a breaking point. That's all possibly true as well.
He had found out that she was having an affair. I think this is someone who had taken her name after she had deleted her account, because she obviously had way more than 53 followers. But She's pretty much off the internet now.
Yeah. You got it. Go ahead.
To many people, this came as a complete and utter shock. No one could have ever expected her to cheat on him, because she always gave off this wholesome and joyful vibe, and had gained many of her followers on Twitter by doing sweet things for her husband, like the bull that looks like Zhongli, which is Atsu's favorite
God,
character.
if I ever, like, man, that's special. That's something else. Talk about creative passion and love for your husband. That's impressive. I'd still eat it, though. I'm not gonna lie.
In Genshin Impact. But it happened. And from a completely neutral point of view, most people out of the 20+ million that saw his tweet, saw the tweet, maybe read the first page, but then that was about it. They saw a man who tried to take his life 3 times, had his wife cheat on
This is fair. This is fair. Yep.
him, and is pretty much saying that he was defamed and that his friends betrayed him. But there is, of course, way more to this. There are 34 pages here. But many people were too exhausted to delve deeper into this. This is the 3rd phase of the same drama that has been going on for over 2 years.
Sure.
There's this one tweet with 4.2 million views saying TLDR, Nekopi cheated, Braxophone lied, Tectone's an asshole, bro, never trust these Genshin creators, man, they all suck. Many people...
That is true, and yeah, I didn't know this existed, but I agree with that, ultimately.
Points of views were converging on this. They just didn't care anymore, and they found everyone involved somewhat complicit and didn't want to delve deeper. As soon as Atsu tweeted this, Tectone said, Atsu has thrown a grenade trying to take me down with him. Bro brought up my name 100 times, going live reacting to all of it. The replies were mostly against Tectone. As you can see here, just leave him alone, honestly. Constantly dogpiling on someone is pathetic and will always be. The fact that you keep attacking him makes me believe him more and feel pity for him.
I cannot believe I was involved in even, you know, I know I came in before this, but at the same time, like, to have to deal with all this and me, like, yeah, that's crazy.
Are seriously pathetic, you're like actually evil, holy shit. So of course this was one of the many perspectives, that this man was at the lowest point in his life, and you cannot react to this document because it'll potentially make him actually end it.
Yeah. Yes. There's always that potential.
Which is something that no one wants. But this quote tweet right here with over 1 million views had a completely opposite perspective to that, saying, I read the whole Atsu doc and honestly it just feels weird. The very first page heavily appealing to your audience emotions with the divorce and talks of suicidal thoughts, right before going into 33 pages, name dropping so many creators reeks of manipulation 101, soften them up with a trauma dump so that they...
Okay, I do apologize. I have to take another bio break. This thing is so forever long. I'll be right back.
blindly
Okay.
trust whatever you say next. Trust me, I've dealt with people like that. So already perspectives varied quite a bit, and most people hadn't gotten the chance to even read all these pages. Tectone did that on stream.
I don't know the drama between them. Can you summarize for me when we watch the rest of this, or I'll have to look at it later. I'll write it down.
And then uploaded it to his YouTube. It is a 3-hour-long video. So I'm going to do my best to sum this up for you and give you the highlights so that we can then talk about the massive fallout that resulted from this releasing. Let's do this. So essentially, this document was Atsu cocking a grenade and trying to get as many people in the blast radius as possible. This was him going down and taking everyone with him. Almost every single Genshin and Honkai Star Rail creator that has any sort of relevancy is mentioned here, including myself.
Oh, Muujin. Asmongold. Oh my god. I don't believe a word this guy says, but okay, let's go.
But I'll specifically talk about that at the end of the video, and I will not be neutral. So please don't watch.
Oh, not neutral. All right. I want to see what a not neutral Muujin sounds like.
Watch it if you don't want your opinion to be affected.
That's fair. That is such a neutral take. I appreciate that. So far, Muujin, man, this is A+ stuff.
The idea that everyone was mentioned here forced people that typically never involve themselves in drama to actually somewhat have to say something about this, or at least react to it, because many people still managed to avoid saying something back in Phase 2, even though it somewhat involved them as a content creator when we talk about the whole contracts thing. He brings up Braxophone's document again and says that everything in there was never backed by evidence, and that to this day they remain a speculation, which severely impacted his reputation. And he said that all other content creators were actually pushing that narrative as well. He then says that his own friends, Tuanto and Dish, made very public commentary on the drama, distancing themselves with words that would protect their own brand while utterly throwing me under the bus.
No fucking shit, dude. That was like the environment at the time. Hi, Avi? Avi, is that the name? Did I pronounce it right?
And painting me as the bad guy. He then says, I confronted both of them in private at the time, and their responses and apologies were extremely disappointing, with a sentiment that felt like they had excused themselves of any wrongdoing towards Braxophone or myself. He then goes on to say that him and Braxophone are okay. They discussed things in April during a dinner, face to face. He doesn't believe.
Yeah, but I know that Braxophone was going to meet with Tectone, so I don't know if this is accurate.
That he had any intentions to ruin
You're
his
welcome.
livelihood, and Atsu said to him that he truly didn't want to do, well, this, something like this document, but then said that he had to, because if he ever was going to...
I do not believe a word of what Atsu is saying when it comes to anything like this, because we've already figured out that he's a master manipulator as well. He's like a ringleader in all this to many
to come back to content creation, either Tectone or
Good.
Braxophone.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Avi.
Had to say that what they were saying was false. But he knows Tectone will never do that, and if Braxophone were to do that, it would affect him negatively, so he can't expect either of them to do it. Immediately, he addresses what he found to be the most absurd narrative, that he has the power and influence to blacklist creators from working with Hoyoverse. He says it's ridiculous, but then he says, I have vouched for people numerous times and gave my recommendations of promising creators, and these are not limited to just my friends. I have vouched for creators who I have never even interacted properly with, and he leaves evidence. We can just look at that right now. So this is him talking with Hoyoverse staff, being in situations where he has pretty much recommended other creators to do sponsored segments. This was about a podcast style event for Hoyoverse. They wanted someone who used a face cam, but Atsu felt like he wasn't good enough for this, so instead he recommended many creators in the Genshin Impact community to do it instead. As you can see, here's the list. Now I should specify, just for context, that it seems like for this event in particular, judging from the conversation, that they're being paid with in-game currency and not actual money. I could be wrong, but I do know that for some creator events and programs, they pay in Primogems, which is the in-game currency, not money. He then gives another example here where...
Which is so fucking stupid. Like, dude, these companies, I tell you. And I know, listen, it's just fucking... This whole thing is just... crazy.
Hoyoverse was hosting a special event in the UK, and they hired a UK-based agency to take charge, so they just went ahead immediately to Atsu, but he doesn't specify why this third-party agency contacted him first before anyone else. Regardless, they went ahead and asked him if he knew anyone else in the UK that did Genshin related content, and he gave a list. He says that this happened on several occasions, and emphasizes that yes, there are many times where he vouched or recommended for people, and that he was probably one of the only people who was trying to pitch ideas to Hoyoverse for events where it included him and others, not just his friends. He then says, I think it's ridiculous how Tectone tried to spin my proactivity in pitching myself and others into some narrative of how I could choose who to give Hoyoverse contracts to though. He then says that none of these things, these events that he had pitched Hoyoverse that ended up being pretty cool in his opinion, would have never happened if he didn't choose to be proactive. So he absolutely refutes this narrative that being proactive is manipulative or being a snake/rat.
Interesting.
So
I mean, I have to, like, there are cases where some people just will not act and will not do things. And so therefore maybe these things wouldn't have happened if it were not for Atsu. And I know that China and a lot of their companies, their arrangements and who they work with is very weird to begin with. Even Activision Blizzard has had issues with Tencent with World of Warcraft. They lost their license, and I think they're only now getting it back with Microsoft. So they're very sketchy with who they work with. So maybe they wanted someone like Atsu over someone like other, maybe some other people. But it still doesn't take away from the fact that Atsu was lying about this and denying it for as long as he was, while everybody was saying that this was happening. And then he finally confessed to it, and now he's trying to rewrite history and making it in better light, which there really isn't any better light. Most likely, both. But there's, I mean, obviously, it's not all bad. It's good that he helped people get, a job or get inside the community if that's what they want it to be. Although these kind of things are very it's all very bad. This shouldn't be the way that it's done anyway. It should be open and transparent and equal.
Atsu's perspective is that he had pretty much done his best to pitch ideas and do cool things in relation to a game he likes, and had tried his best to recommend others whenever he had the opportunity. From Tectone's perspective...
Yeah, but he's not going to recommend Tectone. He's not going to recommend Braxophone. He's not going to recommend these people that were all saying that they were basically blacklisted, which in effect they were. Because Atsu was the person at the head of the sphere making the decisions, and it was very,
he does wonder why Atsu specifically was being asked to provide certain names, why he had that ability, or why this was even expected from him when it came to Hoyoverse.
Yeah, but I don't think that is uncommon in China. Like, China works differently than most countries. We know that already. That may not be the answer, but that's my speculation.
And of course, this goes back to MTAS's argument when he had the call with Atsu, saying that if Atsu had the power to recommend people, then what's stopping him from not recommending?
Yeah, I think that's a fair conclusion.
People he doesn't like. Because if you guys remember, in Phase 2, Atsu's first response after Braxophone's document had a paragraph pretty much insinuating like, yeah, maybe me not liking you ended up in you not being invited to the parties, and for that I feel sorry for you. So
yeah.
Of course, as always, you have two perspectives very varying and differing in terms of opinion, and when it comes to the contracts, it's up to you to decide. Did Atsu truly
you think he did recommend Brax?
Manipulate Hoyoverse into giving contracts to only people that he liked, or was it truly just a few innocent recommendations and him trying to pitch some cool events involving him and his friends? Up to you completely. But don't decide too quickly, because there is more context on the contracts. Atsu says that Braxophone has never been blacklisted from Hoyoverse, and if you just go on his channel and count how many sponsored videos he has with them, it's even possible he has the most out of any creator in the space.
Interesting. Okay.
Now let's be...
He has a non-disclosure agreement. That's what Atsu is implying that Braxophone has. Braxophone numbers looks really good. Braxophone's views are high. This was recent too. This was picked within the time of this video made.
Be neutral. Braxophone does always follow FTC guidelines and specifies if an ad is present in his videos. And I don't really see any recent videos that fall within that category that are sponsored by Hoyoverse specifically.
Does this speak to the fact that there is ways around that? As I was implying? Is that what the accusations are? Uh-oh.
Anyway, Atsu continues. He argues that Tectone has for the longest time been trying to destroy the livelihoods of creators that have worked closely with Hoyoverse, and wonders how has this become a community that demonizes a creator for being able to work with a game or brand they love and earn a living doing what they love. Saying that Tectone knows he can say whatever he wants about these contracts because the people who signed them can't speak about them because of NDAs.
I mean, I think that's fair, and Tectone has already said this when I talked to him. He knows the ins and outs of this business, so he would potentially know how this works and who may not be on NDA, and so calling them out may make him look good in the short term. I think that's a fair criticism.
Non-disclosure agreements, which are legally binding contracts that don't allow...
And they are, and it is true you can get an NDA for an NDA. That is absolutely 100% true.
...allow you to speak about anything in your contracts regarding Genshin Impact and many other things in life in general.
And if you do get, if you get doubled NDA'd, usually there's a monetary incentive for that. So like you do the first NDA, which is for the actual thing that you're going to be contracted for. And then if you're going to get an NDA on that NDA, then you get money as well. Usually, that's how it usually works. You don't just get an NDA for nothing. You get incentivized, not talk as well.
Then says that Braxophone, if he was truly blacklisted, wouldn't have been invited to the Honkai Star Rail early access server.
Fair.
Where you have access to characters before they release. This meant that he had a good relationship with Hoyoverse, and references how there was drama revolving around it because Tectone was concerned with the idea that in the contract it's written that you can't release any videos you record on early access before Hoyoverse staff approves it. His main concern was that all of a sudden creators couldn't say anything negative about the character because Hoyoverse was approving the final version. But then it was explained to him that that was not the case. That's pretty much where he stops talking about the contracts in his document. As you can see, the situation itself is pretty messy and has a lot of different perspectives and points of view. Now, if the document had ended there, maybe things would have been different. But this is when it gets controversial, even for supporters of Atsu, because it's when he arguably starts to throw everyone, even his closest friends, under the bus. This is why many people saw this document as a scorched earth tactic where Atsu pretty much takes everyone down with him. He says that Jake, aka Tuanto, one of his closest friends, threw him under the bus. According to him, Tuanto messaged Braxophone during Phase 2 of the drama saying that there was no hard feelings between them, clarifying it so he can get out of the drama. But Atsu argues that this is simply untrue and that Tuanto had problems with him for a while behind the scenes. It seems that Tuanto had a big problem with Brax for a while after he had doxed his girlfriend Saki when he had posted the group image not knowing that she was a VTuber. And because of this...
I mean, that could have happened. That's fair. It's possible. But it wasn't Braxophone's fault based on his own recollection. But they still could have had beef, technically. That's fair. I think that's a fair, logical possibility.
Atsu believes that Tuanto contributed to the narrative that he was only pushed away from Braxophone due to Atsu's dislike of him, by simply not saying anything. In Braxophone's document, he points to a party in which he wasn't invited but went because a friend told him about it, and the reaction his friend received for inviting him made him think that he was blacklisted by Atsu.
Yeah, this seems fine. This is totally understandable. I totally, that is possible, 100%.
It turns out that his friend had received a scolding from Tuanto, who had created the party, and still disliked Braxophone because, in his opinion, he had doxed his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Braxophone's friends didn't specify who scolded them, but they just said they were scolded, which made Braxophone think that it was Atsu that didn't want him there and that blacklisted him, but it turned out to be Tuanto not wanting him in his own party. He then brings up his other close friend, Dish, saying that she contributed to this narrative that he had manipulated people into staying away from Braxophone, and he believes that her comments are the most damning of all of them. He says he confronted her privately about this, and he didn't feel that she really cared about how much damage she caused him. He thinks that she did all this to save face and protect her public image immediately instead of actually caring about him or defending him. Because in his opinion, there were many outlandish claims in Braxophone's document that she could have refuted, but she chose to gloss over them completely. He's of course referencing this Twitter reply that we already read that was under Braxophone's initial document in Phase 2, where she said that she was always confused about Atsu's distrust for Braxophone and that she stopped her investment there, and that she could have fought harder but didn't. Atsu's reasoning here is that in that car ride where Dish kind of said, hey, why are you like distancing yourself from Braxophone? He argued that because the first topic of conversation Braxophone had was about a voice actor being a weirdo around women, it made him very uncomfortable and he just didn't want to talk to him anymore. He then says the voice actor/actress is still active in the community to this date. He has spoken to people in the voice acting community and other creators to get a better idea of what the fuck is going on, but ultimately it's been lots of he said, she said, which made him distance himself from the entire voice acting community as a whole. He still insists that he doesn't want to say who the voice actor or actress is because he wants to let the victims do that first. So
do we know? Was it the one that was pictured previously, or is it somebody else?
Again, this is just thrown casually, just like in every document so far, that there is a voice actor for Genshin that is a complete weirdo, but
listen, even if that is the case, which most likely it is, okay? Because there's voice actors, there's content creators, there's actors, there's publishers, there's producers, directors that are most likely this too. So they're everywhere. They're not just this person. Okay? That's the problem. You can't trust anybody. Content creators are not your friends. This is what I've been trying to say from day one. And if you're not here for the video game and you're here for something else, I am going to question your intentions and why you're in this community, and that could be one of them.
we still don't know who it is, and, well, there's not much we can do about it. Atsu then says that Braxophone had tried to contact him 3 separate times through Hoyover's staff, and that had made him very annoyed, which resulted in him blocking Braxophone on every available form of social media. And then he leaked DMs between him and his trusted circle of friends to show you that he had specified that it's okay for them to be friends with Braxophone and to not let his distrust of him get in the way of doing that.
Interesting. I mean, this was last year too. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. This all seems like a fair narrative. I kind of believe Atsu in this. That it's more complicated than just, Braxophone's own perception, and that the further clarification from Atsu provides a better understanding of what actually happened. And that it wasn't just him being blacklisted by Atsu. Braxophone wasn't just blacklisted by Atsu. That there was more beef than just that complicated the issue.
And he also leaked some messages from Tuanto showing that he did not like Braxophone.
I mean, this is fair, right? Bro, I was not happy. He can suck my ass. And Yin Kin, too, for breaking rules and inviting people. Oh, here we go. This is just utterly to the host. It just shows, and listen, I think it's fair that a lot of these content creators who are perceived to be nice people, Tuanto, Dish, who have no real shade on them, yeah, I think they're probably just as bad in some cases as well. They probably have ulterior motives just as well.
Or at least had problems with him back in July of 2023. So it does seem to be more on the recent side. These are all the DMs. You can pause and read them if you wish, but one thing to note is that even though Atsu tells his friends that it's okay to be friends with Braxophone, you can still clearly see him complaining about him.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but it wasn't as clear cut. It was more, everyone had a bad impression of Braxophone, unfortunately. So it wasn't just Atsu, the one conveying it all or trying to spread the narrative. It was pretty much everybody else just reached their own same conclusions based on different reasons. Obviously, Tuanto, because of his girlfriend at the time, got doxxed, which is obviously not good.
He then says that he's so sad that it had come to this, he can't believe that he had to share private conversations from amongst his own friends just to defend himself.
I think this is one of the reasons why Braxophone pulled his... Yeah, that's probably because he accused Atsu of stopping him from going to... Yeah, and it wasn't true because of the clarification made in this document. That's fair, Nathan.
Because they threw him under the bus, but that it was necessary. So then he gives a pop quiz to Braxophone saying, hey, I hope you clear up everything with true or false and then provide evidence. It's pretty much what, in Atsu's opinion, Braxophone had pretty much said in his document. Again, you can pause the video to read those, but we'll get to them when Braxophone responds to them anyway. Atsu then concludes that a lot of what he had perceived to be genuine friendships were actually just transactional relationships all along, and it makes him so sad to see it that way now. That he lost so much money taking pay cuts to make things work out and get others involved in cool things, whether that was for Conquest, Hoyoverse events, sponsorships, or other opportunities, and it bothers him that Braxophone even knew about his pay cuts because these should have been between him and staff only. He says that he has protected his friends over and over and over at the expense of his own reputation, and what does he have to show for it? He He lost his career, his income, had to lay off his editors, and he doesn't even know who is or isn't his friend in this space anymore, and he lost his marriage. He then says, my life became a complete and utter joke because I chose to prioritize others over myself. The thing is, prioritizing myself and clearing my name at the expense of my friends isn't going to make me feel any better. I fucking hate this.
Yeah.
Atsu then ends his statement by saying that he's really gonna miss doing content creation, YouTube, and streaming regularly on Twitch, but hopes that he can come back and do it again at one point. He says he has some apologies to give and some short open letters he wants to write, which he'll leave at the end of the document, which is pretty much where every name of every content creator almost in this space was mentioned. And then
hello, Jerusalem. Thank you.
Ends it by saying an important message, which is, I know some people will be concerned about me because this document might read as a suicide note, but I assure you I'm doing okay.
Okay.
Thank you to those from my community and friends who stuck by me through this entire ordeal. I love you all so very much, more than you could ever know. P.S. If you see me on a dating app, no you didn't. So look, even from a neutral point of view, I do find it unfortunate that this was written here on the 16th page of the document, because again, being completely neutral here, the majority of people did not make it this far, okay? Most people just read the first page if they even opened the document and then just stop at the tweet, and that's where they stopped. You have many people worrying about you and hoping that you're not going to end your life anytime soon, so something like this would have been cool to have closer to the first page. But this definitely makes everyone happy that, you know, he's not going to do anything crazy anytime soon, at least in his own words. So now we get to the point of open letters and apologies where everyone was mentioned. So I'd say around half of these content creators right here are apologies that he couldn't befriend them, that he couldn't go the extra mile and actually talk to them or give them the time of day. But in a lot of these, there seems to be a recurring trend, either paranoia over them being fake nice to him, or the fact that he saw them speaking with Braxophone or knew they hung out in the same circles as Braxophone and made him paranoid into thinking that Braxophone had somewhat tainted their image of Atsu, of himself. And then the other half of these creators are people who, in his mind, contributed to his downfall in Phase 2, and he pretty much confronts them over it. There's a lot of people here, but the impact they had on Phase 3 had varying degrees, so let's focus on the ones that actually had a huge impact or even fallout afterwards. One of the people he apologizes to is Brax, saying that he's terrified of the repercussions and fallout that he may face from all this, whether it be from Hoyoverse or Tectone or other drama creators. He wishes that this miscommunication that happened between them initially could have been avoided and that they could have been friends. In another universe, of course. That's what he says. He says to Asmongold, despite your intention being to expose me and label me as a rat, I still appreciate that you tried to remain impartial and that you constantly demanded hard irrefutable evidence from both Tectone and Braxophone. He then talks about Goose Egg yet again, and says that he's found out that since they talked in private, he's gone to Tectone and talked him behind his back. Atsu reiterates that he feels very bad for calling him a discount copy of Tectone back during the Phase 1 of this drama, but that it isn't his fault that he had to move out of Tectone's house after they had problems, like with the security camera issue. He says that that's not his fault, and that he's disappointed because he thought that he really matured and changed throughout all this. He calls out Mutahar from Some Ordinary Gamers, saying that he doesn't know much about him, but that there was a time when the wave of hatred towards him spiked again, and he discovered that it was coming from him platforming Tectone and covering the Genshin drama. He asks him to please do more research because he has a huge audience and his words have a lot of influence.
I want to hear about both of these, but I want to see that go back here. I want to see something about Some Ordinary Gamer, about him getting some what? To Some Ordinary Gamers. I don't know much about you other than that you're also a very large and successful drama content creator. Indeed, really is. There was a time when the wave of hatred towards me spiked again, and I discovered it was coming from you platform and Tectone, and you covering the Genshin drama. Milk the speculation. I don't know you personally, but please do your research. You have such a... Okay. I see now. Because Fast Boy, I'm that good. And I don't need Tectone to elevate my subscriber count. Like I said.
From Some Ordinary Gamers, saying that he doesn't know much about him, but that there was a time when the wave of hatred towards him spiked again, and he discovered that it was coming from him platforming Tectone and covering the Genshin drama. He asks him to please do more research because he has a huge audience and his words have a lot of influence. And then of course he brings up Tectone, in which he also leaks the DMs that had been leaked already in Phase 1.
Okay, the yes man.
this time revealing that the yes men that he hid in his video showing the DMs were actually Tuanto and Dish. And many people didn't really know that. He says that they've had a lot of ups and downs, but it's only been downs for the last 3 years. He reiterates that he never forced Tectone to reveal DMs with him, and that he still remembers Tectone walking into Goose's room while he was streaming, asking, "Is Atsu gonna leak my DMs?" and Goose saying yes. He says he truly believed Tectone was a good person, loud and obnoxious, but with a good heart nonetheless. But then realized during the Kelsey/gaslighting drama that Tectone wasn't actually good-hearted and that he was someone that Atsu didn't really know.
I think that's fair.
This drama, by the way, is where Tectone was talking with a chatter in his stream saying that he hates when people use the word gaslighting incorrectly. He then claims that he was always real and honest because he had even called his closest friends Tuanto and Dish yes.
I'm not gonna get in trouble, Mod. Okay. There's 2 videos that I have on my stream that have been very successful. The last one with Tectone, the millionaire one, and then the offshoot one that I did from the boys being more woke than the 3 episodes of the Accolade. I've been doing really well for my channel. I don't know if they contribute to all of that. But yeah, it should be fine.
Yes men towards him. But
I don't think it's Tectone sending subscribers over to me, if that's the insinuation.
But there's one part that Atsu did not show from the DMs, and it was, according to Tectone, him saying that his therapist and psychiatrists are also yes men, arguing that only he
Whoa,
can be honest.
what just happened here? Revelations. I didn't get. Been a long document.
The word gaslighting incorrectly. He then claims that he was always real and honest because he had even called his closest friends Tuanto and Dish yes men towards him. But
I mean, okay.
There's one part that Atsu did not show from the DMs, and it was, according to Tectone, him saying that his therapist and psychiatrists are also yes men.
Well, did he prove that? Did Tectone show that as proof?
Arguing that only he can be honest.
Thank you, Gotcha. I appreciate that. In Hex Juice, I learned about you from them. Okay, good, Nathan. I'm glad for transparency. No problem. No hate.
With him.
Okie doke. Well, if I self-destruct, you can tell me I told you so. That's
not the point.
Not the point, Techie. Just let me ask you a question. What does me not wanting to get help from specifically you prevent me from getting better? I don't want you to ever get to that point because you're limiting yourself to an echo chamber of yes men. Who do you think I'm talking to? People that will not check you and have your back regardless of whether you're right and wrong. I'm talking to a psychiatrist and a therapist. Do you think they'll just tell me whatever I want? So let me just show you, this is the guy that I'm not allowed to talk to anybody else. I can't talk to a professional therapist. I can't talk to a professional psychiatrist. The only person I can talk to about my issue is Atsu.
Well, yeah, that's pretty deranged.
And then adds that Tectone has successfully cultivated a community.
Although, to be fair, there are psychiatrists and therapists that are essentially yes people. But I can't, and I wouldn't say that that's the case for Tectone. I'm sure his therapists and psychiatrists are very well educated and provide great therapy.
Community that actively craves and celebrates drama. From his perspective, even after their falling out in 2022, he still cared a lot about him and only saw it as 2 friends butting heads together.
I think that I don't think that's possible. Like, dude, you overstepped your boundary just in general, and not that your actions, that you tried to or you could have perceived
It also shows a DM
to be that bad, but it was.
Between him and Rich Campbell, someone who used to be a part of OTK before being accused of SA. But before that happened, Rich had brought Tectone and Dr. K together to have a live therapy session on stream. And here's a DM from Atsu to Rich thanking him for doing that because he felt like it was a good thing for Tectone. The thing to note here is that from Tectone's perspective, this is what happened after the Dr. K session. Even though he enjoyed it, Dr. K specifically told him afterwards that there was nothing wrong with him, even though Tectone for the last 2 years was convinced that something was indeed wrong with him. He felt like Atsu was partly responsible, just like other people telling him to seek therapy because there was something wrong with him, right? And this is Tectone's perspective, of course. Then he ends it with this paragraph saying, I know writing all of this will likely fuel you to keep coming after me for an eternity. I genuinely want nothing but the best for you so long as it doesn't involve you causing so much grief for other people. I hope this will be one of the last times I ever have to address anything regarding you in a public setting. I'm tired of the drama you keep dragging myself and others into. I don't want anything to do with you, and I really thought that was the same for you, but you just can't seem to stop yourself from putting my name in your mouth. You did it though. You completely and utterly destroyed my livelihood and my sanity. What more could you possibly want from me? I really do wonder if you would have felt anything at all had I gone through and succeeded with my suicide.
Oh, yeah, that's not a nice thing. That just shows, like, so bad. It's not a good thing, Atsu, at all. It really isn't, because you did something to him that is just equally as bad, potentially, even if, let's say, Tectone is vindictive and perpetrated, you know, some hate or, like, you know, all this other stuff towards you and felt righteous in doing so, which technically, you know, there is causation here. So, I mean, not to say that you should do that, not to say it should be an eye for an eye, but we do live in America.
Attempts. Now that last sentence, of course, is a crazy thing to say.
It's very crazy. Yeah, and it kind of just like makes the whole other things that he's been saying just like fucking, like, this Atsu's clearly a ringleader, clearly trying to weasel his way out of stuff. I get that. I'm very perceptive of it. But that's not to say that some things that are not technically true, because there is always more sides to any side of a story.
Say, because it's implying that Tectone would have been happy if he had ended his life.
Yeah, that's weird.
From Tectone's perspective, on stream, he had said multiple times that he would never want to see Atsu end his life, and he highly advised him to seek therapy ASAP. But the reason why he might not seem very empathetic is because, in his own words, Atsu has only lived 3 months of what I had to endure for 2 whole years. And if you think about it, they both were in marriages over 10 years long, and they both ended the same way, adultery. They both went through suicidal thoughts, they both went through having their closest friends abandon them over controversy. In Tectone's eyes, this is the highest form of karmic justice, and in Atsu's eyes, he is at the complete lowest point of his life, unable to even think about this. This is how much of a complex issue this is between these two. Two perspectives that are so infinitely different and that will never, ever converge. How will you ever decide on two opinions that will remain parallel until the end of time? This is your challenge for this video.
No, I think it's fine. I think I figured it out.
He then reiterates how disappointed he is in Dish, and the fact that he felt that she really threw him under the bus and backstabbed him by not backing him up publicly. And he doubles down and says, I firmly believe that part of your judgment was influenced by a desire to protect your public image.
Yeah, I think that's very clear. And people do protect their public image. I think you, Atsu, protected your public image for a very long time as well. And that's why you did what you did to Tectone. And you didn't know that obviously the DMs were going to be leaked, even though Goose said they were going to be leaked. And that eventuality was, unfortunately, most likely the reason why you face what you faced in Phase 2 and feel the way you are right now in Phase 3, because you can never know what your actions are going to do. If you act, you have no control of what happens after that. And you better be very sure of all the possible outcomes, because most likely you won't be able to know all of them. And it's better to know at least, you better be prepared than have this unknown stuff, which is crazy. Like, that's insane.
He even adds at the end that she had sent him a 10-minute voice message on the 8th of June. So right before he was going to publish this document, but then says, I apologize, I can't listen to it right now because after 5 seconds, I feel triggered. Then he addresses another friend of his that was in the server with him, Fobmaster, with a more lighthearted tone, saying that he does acknowledge that he likes to sit on the fence during dramas and not take sides, but that does send a mixed message to people, especially when he's associated with him. Then he addresses Tuwanto, saying that he's his best friend and still sees him as his best friend and brother, and then says, "It's exactly for this reason I really didn't feel you would ever understand how much I have suffered in order to protect you unless I went through the extreme of publicly addressing you." And that he fears now that he's too lost in the sauce and cares too much about content creation, and that it's starting to affect him. He feels like he's become more cowardly over the past year and that he should be fearless in his choices and beliefs, and that he knows that getting cancelled weighs on his mind heavily. He said that he was very disappointed in him and how he went about the Braxophone drama. He apologizes for this having to come out publicly and says that he'll always love him. Now, as I mentioned,
I think that's fair. I think the Tawanto thing is probably the most honest thing that Atsu has said. And I think Dish potentially trying to ensure her public image is intact is also another aspect of it. I think this friend group was very toxic. And maybe they all had a part in it. I mean, of course they did. Atsu is definitely partly to blame.
the fact that Atsu had brought the names of so many of the biggest and most relevant content creators in the Hoya.
I mean, nobody is relevant to me other than Tectone, but that's because I've gotten to know Tectone over the last weeks. But I don't know anybody else. I don't know anybody else. So they're nobody to me.
Space made this document seem like a nuclear bomb because it was. But arguably the biggest bombshell in all this was his statement on Xiox, who is the person who inadvertently kind of served as the trigger for Phase 2, and who has literally never ever participated in any drama, and Atsu had made an irreparable mistake here. This statement on Xiox was so crazy that it was similar to his tweet about Tectone, where people didn't care about the entire tweet, they just cared about the final part where he was subtweeting Braxophone. This was the same thing. I'll read it fully so you can fully understand why. To Nick, Xiox, I've told you this in person, but I feel like you have matured a lot over the past 2 years since meeting you at Anime Expo. You and I are both aware that I have gone out of my way to clean up after you for a certain issue, but when I found out I was getting accused by Braxophone and people behind the scenes were saying I was protecting you over things I was completely unaware of, I was pissed. I told you recently face to face in LA that he seemingly had dirt on you, and your reaction to this information was extremely disappointing to me. You repeatedly emphasized how you would never side with me publicly regarding drama, yet you still wanted me to clarify things and relay information to you. It felt like a slap in the face. Is he talking about X? Is he talking about Y? Was it Z? I don't know, and I'm not your messenger, and this was like insult to injury. I already know very well you care deeply about your public image, and you specifically try to avoid all forms of drama, and I never expected you or ever asked you to side with me publicly at all. Your comments were totally unnecessary. I don't want anything to do with whatever skeletons you may or may not have in your closet, and you need to work shit out with Braxophone privately. From my understanding, neither of you have made any efforts to contact each other over it and plan to sweep it under the rug, which is just going to lead to more rumor spreading. I hope this will prompt you guys to communicate and squash whatever this beef is, because I refuse to deal with this or take any form of responsibility for it later down the line. I'm sorry for the grief this might cause you, but I am genuinely sick of getting dragged for other people's problems. Likewise to Tuanto, I feel like you're also getting lost in the sauce and starting to go down a path of cowardice, bending over backwards for the masses. I want to see you grow and succeed, and I also want to go back to the days where you, Xlice, Zaj, and I could just chill playing OSRS, but that's never going to happen if I just kept keeping this to myself. I know you likely won't approve of the way I went about this or see eye to eye with me on it, and I apologize for that. This statement framed it like Xiox had committed a crime, like he had covered up something extremely serious, trying to hide it under the rug. The way this is written confused so many people, and while they were already tired of the whole Braxophone, Tectone, Atsu drama, all of a sudden people who usually weren't even involved in the drama were, because Xiox being involved in something that could equate to a crime is insane. Someone who always avoids drama and only acts silly 24/7? What? All these things combined that you've seen so far have made this document so powerful, to the point where everyone, even people who don't usually delve into drama, had to somewhat say something about it. Regardless, after making the document, Atsu had this to say on his alt: I'm doing okay, I made a late dinner and just did some exercise, I've received an immense outpouring of love and I really appreciate it, I'm feeling way more emotional than I expected, so I will be postponing my stream till after I wake up later today. So around a day after posting the document, Atsu went live to a stream on Twitch with over 6,000 concurrent viewers, but everyone...
And some of that was orchestrated by Tectone at the time. The numbers were inflated to some degree, from what I understand.
Truly just wanted to know, what was he saying about Xiox? What is he trying to say? What happened? What is he covering up? Did he assault someone? Is he evil? So around the 2 hour 30 mark in the VOD, he finally gets to it. And this is what he had to say.
Nick, from my understanding, has not sexually assaulted someone. That's not what I'm referring to. This passage here, which does not mention sexual assault, is about Nick. But Nick has not, from my understanding, sexually assaulted someone. That is, I want to make that very, very clear. Whatever these skeletons are, though, I don't want any business with it. That's between Nick and Braxophone. And from my understanding, they've talked it out. I don't know whether they've quashed it, but I spoke to Braxophone this morning, and he told me he spoke to Nick already.
I counted how many times he had to re-explain this to his stream. It was 4 times. This was one of the first times he was explaining what happened with Xiox, and unfortunately, it was so badly phrased that some people watching genuinely thought that Xiox had done something of
And this is when I started to hear, before I made that video about everybody, that there might have been sexual assault involved. This was what was going around, I think, at the time. Which is why I mentioned, you know, when in my video, because I did hear it briefly in passing, that if there's anything legal, take action. No, that's what you should do in these cases. But apparently it was clarified that it wasn't that specifically.
extreme harm.
My understanding, Nick had invited certain girls to this Airbnb behind my back without my knowledge. That's as far as I...
Okay, so that's all apparently Atsu knows about it and doesn't know anything further.
know as what has happened. And like, they were all doing like stuff with alcohol, and I...
Oh, okay. The implications here are pretty dire then.
I've touched on this before. I don't drink alcohol. I'm not involved with anything related to do with alcohol, and I remove myself from those spaces. So I have no idea what the f is going on here. I have no idea what he's talking about. And I don't know how much of this is true or how much of this is...
I don't... Okay, but... Okay.
People trying to stir shit, because I have been told now by Brax who these other certain people are yapping about this. And like, these are people who don't like me either, by the way. The other people yapping about this, I know for a fact do not like me. My personal opinion of them are they are clout chasers. So I don't know how much of what I've been told is true. And I
What are we talking about? I'm so confused right now. What are you trying to say, Atsu?
don't want any business regarding Nick or...
But you did want business because you like wrote it so like mysteriously that it like could imply a lot of things.
Brax or any of these people apparently involved.
So of course, him saying that it involved multiple girls and alcohol kind of insinuated the fact that it was way more serious than it actually is. So this stream didn't particularly help in terms of Xiox's
No, it did not. Which is maybe when they started talking about it after as well.
Allegations. Also, if you remember, in his document, he said that both Braxophone and Xiox had not quashed the beef, but they did. He was just told that this morning. So while everyone was running like headless chickens thinking that Xiox had committed a crime, Goose then comes out to tweet this, quote tweeting Atsu's tweet saying, "I'm going to say this once and I'm going to say this really clear. We ended this casually and respectfully. I never brought your name up ever again on my stream unless it was in a good light, and said that I hope you recover and do well and that I genuinely am glad we could squash all our beef. Now I'm getting called two-faced and we're double backing on all that we apparently handled together, and you thought that I seriously matured. For your information, I have matured, but you clearly have not. I wish you no ill will, and suicide and adultery is no joke, and I would never wish that upon anybody, especially when I have gone through both. But do me a favor, and if you're going to spread misinformation on the internet again, after everything you did to me in the past and completely destroyed my streaming mental and career to this day, and I can't still feel right streaming after all that happened to me, please keep my name out of your fucking mouth. Don't take others down with you when you fall the hardest. Goose, the discount version of Tectone." Then adds, "I also want to make clear after all this, I still forgave him, and this is what I get in return." So that happened, but again, everyone was truly just waiting on one thing, and one thing in particular, which is, what did Xiox do? So all of a sudden you had Glitter, who is Xiox's friend, girlfriend, acquaintance, roommate, I have no idea, but they're just always seen together, tweet, "Oh, so we're lying now," to which Xiox replies with lyrics from Kendrick Lamar's Euphoria that say, "But don't tell no lie about me and I won't tell truths about you," indicating that what Atsu was saying was a lie. He was pretty much taking it out of proportion. But most people were unsatisfied. They wanted an actual response to this because the allegations were seen as that serious. Braxophone then the day afterwards tweets, "Please stop lying about me. All of this goes against what we spoke about one-on-one," referencing the dinner he had with Atsu in April. "I feel gaslit and betrayed. I'm sorry about what happened, but I'm not to blame." I really wanted to be done with this and I was ready to let you post everything you felt and not argue with you so that you would get closure, but you have lied about me and the conclusions we came together. Your mental health should not come at the cost of others. I privated the initial document at your request to get people off your back. Seeing you use it now as ammunition again also really fucking sucks. So here he's talking about how the document he had initially written about Atsu was privated because Atsu had asked him to do so. But as you can see right here, Atsu had saved it and was reading it out on stream for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, bro, you do not do yourself any favors at all, Atsu. Like, your motivations are so fucking bad. And it makes it clear that, you know, even if you are telling some truth, man, no one can really believe you because of your tactics are so damn deceptive and manipulable.
So here's Braxophone's document.
Something.
This one is 6 pages long.
What's this?
These are all the statements, 14 of them, that Atsu had in his final document. So Braxophone answered every single one with true or false and giving what he thought about them. First one being, Atsu has the power to blacklist creators from working with Hoyoverse. I cannot prove it. Atsu has the power to give contracts to creators working with Hoyoverse. No proof it happened for me specifically. Looking at screenshots from Atsu's own document, it looks possible a year ago plus. Atsu spreads hate of Braxophone to other creators and industry professionals, literally done in the screenshots shared by Atsu. Atsu discriminates against white male creators. Deleted this from my doc early on. I had connected some dots with me, Tectone, Brand, Doro, and Goose, all not ever being reached out to when an effort was made for other creators. It was removed within an hour because I realized I was wrong for posting that, and clearly that wasn't the issue. This was something that Braxophone had posted in his initial document against Atsu back in Phase 2, but he removed it fairly quickly afterwards. Atsu only games with people who are bigger streamers in his immediate friend circle, or specifically a woman. Certainly seems this way with big streamers at least, can't speak to it currently. Atsu befriended creators such as Ant, Dish, Tuanto, Lily Pichu to use them and grow. I don't know all your history. From what you've told me, I no longer believe this. Atsu had privately warned Tectone about Braxophone. This is true.
Atsu had privately warned.
Atsu blacklisted or had Braxophone uninvited from parties. This was Jake, not Atsu, so Tuanto. Atsu brought people back for a photo to specifically exclude Braxophone at an OTV party. This is true. Atsu is silencing people to protect Ziox from undisclosed incidents. This is not true. He is not silencing anyone. Atsu is covering up a sexual assault. I don't know where this came from, but no. Braxophone warned Atsu about a Genshin voice actor/actress at OTV party. I did as I was asked to by another voice actor the same day to warn other creators who have collabed or might collab with them. Braxophone contacted 3 different Hoyoverse staff regarding Atsu. I only remember contacting 2. One was me venting about feeling specifically isolated by that clique, and they took it upon themselves to reach out. The second was in an attempt to contact Atsu. Braxophone knew about the pay cuts Atsu was taking for other creators from Hoyo staff, yes. So then Braxophone decided to come up with his own pop quiz specifically made for Atsu, in which he asked him 14 true or false questions. The first one being, one of your closest friends lives with a Hoyoverse staff member. You received multiple requests from Hoyoverse to give suggestions on which content creators would be good to work with. You have a private Discord where you joked about me, to and with your friends. Not getting an invite to Jake's party is not the sole reason for my document. You made it known to friends that you prefer I do not attend events you're at. Posting sponsored videos does not mean that a creator has signed a long-term contract. You and or some of your friends were on the long-term Hoyoverse contract sometime within the past 2 years. Breaching NDA can have dire consequences. Sometimes NDAs can state that you are not allowed to disclose that you had an NDA, or that the NDA exists, with the caveat that it can be disclosed under a court order or other methods for legal action.
Yeah.
Sometimes one may need to deny that they got a contract to avoid hundreds of thousands of dollars in repercussions. Your mental health is neither my fault nor my responsibility. Your fallen viewership in Genshin Impact directly correlates with the game's overall viewership and not my document. You lied to your audience about the conclusions we reached in person pertaining to this drama in order to make yourself seem more like a victim. You betrayed my trust and dragged my name through the dirt after I was open and honest with you about everything, even confiding in you as you did me, despite our long talks and discussions about everything, working together to find solutions.
Yeah, and this has been the issue. Atsu throws everything in people's faces, regardless of how much it's confided or relayed in private.
Leaving a score at the end, something out of 14 with an answer key showing us what exactly is wrong and right. And as you can see here, according to Braxophone, everything is true. Now, as I mentioned, Atsu was streaming around this time, and while he was streaming, Brax released his document. So he went through the entire pop quiz and answered it. Here's what he came up with. The third, fifth, and last question were not answered with a true or false. Instead, he argued about it, so I don't know exactly what his final score was, but yeah. Then in Braxophone's statement, he makes sure to say, before I say anything else, I'm truly sorry for what has happened. No matter what has happened between us, I'm grateful that you are alive. Then says, I'm not going to sit here and act like everything in my initial document is true, but I will say that I'm genuinely sad because I felt like we had worked everything out. But your newest document broke the trust I had in you from our more recent discussions, because it basically shirks any and all responsibility from you onto me and paints me into a villain that's ruined your career and life. He then says that he believes that ever since he made the Atsu document in Phase 2, Hoyoverse has made more of a concentrated effort to reach out to a wider variety of creators and get creators more involved than before. He doesn't
I also believe that since the
doesn't know if these things are correlated, but appreciates it nonetheless.
that's fair. That's a good observation.
And then gives examples of things that don't make sense to him, the community, and other creators. Here he's referencing the first question that even Atsu agreed with, in which he says that a Hoyoverse staff member actually shares a home with Tuanto, the biggest Genshin Impact creator, as well as some other content creators, and how they seem to get a lot more priority than other creators, at least for the last few years. Feel free to pause the video to read all of them, it's up to you. Then Braxophone says that one of his biggest gripes with Atsu's response is that he makes it sound like the main problem he had was that he wasn't invited to Tuanto's party, and that he ruined Atsu's career for it. He says that's bullshit. It's honestly hurtful that people are willing to ignore the years of being ostracized, ignored, and being shit-talked that came from that initial circle of people.
Yeah, the initial circle I think is more pressing.
I did make one mistake in assuming everything was Atsu's fault.
Okay, yeah, that's a good clarification.
Specifically, but that doesn't change these things. You did talk me to other people, you did prefer I not hang out around due to 1 or 2 poor interactions. Whether or not you are the ringleader, you still participated, ostracized me, and isolated me. Whether or not there was an actual blacklist or it's just word of mouth, you specifically did not like me and made it clear to your friends. He then references the leaked DMs of Atsu, saying, I know you specifically said I hope people do not feel obligated to avoid people for my sake, but when you go into a Discord server full of influencers who are at the forefront of our specific space and mention that you specifically do not like me and proceed to talk shit with a group of people and laugh at me, don't you think that might have consequences for me? This shit is so fucking middle school. This also applies to that OTV event we were at, but you already spoke on that and apologized. Then he says that he hopes that Atsu feels better getting everything off his chest genuinely, saying that he wouldn't want someone to lose their life over this, he wouldn't want Atsu to hurt himself over this, and that he does, even after the fact, wish him the best and hopes for the best when it comes to him and his life, even though his documents and subtweets and malicious...
Oh, I just read this. I kind of got distracted. The Free of Palestine, all eyes on Marfa.
rumors have done irreparable damage to his career, his friendships, and his mental health.
We're not going to get political here, chat. Okay? You're not going to know you're not going to know me. I'm not going to talk about it.
For years. Braxophone is truly sorry that so much has happened to Atsu, and as he mentioned in his first document, he would have taken it straight to him if he wasn't blocked from contacting him on every avenue. He then specifies something completely unrelated, saying also,
yeah, okay.
Free Palestine, all eyes on Rafah, anyone who thinks otherwise.
Interesting. Okay, let's go.
Because for whatever reason, after Atsu's document, people were calling him many names, including Zionist.
Oh, God. It's not. Yeah, this whole, dude, there's so many people to blame. There's so much hatred that's in this community that needs to just stop.
So he felt the need to clarify that. He then makes a final statement to Tuanto, yet again reiterating that he didn't know Saki was a VTuber, he was told that she was a nobody, and that he hopes he's not painted as a villain anymore over this. So to Braxophone, he had to go through 2 years of suffering thinking that he was the problem and that people just didn't like him due to him being awkward and weird. From Atsu's perspective, he already had a lot of friends in the space and didn't need to add one more that caused him to be uncomfortable. Again, they both have their perspectives and they both have their beliefs. And it's clear they both didn't really want it to go this far, but it did. And here we are today.
Yeah.
Tuanto on that same day.
Tuanto! We've heard your name. Oh my gosh! I know you now. I think I might have seen this just in passing.
Also comes out with a
1.49 subscribers. Okay.
Video called My Response, in which he pretty much states that yes, he was very scared by including himself in the drama, he's always been scared, and that he apologizes directly to Atsu for not having his back publicly during the phase 2 of this drama, and that he hopes that they can stay friends. Dish then comes out with her own tweet saying, I would rather not do this, but since private messages from our circle of trust have been aired out, I now need to show you some things to clear up Atsu's accusations against me. This is a horrible situation all around, and I just want to get this part over with. saying that Atsu kicked out everyone from the Bozo server that they had, all their circle of friends, and she saw it coming, so she took a bunch of screenshots of their messages in case he decided to breach their trust. This is a long thread. I can sum this up pretty quickly. Dish argues that she was there for Atsu during the whole way and even warned him that she was going to make a post apologizing to Brax because she felt very bad towards him. They had calls, had messages, she was there for him, they all cried together, etc, etc. But she felt heartbroken that he had leaked the messages, that it has come to this, and that she holds no anger towards him, just hopes that he can find happiness and peace one day. Atsu, even though he said he was getting off the internet and won't tweet anymore, comes back just to quote tweet Dish and reiterates that even though a lot of things happened behind the scenes where she tried her best to support him, he still felt that when it came to her actions in public, he felt backstabbed and that she made him look worse, like he was in the wrong when she could have come out and actually supported him. Dish then replies to this post and says, "It is clear that we are never going to reach an understanding of all that happened or the motives behind each decision. I'm no longer going to try to reason with you. You are beyond reasoning with. It's so heartbreaking that it has come to this, but I am moving on." So here Atsu felt really hurt by one of his close friends because they weren't fully in support of him in Phase 2. Dish, on the other hand, feels like she did what she felt was right. But she also got backlash for it because she's known as the very wholesome and friendly streamer / content creator. Even during Phase 2, some people started to see her differently. Her public image definitely did not remain flawless. With this altercation they had on Twitter and her final reply to him, Atsu looked even worse because now even his close friends were indirectly saying that this guy is beyond hope. Was she right? Was he right? Or were they both just bad friends? Who knows? It's completely up to you to decide. You know how it works by now. But again, at this point, what everyone really wanted to know
was, what is your name doing on this document?
Was what the hell did Ziox do?
No, well, yeah, that too. Okay, sorry. I thought we clarified that because Braxophone said nothing. But here we go.
So he finally goes live after.
Oh, this is Ziox. Okay.
After a couple days to address everything. He says that first off, he's fully aware that Atsu is going through a very emotional and tough period in his life right now, and that he bears no ill will towards him. However, the way he wrote this was ridiculous, especially over something that happened, according to Ziox, 2 years ago. It caused him a lot of issues for no reason, and it could have been worded way better. Ziox says that this is about 2 different incidents on 2 separate occasions. The first one being the Airbnb that Atsu had mentioned on stream. Ziox had a friend, let's call them X, and they came with a group of friends to a party that Atsu had organized. X then leaves with their friend group, wanting to get dinner, and said that they'll be back later. They come back later, but X's friends were all drunk. X's friends then walk into a room where everyone was sleeping, waking them up, which makes X and their friends get kicked out. Ziox felt really bad for X and kept trying to apologize because he didn't want them to feel like it was X's fault. And the other incident, let's say it happened with Y, was one involving alcohol, and it was Y was felt pressure to drink during a party by Ziox. They stayed there for around 2 hours, then left, and Ziox tried his best to clear things up and apologize to them, and apparently they're doing well. They don't have any bad feelings towards Ziox. Of course.
Yeah, and this alcohol stuff gets brought into all these things and all these groups, and that's why you should never, like, I mean, obviously you're gonna drink, right? But at the same time, like, you know, if you got like people that are underage or whatever, like, it's just not a good look at all. You know, and I get it that most of these people are relatively young themselves, so just somebody underage is not that abnormal. But at the same time, and I don't even know if that's the implications, but regardless, like, this is what happens. You know, like TwitchCon, you know, all these places, like, this is an absolute cesspool for bad behavior, taking advantage. That's why if you are not here for the video games and here for something else, why you shouldn't trust content creators.
Of course, he didn't show any DMs, he didn't show any evidence or whatever because he argues that he doesn't want to just...
Like I said, I'll never meet any of you personally. It's not personal. It's very professional.
Just so casually show DMs with people like everyone else is doing and just keep everything private. So this made what Atsu said definitely seem extremely exaggerated. And again, as I mentioned in Phase 2, when you have a huge document, it doesn't matter how well it's written, as soon as there's one hole in it, just one inconsistency, it is enough to bring down the entire thing. And this was such a massive inconsistency that many people started to doubt the entire document in itself. I mean, Zach,
I don't think you can do that entirely. I can't do that entirely. I think there are, and I don't know the answers to any of these questions. All I do know, and what I am feeling vindicated by, is that video I put out about, you know, you can't trust any of them. It's true. Tectone, Enviosity, Braxophone, Atsu, Diox, Tuantu, Dish. They all got something going on. They all got some kind of drama, some kind of backroom deals, some kind of shit that's going on. You know, they're not all here for the right reasons.
This community is one.
Yeah, I do, Nathan. Absolutely. I just do. I don't think that relationship is healthy. I don't think you can have I don't think it's almost like royalty at that rate, right? If you meet a king or a queen or something like that, that level of I can't think of the word. It's been so long now. My brain is fried. But anyway, I just don't think it's healthy. I don't think it's normal. Can it happen? Is it safe? Yeah, I'm sure it can all be fine and well and it's fantastic, but it leaves the potential open to be manipulated or to be taken advantage of.
One of the strongest communities in Genshin Impact, and they typically are not involved in drama. As you can see right here in the chat, people are like, what, that's it? As he's explaining it, that's it? That's the skeletons in the closet? There's
Well, there probably isn't it. It probably isn't it. I don't think all these stories have come out completely, if I'm being honest.
no way. So it made them turn on Atsu, and all of a sudden, the document was truly seeming like Atsu had fallen and was trying to take down as many people as he can with him. Phase 3 seems to have officially ended, for now, when Atsu tweeted this: "Y'all right, it's time to log off. I've said my piece and it's time to move on to healthier environments. Bridges have been burned and it is what it is. I'm deeply saddened and indeed in an emotional state. I'm sorry it dragged on for so long. Wave." And as you can see from the replies, it's definitely not one-sided. Many people have different perspectives on this, and Atsu was most definitely not seen as perfect here. Everyone's hoping that this is the end of this drama that has lasted for more than 2 years now. But Tectone has expressed in his own words that he has 3 separate DMs with Atsu where it proves that he is a terrible person, even more so than he thinks he's already proven. Those 3 DMs are with 3 separate people. The reason why he hasn't released it now is because, again, in his own words, he's not a monster. He sees
Interesting. Okay, Tectone. Tell you the truth.
that Atsu is down, he doesn't want to bring him down further.
Interesting.
He'll only release these DMs if Atsu crosses a line. And that line is the same line that Enviosity has already crossed with Tectone, mentioning partners, roommates, friends, family. Asmongold.
So what do you expect me to do, Tectone, if you cross the line? I mean, I already did it a little bit, okay? And you referenced it in your last stream. Okay. But at the same time, you know, I mean, fair is fair here.
Was asked about the Phase 3 drama and his opinions, and he's
as far as your view of all content, how do you view yourself in this environment? Are you a content creator? Or are you bad as way? General question to get your perspective. Yeah, so I'm trying not to label myself as a content creator because that has implications, right? That's been my goal since day one. Am I technically a content creator as per the definition? Sure. That is obviously not lost on me. The problem is I don't want to be perceived as somebody that can be looked up to, that somebody that I can influence anybody. If you choose to come to my channel and listen to my content, I don't want it to be because you're loyal to me or because you think of me a certain way. So I don't want that. I don't want that barrier to be broken down. There's a YouTuber on that does reviews. His name is SkillUp. You probably have heard of him. He has like 1 million views on his reviews, and he goes out of his way not to do streams or to connect with people like personally. And the reason why is because he doesn't want his work to be connected with his personality or with his person. He wants to disconnect that. He's recently done a podcast, which is making it a little bit more difficult, I think, because he's gotten a little bit more personable lately. But he's still awkward at that. And I think for me, that's where I want to be too. I want to be somebody that delivers content that's both entertaining, informative, and something that I'm just going to do for my own benefit. And then if somebody chooses to watch that, they watch that, but they disconnect from who I don't want them to connect with who I am as a person. Yeah, Skill Up is very similar in that vein. Like, I don't think Skill Up does meetups and stuff like that. And I think that's a good thing to do. Like, that is the byproduct of popularity and celebrity. Is like, and I question people who do meetups. Like, why? Why are you doing that? I know people want to meet celebrities. I get that. And it's fair and it's normal and it's healthy, but there's so many cases where that has gone bad. Like, you can just look at history and see it. And yes, it happens everywhere, even outside of celebrities, even outside content creators. People get exploited, taken advantage of all the time, by their own public officials. Like, I get it. It's not like it's not everywhere, but at the same time, that dynamic is different as well. And do I think I'm not a bad person, and I would be responsible, and I would be a good person to meet, and I would be the exception, but I still won't do it on principle because I just don't think it's right for anybody to. Yeah, no, I think it's fair. I think it's fine. Um, and I only want to ever do it online. I never want to do it in person because I just think that's a different kind of experience.
He said that without a shadow of a doubt, he believes that Atsu is in the wrong because of these DMs that Tectone has shown him. So is this truly going to be the
I mean, I don't know, man. Asmongold, man. I need to do a video on Asmon so bad soon.
end? I hope so. Breaking neutrality here to say I hope so. But one thing is certain, Atsu and Tectone are not going to be friends anytime soon. And this rivalry has dragged the entire Genshin and Honkai Star Rail community to war, sometimes even against their will. I don't know what any conclusion you might have reached after the end of this video, but it's your choice. And
I have reached conclusions. I appreciate the neutrality. We're almost 5 hours in. I'm waiting for this last part about you, though.
Your choice completely. Make it so that you can finally move on and not care about this.
I have moved on from the documents and all the information, and it has informed me. But as far as like moving on from my overall, initial philosophy, no, still gonna go strong.
This anymore. In the end, even though Tectone might see himself as the winner, I think that everyone involved has lost.
I agree. Just look at my video. I said that already.
A lot.
Even before I even known all this.
The three main people involved in this from the beginning, Goose, Atsu, and Tectone, have all experienced adultery, had suicidal thoughts, and felt like they lost their livelihood, their friends, their reason to live. One can't help but ask the question, could this have been avoided? Who knows? I just hope that we can avoid having anyone in this drama actually hurt themselves.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. And I guess it's fair to say that navigating it needs to be more careful. And I've been a little bit reckless with those last few videos, and I shouldn't have been, because like I can't speak to anybody's mental well-being. That's been made very clear on my perspective. So, I mean, it's not fair to fight fire with fire, and I'm guilty of it, admittedly. Right now, I definitely overstepped the boundary by making it more personal or just like inflammatory than I was previously, where I was being more neutral and nuanced, which was the better way to go about it. So I think I need to just recalibrate. I did what I did there. That's definitely a point. That's a low point, and hopefully my content going forward is a little bit more intelligent and like empathetic and sympathetic.
And that's it. That's pretty much.
Well, we haven't got to you yet, Mujin. We need the last part.
The entire drama from start to finish up until today. If you unironically watched until the end, you're actually insane.
Okay. Well, I mean, wow. I didn't think I was going to hear it from you as well. Maybe I am. I don't know.
This video was the most ridiculous I've ever worked on, so I really appreciate it.
I mean, you did a fantastic job. I would not have ever done or watched this if it wasn't for you, Mujin.
Now I'll be addressing why I'm an Atsu.
Okay. Here we go. This is what I waited all this time for.
This document. But I'll be biased because, of course, I'm talking about myself. Duh. So if you've already made up your opinion and don't want to be influenced by mine, then hey, thanks for watching. Otherwise, let's do this. Alright, so I could not care less about this drama in the beginning of Phase 2. As I stated in my video, it would have been a stalemate just like Phase 1. Tectone versus Atsu would have ended the exact same way, whether it be Phase 1 or Phase 2. But when Braxophone got involved, things changed for me. In my experience, he's only ever been a nice guy, willing to talk and give advice without expecting anything in return. There are many people who have like sub 1,000 subscribers on YouTube who have DM'd him, he responded, and he gave them the same advice he would give someone with 100,000 or a million subscribers. So when he came out with his document against Atsu and detailed how much he has been suffering the last 2 years, feeling ostracized and excluded from the community, thinking that it's his fault, that he's the weirdo. And when he showed the DMs he had with Atsu, where Atsu pretty much spoke to him like a pest, like an insect, like, oh, I'm keeping you at arm's length, and I don't even trust you enough to tell you why. This resonated with me on a personal level. I moved a lot throughout my life and I made a lot of friends every time, but in one instance, I did have to deal with bullies. This felt like the same thing. Atsu to me was being a bully. In Atsu's initial response to Braxophone's document, it didn't really help his case in my eyes. It showed an Atsu that we're not used to seeing. Someone very angry, hot-headed, and not careful with their words, as he is usually. And when he slipped up on stream with the whole photo incident, being so confident that he had used it.
This was the one. This was, I didn't have any like doubt before, but this one just solidified everything.
A different picture, even though he didn't, and had photoshopped Brax out of existence. This is where I made up my mind. So at this point, Box2, a Honkai Star Rail creator that I find really funny, quote tweeted the meme video that took the clip of Atsu saying, "It's not the same photo," from his stream. He said, "Yeah, Atsu needs to go." And I replied to that. I said, "That's actually insane, man. Brax was literally there just trying to make friends. And they took another pic without him, but decided to use this one and Photoshop him out anyway. LMAO, this is so bad. Wow." And I mean, it's self-explanatory, right? This looks bad no matter how you look at it, in my opinion, of course. This was included during Phase 2 and
Oh my gosh. This is what happened?
Atsu's final document. Atsu says this: "People started implying this blue-haired VTuber was Saki and that I maliciously only removed Brax from this photo and then posted it after the party. This is literally a content creator with over 100,000 subscribers spinning this exact bogus narrative, and there I am, ya boy." He argues that the reason he did this wasn't because he hated Braxophone, but because this was one of the only pictures he took where his wife was there, and he wanted to use that for conquest. Okay, cool. But I still don't see where I'm wrong. You literally did what I said you did, regardless of whether you wanted your wife in there or not.
Wow.
This was the only picture you took with Brax, and he was photoshopped out, regardless if you're using it for marketing or not. This is the point I'm making. It looks bad. And you made it look very bad because of your response on stream, and that's not my fault. Also, for someone who...
I can't see why you're frustrated, Atsu. This was, you know, if we were in court, this would be the thing that convicted you. Let's be very clear. And you double and tripling down, it's just going to increase your chances of a guilty verdict. Because this shit don't fly.
Who claimed that they stayed away from Braxophone because he kept talking about numbers, it's funny how the only thing you point out about me is my sub count.
Yeah, they are like high schoolers, and all this shit getting leaked about their personal life is like high school shit too. And it just goes to show that content creators are not responsible. And that if they're your friends or if you look up to them, most likely they're going to take that money you give to them and they're going to fucking spend it on some stupid shit or do some stupid shit with it. Okay? And neither of those two things are good, unless, of course, they're like high schoolers who really enjoy video games. And you know what? In that case, they deserve support because they're not going to go anywhere besides play fucking video games. And that's not ideal because obviously you want to live a life and not just play video games every day, all hours. But at the same time, that's what we need more content creators to do.
This isn't the only thing I did during Phase 2, though.
Okay.
I didn't show this tweet from Atsu in my video because, frankly, it
A lot of people advise me against people's...
didn't really hold that much importance, but he said that he'd be deleting all his tweets regarding Braxophone and Tectone because it was implicating too many people and dragging them in. But then he ended...
You know, what I do find interesting is that Tectone said he's holding stuff. A lot of people advised me against it since spinning as you lost. As are true, but following the Asmongold stream and talks with MTash, it's evident that my comments and Braxophone's comments are implicating too many people and dragging them in. Private discussion, which happened already. Okay, yeah, that happened. Okay.
Ended his tweet with, "I believe Braxophone and I are going to have a private discussion whenever he feels comfortable to do so." See, from my point of view, at this point, I thought to myself, like, it's way too late for that, buddy. Braxophone had already made an effort to contact you and ask if there was anything wrong between you two, and you treated him like an insect. You then ignored him, He tried to reach you through other means. You blocked him everywhere. So only now, when you were getting backlash, when you were getting problems, you decided to have the private discussion with him after 2 years of making him feel like there was something wrong with him. So yeah, you know, I'll admit, maybe I went a bit too far. I did end up triple ratioing him, and I said this: I think you should just leave the Genshin community for good and never come back. The irreparable harm and trauma that you have caused to countless people over the last 3 years has taken away any of your talking it out privately privileges. Time to go to bed, Grandpa. See ya.
What
and
the
no, I don't-
fuck? You're the same talking points as you have Grandpa? You have Insane? All right, Mujin, you're on my shit list. I'm looking you up later. I don't know. Something suspicious going on here. You got a lot of the same. Are you like copying yourself in Tectone's chats? Because everybody comes to my replies. Are you replying to my videos with Grandpa?
really regret tweeting
Because I know Atsu ain't older than me.
this. Look, at a certain point, you can be a fence sitter for all your life, have a cool career with no downsides, but at the same time, when someone is being wronged, hell, if I'm being wronged, I'd like to think that the people I know would at least step in for me.
Well, they did. I mean, his circle kind of did, sort of, but not really, because they would implicate themselves as well.
I saw Braxophone, who has treated me with kindness the whole time, and I felt like he was being wronged. So that's when I decided to step in, even though, yes, it did risk the way people viewed me, it did risk my brand, etc. Because I'd like to think people would do the same.
Yeah, you did. That Grandpa, as much as the photo implicated Atsu, that Grandpa right there, Mujin, I ain't gonna lie, implicated you. And now you're on my radar.
For me, if I get wronged by someone bigger than me, like Atsu. This is my
There's no one bigger than me, so you haven't seen this one yet.
reasoning, and I still stand by it today. So in his Phase 3 document, I get mentioned 3 times. The first one is here. Atsu says, I provided 55 pages of evidence and contextualization, but this arrived far too late, as the narrative had already been spun and set in stone by Tectone, as well as other creators looking to get involved like Box2, Gotchasmack, Mr. Pokey, Mtashed, Mujin, the list goes on and on. Again, I still don't see the disinformation I contributed to, but maybe I'm just biased because we're talking about myself. I mentioned a second time when he lists the alphabetical order of people mentioned at the end, and then I mentioned in this paragraph. He says, Temujin, we've never interacted, and my only knowledge of you is that you're a drama-focused creator. Likewise to others, I don't think you had it as an intention to cause shit for me, but you also made several comments and remarks that caused me grief. The way you went about it was quite childish as well, and I hope you realize you also had a lot of influence. If you're gonna cover so much drama, I'd also hope you go above and beyond to get all the facts properly, otherwise you're just milking speculation and causing hurt for so many people. There's not much more to say than that. So it wasn't a bombshell or anything. This is why in the beginning of the video I said, like, you know, it's fairly irrelevant. You could read the whole document without reading this and you're not missing out on much. Now look, I do try my best when I cover drama to get all the facts straight and not go based off of speculation, and if I do, I specify it. My role in this drama in Phase 2 was just me standing up for what I thought was right. I saw someone who had suffered for 2 years and attributed their suffering to the way Atsu treated him, and the rest was history. But my role was definitely still minimal. I could have done way more, but, you know, I felt like one ratio was enough. Now what's my response to Atsu? Well, it's simple. My only hope for you is that one day you can look at yourself in the mirror, straight into your own eyes, and think, man, I'm so glad that the 3 attempts I made on my life never came to fruition, because then I would have never been able to experience the happiness I'm experiencing today.
Oh, that's sweet. That is sweet. I have to pause that. I mean, it makes me kind of cry a little bit. Good. That's a good sentiment. And that's for everybody in the world. Because it is true.
Seems impossible right now, but I'm sure that you'll heal someday. Look, regardless whether you're right or wrong, this drama must have put 1 ton on your shoulders, and the fact that your wife had cheated on you must have put another ton at the same time. It's not easy, and I can empathize. Even though you're still adamant that you're not wrong, and that you haven't really done anything to warrant all this hate, I still hope that you've learned a few things. Things that will ensure that no matter who you interact with in the future, they'll always feel like you were nothing but nice to them and treated them like a person. That's all, really. Now, to address the elephant in the room. You might be thinking, okay, well, if you felt that way about Atsu, how can I trust you to be neutral in this video? Well, by Phase 3, I couldn't care less. I genuinely don't care who comes out on top, who quote-unquote loses. I don't care. I don't want to see this on my feed anymore, which is why
I mean, you gotta see something on your feed. It may not be this.
I made this video so that everyone can get caught up to this drama and move on once they realize how stupid it is. And I hope I can somewhat influence that with this video, because it surely isn't worth someone losing their life over it. So let's end it here, please! Thank you so much for watching this video.
It's a great video.
Yes, I recorded and edited the entire thing myself, and I quite frankly need a vacation. I'll see you in the next video, whenever that might be. I love you so much, and you're the best. Mwah.
You do need therapy. I wouldn't have done this without you, so I appreciate it, Muja. Very nice. No matter what I say about you in the future, I just want to let you know that I'm very appreciative. And I'll definitely, when I make the video, this is going to take a minute. I got to cut some of that beginning part out because I didn't have the premium. But we've been at this 5 hours. I am going to end this stream relatively shortly. I think I've already made my conclusions pretty clear. I don't think we have the full story in everybody. I think there's plenty of other skeletons in people's closets, for the most part. And, you know, I'm sure everybody had some part to blame for each of their actions. But overall, Atsu, you know, started this, I think. He was the catalyst for the entire thing in phase 1. And his actions, he probably could have never perceived it to be to spiral as much as it did, for Tectone to be as embarrassed and publicly humiliated as he was, and to have that go through at such a height of Genshin's community, and then him being blacklisted, MTash being blacklisted, like that whole thing is just absolutely horrible. And like, it does give Tectone a lot of reasons to not like Atsu, and potentially, you know, have like retribution and vindication, all this stuff from all of this past trauma. So I think a lot of people who got called out probably needed to get called out, to be honest. And whether or not that fixes anything, I don't know. Yeah, I needed to. I think it was important to get this context. I needed it to get this. I needed to have this context. I learned a lot more about everybody, and I don't know these community content creators. I only know Tectone, and I don't even know him that well, to be honest. So this was very good. It's kind of what I expected it to be honest. There was some things in here that were really bombshells to me that I had no idea were publicly divulged. Obviously, the thing in the beginning about Tectone, I did not have any idea. And that hit personal. That's personal. And that is, I cannot believe Tectone, you know, he's obviously a strong individual. Because that is not something that's easily overcome. So a lot of, you know, a lot of, like, yeah, I can't really say anything bad, but I can't say anything like, other than like, you know, it takes a strong person. Now, as far as me and my videos that I made, I stand by everything I've said, and I think I've made a pretty good case for all the talking points that I've made still, and I still will potentially, you know, like the whole saga thing is, Infinity Saga is done. I don't think I could edit this one thing that I wanted to do at the very end. I looked at it for like a couple hours the other day, and I was like, man, this is going to take so much time. And if I really wanted to do it, I have to get an editor, and then I'd have to find somebody that actually knows how to use Premiere. So I probably won't do like a full war thing to end it. I wanted to. Yeah, bye, Nathan. So that probably won't happen, but I'll still be covering some stuff, doing some drama. But I'm also going to do some other content too. So hopefully you guys like it. If not, I totally understand. But it's been 5 hours. I'll end the stream now. Thanks for everybody for tuning in. I'll see you guys on my next video. Bye for now. Won't be able to